A voice echoed through the darkness, sounding as if it came from the underworld, sending chills down one's spine. Everyone has a desire to survive. That much is obvious. But the deathly aura radiating from a mountain of countless skulls was not something the faint of heart could endure. From beneath that massive mountain of skulls, a hand suddenly reached out, trembling yet determined as it gripped something. The young man, looking as if he had just been fished out of a pot of old soup, began to move his limbs. At that moment, a firm resolve rose within his heart. He stepped into the room with the imposing presence of a mafia boss making a grand return. He muttered to himself as he walked. After 99 attempts, he had finally made it here. A strange conviction flickered in his eyes. He truly believed that this time he would see the end. The second battle was the final one. As he entered, a flash of undeniable surprise crossed his eyes. He thought to himself, are the guards for the second round actually golems? He observed from a distance, his face as tense as a tightened bowstring. He calculated silently, noting that these giants were everywhere. It seemed they were guarding the door behind them. He reached out his hand as if summoning something, calling forth a brilliant red magic. His expression was grave, knowing full well these guards wouldn't step aside easily. The red light transformed into a massive scythe, and the air instantly grew heavy. The golems sensed his intrusion. As if jolted awake by an alarm clock, their eyes flared to life. Their bodies shook as they all charged toward him at once. He dodged their attacks with incredibly agile movements. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his purple radiant skill. An eye with a red skull-shaped pupil flashed on his forehead, looking both cool and ominous. He continued to decisively hurl, throwing knives at the pack of golems. He thought to himself that if he cast purple radiance on the enemy, his eyes immediately gave off a haughty red glow, and a cold smile played on his lips. He thought, if this hit lands, true to his word, purple radiance began to show its power. His wicked eyes revealed a steady confidence. With this, damage will increase by 100. Sure enough, one golem vanished into thin air. He continued to calculate, his eyes scanning like a radar as more guards swarmed in. He leaped into the air, his face grim. He thought, time to move. Compared to the giant golems, his body was small, yet he didn't flinch. He confidently shouted, "Purple Knight." In an instant, the surrounding space turned pitch black, as if the power had suddenly been cut. The guards were blinded, and he began his move. He slashed at the guards repeatedly, his movements astonishingly fast. Suddenly, his expression shifted. Worried, he thought, damn it. Before he could even catch his breath, he saw the golem in front of him readying a move. That attack carried immense power. It would surely tear right through his clothes. He furrowed his brows and muttered anxiously. It was truly too fast. He quickly analyzed the situation in his head. Ice magic and fire magic. They were coordinating these two types of magic to attack. But he quickly regained his composure and devised a plan. If that's the case, I need to speed up too. His gaze turned cold, his entire face hardening with determination. He didn't waste a single second, immediately using his speed to dodge the attacks. His movements threw the pack of golems into chaos. Finally, he lunged forward with force, slamming into one of the golems. It created an earth-shattering explosion that echoed throughout the room. He smiled arrogantly, looking up with confidence. Beating us won't be that easy. Suddenly, his expression seemed to change. As he let out a soft breath, a look of deep concern appeared on his face. He looked down and froze. It turned out there was a magic circle beneath his feet. He began to panic, his face tense, because he knew he couldn't dodge in time. And just like that, he was instantly frozen within that circle. From inside the magic circle, his eyes darted around, seeing everything, but his body couldn't move an inch. Right then, a massive golem slowly approached from the front. He frowned, thinking that besides himself, this guy clearly had no one else to fight. The golem prepared to launch an attack at him. But at that very moment, the ice surrounding him melted. His gaze became sharp and cold, his expression turning dead serious. He roared out his skill, Moonlight of Destruction. A terrifying slash erupted from within the melting ice. It pierced directly through that golem. His skill sliced through everything in front of him, including that poor golem. As it fell, he let out a long sigh of relief. His face showed a hint of ease. He thought, phew, that was close. If I took that head on, even I would have taken heavy damage. He calculated in his head. If he just blocked every move, this battle would never end. It was better to end it all with one blow. Another golem slowly drew its bow, preparing to fire at him. Suddenly, from the opposite side, a girl stepped in and used ice magic. At that moment, he slammed his foot onto the floor, his brow furrowing. He chanted loudly, "Activate Moonlight of Destruction." Combined with Blood Moon, his entire body lunged forward, frantically slaughtering the pack of golems. The golems let out agonizing screams. They collapsed one after another like a row of dominoes. He exhaled, looking around arrogantly. He had finally finished them all off. Now it was time to see what these guards were protecting. He muttered calmly, stepping deeper inside. Walking along the great hall, he looked up ahead. Curiously, he asked, "What is this place?" Looking around, it seemed like a temple. He hesitated, wondering if he should go through the door on the steps or if something would suddenly appear. His mind was filled with questions. Just as he was about to ask more, he sighed and said, "Forget it. I'll find out once I'm inside." He then slowly stepped forward. As he entered the circle, the surroundings suddenly lit up. A secret mechanism had been activated. He smiled confidently to himself. "Can I finally end this game?" The cold voice of the system rang out. Boss room entrance. Condition: 1 out of 5 people. The boss room required at least 5 players. His eyes widened in shock. Staring at the system notification, cold sweat began to pour down his face. What the hell is this? The system gave him no time to think, continuing its announcement. Confirmed, 1 player has reached the boss room. He opened his eyes wide. He couldn't believe his ears. His breathing grew rapid as the next system announcement cut into his heart. Due to failure to meet entry requirements, the player will be destroyed in 5 seconds. His jaw dropped. Utterly shocked, his face froze, and he could no longer keep his cool. What do you mean by that? The system ignored his anxiety and ruthlessly began the countdown. 5. His face turned red with rage as he screamed. "This is clearly intentional. You bastard." He slammed his fist into the ground, but the system remained as cold as stone, continuing its count. 4. He was stunned. His gaze went blank. No way. Is it all going to end like this? The system continued its steady count. At that moment, his body began to slowly vanish. He looked at his hand, his face filled with fury. The system read out the final count. As his body almost completely vanished, he gritted his teeth and spat out a curse. Damn it. The system finished counting, and then he was gone. The system announced, "You have died. You have met the conditions to activate the rune of time reversal. You will return to the time before the first round. You have reached the maximum number of uses for the rune of time reversal. The rune will automatically disappear." Under the dark night sky, a low voice rang out, as if whispering to fate, "It's finally time." In the plaza below, the crowd was packed tight. The host shouted enthusiastically, "Everyone, 5 seconds left. Let's count down together." Everyone cheered joyfully. A festive atmosphere filled the air. Suddenly, a man appeared in the middle of the crowd, but no one noticed him. The countdown continued loudly. 4. His face was filled with rage, veins popping as he cursed. Damn it. When his gaze fell upon his own body, he couldn't hide his shock. "I'm back." His arms trembled, his expression a mix of astonishment and disbelief. He had returned to the day before he was sucked into this cursed game. He had clearly made it to the final round. While he was drowning in chaotic memories, the surroundings remained incredibly festive, as if nothing had happened. The crowd didn't care about his sudden appearance at all. The countdown went on. Amidst the laughter and shouting, the man stood tall in the crowd, praying silently. If he could, he wished time would stop at this very moment. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Number of times you have used the rune of time reversal. 100 out of 100. At the same time, the crowd shouted in unison, still cheering wildly. But his mind was a mess of thoughts. Anyway, this is the last attempt. I will end this game once and for all. To do that, he needed 4 more teammates to reach the final round. His eyes quickly scanned the crowd, focusing and calculating who would be the most suitable candidates to form a team. Returning to a few minutes before the new year, the air was festive everywhere. But one man stood there with a look of utter boredom, squeezed into the cheering crowd. Phew, we're finally adults. In South Korea, the moment you turn 18 on New Year's Eve is when you become an adult. A group of energetic youths were chatting excitedly. A few boys were thrilled. "We don't have to get our IDs checked anymore, right?" One student laughed loudly. "Of course not." 2 friends walking ahead asked each other full of dreams, "What should we do after graduation? Should we try being delivery drivers?" The other was busy looking around and shouted, "Hey, that girl looks just like C.O. Ajin. The actress C.O. Ajin. Where?" Hearing his friends' noisy bickering, the bald guy could only sigh helplessly. He turned his head and asked the friend beside him with a pensive look, "Youngmin, what are you planning to do?" Youngmin didn't even bother with the 2 guys behind him still rambling about Ajin. He squinted and gave a faint smile. "Me? I'm planning to dive into the underworld." Hearing this, the friends behind him were all stunned. "Are you crazy? In that line of work, one mistake and you're dead. You're not joking, are you?" But Youngmin remained calm and composed, his expression unchanged. He replied nonchalantly, "Hey, didn't I say just leave it be? You only live once, right? I just want to live the way I want." The bald guy gave a dry laugh, as if he couldn't understand it all. "Uh-huh, you really are crazy." But in his heart, he cursed, "Damn it, what a psycho." The other friends also silently agreed, thinking, once we graduate, we definitely have to cut ties with this guy. His brain is broken. The bald guy calmly asked further, so after graduation, what are you going to do with that errand boy? An image of Jan appeared in Youngmin's mind. Huh, you mean that poor, gloomy bastard? Thinking of Jan, he found it quite amusing and let out a faint chuckle. I can't just let him go just because we're graduating. The friend beside him laughed mockingly. Wow, that's rough. He's probably thinking everything will end once we graduate. The bald guy joined in with a cold laugh. This guy is truly ruthless. Youngmin was a genuine bully. He called Ewan a gloomy kid. He doesn't have the right to decide when things end. I have to play with him until I'm satisfied. A group of friends were gathered, laughing and joking. One of them suddenly said in surprise, "Isn't that your errand boy over there?" At that moment, the host's voice rang out from the crowd. It's finally time. Everyone looked forward excitedly. The host shouted loudly, "Everyone, when the countdown hits 5 seconds, please count down with us." Youngmin looked to the side. A cold smile played on his lips as he said, "That really is my little lackey." Amidst the crowd's anticipation, the host's voice rose sharply. 5. At the same time, Guin's body underwent some subtle changes. Since everyone was looking forward to the new year, no one noticed. The host continued to shout, 4. Youngmin stared at Jin, suddenly sensing something unusual. His expression stiffened. Despite that, time didn't stop. The host shouted. Youngmin looked at Jin strangely. That brat is acting a bit weird. In the plaza, the host's voice boomed. At that exact moment, Jiwan smiled and took off his dark hat. He suddenly looked straight at Youngmin, his gaze full of hidden meaning. Youngmin felt a sense of displacement. That errand boy today, why does he feel so strange? The host continued to shout, "Happy New Year!" Youngmin felt a flicker of unease. He spoke up. Is he crazy? Why is he staring at me like that? His friends ignored Youngmin's words, saying excitedly, "Hey, it's New Year's. Give him a break." Another person beside him waved his hand and said, "Exactly. You'll have plenty of time to bully him later. Just ignore him." Hearing his friend's advice, Youngmin looked away and said, "You bastard. I'll let you off the hook today." The 4 friends hugged each other, exchanging sincere wishes. "I'm finally an adult. Brothers, Happy New Year." "Yeah, hope everything goes your way." A faint, ethereal voice suddenly rang out. It loomed over the celebrating crowd below. Humans are truly ridiculous. They're in a dangerous situation and have no idea, yet they're celebrating the new year. Youngmin's group asked curiously, "What did you just say?" The other person looked confused. "I didn't say anything. What's going on? I thought I just heard something." An angel looked down at everyone from the sky. She said, "Look at their ignorant and utterly shocked faces." Then she laughed arrogantly and continued, "It feels like watching monkeys in a cage." A few young men looked up at the sky and asked, "Holy crap, is that an angel? Or is the TV station doing some New Year's event? That's some heavy investment. If they said it was real, I'd believe it. Seriously, she's too beautiful." Jun also looked up at the sky, but he remained incredibly calm. He felt a wave of annoyance. She's appeared. Even though he had experienced this 99 times, it was still very irritating. The angel laughed wildly. Then she looked down and said, "You human trash, it seems you've all fallen for my beauty, haven't you?" The crowd below heard these harsh words and felt incredibly shocked. The angel continued, "But don't get any weird ideas. I have no intention of mingling with you ants." She cupped her beautiful face, laughing enchantingly. "Looking at your reactions, you must have heard my voice." A middle-aged man below finally couldn't hold back anymore. He shouted, "Hey, what kind of trick are you playing? Are you dressed up as an angel or something? Who are you calling ants? What exactly do you mean, you brat?" He was red with rage, his eyes bulging as if he wanted to tear through the air. Jun just listened quietly. Being insulted repeatedly like this felt deeply humiliating, but he remained silent, not saying a word. He found it all very tedious. The angel, who had been laughing brightly, suddenly lost all interest. She frowned, her eyes filled with killing intent, her lips pressed thin. She said angrily, "How annoying." As soon as she finished speaking, the middle-aged man's head below instantly exploded. A loud bang echoed, and fresh blood sprayed everywhere, splattering onto the people nearby. A young man standing close by was covered in blood, utterly terrified. His face turned pale, his body trembling, feeling an indescribable nausea. He let out a piercing scream, so loud that everyone turned to look. The atmosphere became even more tense. Youngmin witnessed this scene from afar and was horrified. Damn it, what on earth was that? His eyes were wide with shock, feeling like he was watching a horror movie. The angel no longer maintained her beautiful appearance. Her eyes flashed with a demonic light, and her voice rang out in fury. "You lowly humans, how dare you speak to a noble superior with that attitude?" Her words seemed to rip through space. Her tone was harsh and full of pressure. She continued to scold them. You humans have no right to question me. Don't you dare fantasize about being on my level. Each of her words was like a time bomb, echoing everywhere. The people around fell into a panic. That voice made them feel like they were in the eye of a storm. The angel's anger hadn't subsided. She said, unless you want your heads to bloom like that guy just now. Her words were as sharp as a blade, showing no mercy. She continued, now you must be very confused about the current situation. How could you lowly humans possibly know what happened? Then she giggled, a somewhat eerie sound, as if she were enjoying the fear of those around her. She continued to spread her terrifying words. I'll explain it once so it's easy to understand. Listen carefully. Her voice echoed, making people feel like they were falling into a maze with no exit. Hearing this, Jiwen felt disgusted at having to listen to the explanation yet again. He shook his head, really not wanting to continue. The angel's voice boomed through the space. So, let the game begin. We will conduct 20 rounds. She laughed, as if this were very amusing. On the first day of every month, human souls will be brought into a new dimension to play the game. She looked down. Her eyes shone brightly as if she had thought of something. She laughed and said, there, humans only need to do one thing, and that is to complete the mission. The crowd below was filled with anxiety and fear. She continued, if you can complete the mission, you can bring your rewards back to the real world. Her words were like bait, making it impossible for people not to pay attention. The crowd below buzzed with conversation. What is she saying? It sounds like we just need to complete the mission to survive. The rumor spread like wildfire. The angel spoke. You might think that just by completing the mission, you can keep living. But not everyone survives just by completing it. Only half of the participants will be able to keep their lives. This statement shocked everyone below to the core. They couldn't understand. How could that be? She continued to laugh and said, but don't worry too much. I won't take everyone. Her voice was like a cold draft, making people shiver. Someone in the crowd asked, what do you mean? Others said worriedly, that person should shut up. Be careful. She continued to explain. Only those from 15 to 29 years old are required to participate. Jun thought to himself, when I was sucked into this game on New Year's Eve, I never thought I'd have to repeat it 100 times. He shook his head, looking unhappy. At that moment, an old man laughed joyfully and said, so I survived. I can keep living. He laughed as if he had seen through the truth. Two young men beside him were extremely angry. Damn it. One said very uncomfortably, are you happy you survived? Why are you mocking us? He was full of rage, his eyes glaring. Young Min said worriedly, be quiet. Can't you see the situation? Didn't you see that guy's head explode? His voice was filled with fear, unable to believe his eyes. The angel laughed and said, let me see. The total number of participants is about 1 million people. The explanation is over. Now let the game begin. She smiled charmingly, but those words made everyone feel like death was near. Suddenly, everything vanished, leaving only a white space. The angel's voice continued to ring out. Now you are all in a space where you cannot see each other. Each of her words was like a knife to the listeners' hearts. Before the soul transfer, you need to create a body. You can customize it as you wish. At this moment, Ju was incredibly calm. He reached out and began creating his body, showing no fear. The angel continued, you only have one chance, so choose carefully. Jun thought to himself, I'll just do it as usual. After finishing the body customization, he said, my nickname is Black Dog. His body gradually began to change. In another space far from South Korea, there was a place with lush green grass and rolling mountains. Black Dog confirmed in his heart. This would be his 100th regression. He thought emotionlessly, I always use the same appearance. Since this is the 100th attempt, it feels like my own body. In that space, countless people had appeared. Some were curious and excited. Where is this? A plane? Some were terrified and uneasy. My body really changed. I tried using a movie star's face. How do I look? Another student said in shock, holy crap, it actually worked. You look handsome. The crowd didn't seem worried. On the contrary, they were chatting happily. Black Dog thought to himself, this time, everyone is also trying to make themselves look their best. But if you had a brain and thought about it for a second, you wouldn't do that. He looked at a girl in front of him. This world is about survival of the fittest. If you stand out too much, you'll just become a target. If you die in this world, you die in the real world too. Black Dog thought, it's almost time. He noticed someone up ahead. He's here. It's Yeongmin. Looking at Yeongmin in this regression, Jun gave a cold smile and broke into a slight sweat. This time, that guy chose a body with developed muscles again. The angel appeared again. She said, looking at you all, you must really like your new images, don't you? My favorite thing is seeing your terrified expressions. She laughed and said, let me see, a total of 1,800,000 people. That's the total number of people from South Korea. A student below said in shock, 1,800,000? It doesn't look like that many. The angel laughed and said, as expected of lowly humans. Then her expression suddenly changed, and she said with a crazed look, "Did you think there was only this one space? Humans will be distributed to different planes, led by different angels to conduct the rounds. Fend for yourselves." Her voice was extremely terrifying. Before we officially begin, I'll give a brief explanation. First, recite status window in your mind. Guin followed suit. Then he chanted internally, status window. Suddenly, a system panel appeared. The status window displayed his nickname, Black Dog, and his name, G. It included his level, class, and other skill stats. He looked at the status window, not feeling happy at all, only wanting to sigh. The angel said, "Now you've all seen your status windows, right? You'll understand just how much like trash you are. If you played this kind of game before, then get strong. If you can survive to the end and conquer the 20th round." She laughed, her voice echoing. "Not only will you gain your freedom, but you will also be granted one wish." The crowd below began to buzz. "A wish? Really? No way. But you must be the first to achieve it." The angel raised her hand. Giggling, she said, "Finally, recite inventory and look inside. I prepared a gift." Everyone followed her instructions, reciting inventory in their minds. Then the system panel indeed appeared. Yeongmin looked forward. He said, "Random runestone fragment." The angel continued to explain. "As you can see, the random runestone fragment is a one-time use item. You can only use it when you are at level 1. It's the only starting item provided. You can hold in your hand and recite, use. Yeongmin heard this. He hurriedly recited use in his mind. Then the orb shattered. Yeongmin's body began to change. He was shocked, his alert expression momentarily turning blank. The angel giggled and continued. "Looking at these expressions, you're not very happy, are you? No matter the result, you must accept it. Do you hear me? Because this is your luck." Then she snapped her fingers. "All right, the room arts are done. So let's begin." A mission panel appeared before everyone. Each person had to kill 100 goblins. As soon as the mission panel vanished, packs of goblins suddenly appeared in the space. The crowd looked at the goblins before them, talking curiously. "Is that a goblin? It feels just like playing a game. This is pretty interesting, right?" Some people looked worried. Are we really in a virtual reality game? Could we have been kidnapped for an experiment without knowing? The angel spoke up. "It's too early to be excited. I haven't even summoned all the goblins yet." As soon as she finished speaking, countless goblins swarmed out. People began to feel afraid. "Wait, all of these? Why are there so many?" The angel's face now looked no different from Satan himself. She said, 10,000 people against 50,000 goblins. Fight to the death. Huh. The goblins roared as soon as they appeared, making everyone jump. A goblin holding a knife charged straight into the crowd. People were terrified. "It's running toward us. Don't come near here." Everyone screamed in panic. Only Black Dog remained calm. He stepped to the front of the crowd. The people behind were both worried and curious. "Hey, what's wrong with that guy? He's walking straight toward that monster." "Wait, don't go near there. It's dangerous." Black Dog's face remained expressionless as he immediately delivered a straight kick to the goblin's face. The movement was extremely graceful, also showing off his long, lean legs. A thought flashed through his mind. Whether in a team or an organization, the first impression is always the most important. The crowd looked ahead, so shocked they couldn't close their mouths. Black Dog still had an expressionless face as he launched his attack. He thought to himself, "I must engrave my image into the minds of these people." The goblin hit by the kick tumbled to the ground, the sword in its hand flying away. Black Dog picked up the sword. He thought, "To keep these annoying flies from bothering me, I have to show off my strength." Most importantly, he looked straight ahead, his gaze locked onto the angel. He thought, "I just need to catch her attention." He spun the blade and began to move. It seems his performance needs a bit more effort. Packs of goblins brandished their knives and lunged at him, but he didn't back down, swinging his sword and slashing relentlessly. The crowd witnessed this and gasped in shock. "So cool. Did you guys see that? Who is that guy? Is he some kind of special forces soldier? Black Dog? That nickname sounds pretty cool too." Witnessing that scene, the crowd gradually regained their composure. "These goblins are usually the monsters that drop the most rewards in games, right?" A man said, frowning tensely. "We can probably kill him too, right? Even if it might not be as easy as it is for Black Dog." The person beside him confidently rolled his wrists and said, "If we fight seriously, it definitely won't be that hard." Before he could finish his sentence, a goblin charged and tackled him to the ground. The goblin gave a cruel smile and plunged its blade into his chest. The man died in agony. Seeing this, everyone screamed in terror and fled in all directions. Some people shouted for help. While Black Dog was busy fighting, the crowd screamed again, "They're coming again." After that, the goblins killed countless people who were completely unable to resist. The goblins pursued them as they went. People fled in horror. In this situation, no one mistook this for just a game anymore. At this moment, the only thought in their minds was survival. A girl watched as her loved one was brutally murdered by a goblin, but she had no mind for grief or rescue, only knowing to run for her life. Their survival instinct woke up fiercely, overwhelming their entire minds. Finally, everyone threw down their weapons and fled in panic. Black Dog thought to himself that the first time, he had also chosen this path. But it wasn't until the second time that he realized that in this open field, running away was impossible. A woman who was running head down was suddenly stopped by a powerful force field. She panicked. What is this? There were still people used to living in modern society who had never laid a hand on or killed any animal. So now, killing a goblin might be extremely difficult. But to survive in this game, they were forced to overcome that fear. Otherwise, the goblins would take advantage of their pity and then kill them without mercy. The surroundings were a mess of chaos. The ground stained red with blood, contrasting with the green of the vast meadow. Cries for help, agonizing screams, and the growls of goblins rang out incessantly. The angel laughed loudly. The battle between humans and goblins is just too interesting. It's truly so vivid. At this moment, she smirked while laughing, her face full of malice. She spoke as if telling a joke. Even though they're only the size of a child, if you don't fight back, they only need their bare hands to finish you off, let alone a dagger. She narrowed her eyes, looking ahead. Her face showed interest, like she had just discovered a new toy but didn't know how to handle it yet. She muttered, "But what on earth is that man's background?" She frowned. She checked his status window, her gaze both curious and slightly contemptuous. His name was displayed as Black Dog. Mission progress. 70 out of 100 goblins killed. The angel had noticed him. Black Dog, huh? She gritted her teeth, thinking in irritation. This damn system. Except for mission progress, all player information is hidden. She tried to suppress her anger, letting out a small huff as if giving up, and said, "Forget it. I still have to guide these lowly humans. It's truly damaging to my dignity." She flashed another cold, malicious smile and continued, "But it seems there are a few quite excellent ones. I'll stay and enjoy this a bit longer." At this moment, the goblins were gradually being wiped out. The system continuously popped up notifications. You have defeated a goblin. Experience points, gold coins, level up. Mission progress. 75 out of 100. Black Dog's attack efficiency was extremely high. He continuously killed monsters without resting. Packs of goblins swarmed toward him, but he wasn't the least bit afraid, piercing through each enemy one by one. Goblin blood splattered onto his clothes, as black as ink. He spun his long sword, his face cold as ice, then charged straight at the goblin in front of him, plunging his blade hard into its head. A dangerous light flashed in his eyes as he barked in a low voice. Who else? Seeing this, the goblins were terrified, backing away hurriedly as if doused with cold water. He wiped the blood from his face, his expression as nonchalant as if he had just taken a stroll. He muttered, "Looks like I can rest for a bit." He opened his status window to check, and found he had reached level 4. His strength and skills had all increased. Every time he leveled up, he would receive 2 attribute points. He already had the answer in his heart. Put all points into agility. His reflexes were extremely sharp, because agility, besides increasing the evasion rate, also helped increase attack speed and movement speed. In the early stages of the game, agility was the most important stat. He narrowed his eyes, slightly tilting his head as if to cut off his train of thought, then gave a slight nod. At this rate, he must have caught the angel's attention. Now was the time to end everything. He casually spun his dagger, his gaze as sharp as a blade. He threw the blade, and it plunged into a goblin's head. Then, he pointed forward and said, "Come on." Seeing this, the goblins hesitated in fear. Their legs trembled so much they could barely stand. He sighed in disappointment, looking at them with contempt. "You don't dare." The next second, he appeared right next to 7 goblins. His gaze was cold, his tone was sharp. "Then I'll come to you." Before the goblins could react, they were all slashed to death. His experience and gold coin skyrocketed, and his level continued to rise. The first mission round was complete. The first round is over. After dealing with these goblins, he was certain he had caught the angel's attention. The system's voice rang out like a death knell. "Congratulations, you're the first person in the entire region to complete the round 1 mission." He smirked, as if taking the number 1 spot was a given. He thought to himself, the higher the completion rank, the better the reward. And the rewards for the top 3 are the most generous. The system announced again, "Congratulations on completing the first mission in the region. You have received a weapon of your choice." Additionally, the regional reward is 1 treasure chest. The rewards he received were certainly the most among everyone. He opened his inventory and without hesitation opened the first regional reward. Scanning through the weapons on the notification board, he thought, even if it's nothing major, it's good to have it a bit early. He decisively chose 1 slot, dagger. A sword-type weapon for beginners. His face showed boredom. This trash is only good for throwing away. He closed his inventory. For now, he temporarily kept the special reward selection treasure chest. The people around still hadn't finished the mission. Some are being chased by goblins, while others were frantically killing to stay alive. He stood there, his face somewhat expressionless, remembering the title he had received earlier, The Last Traveler. This was something he had never seen in all 99 previous regressions. He chose to use it. You have used a random runestone fragment. Congratulations, you have received a rune of time reversal. The received rune will be automatically imprinted onto the player's body. Traces of this rune already exist in the player's soul. Due to the rune's special attributes, the imprinting has failed. Jioen thought to himself that this result was also expected. If he could imprint it again, it would mean he could return countless times. The system announced, based on the rune traces in your soul, you are recognized as a traveler with 100 harvests. Receive the title, The Last Traveler. He was slightly startled, but on second thought, what was there to fear? In this game, titles were in existence of a much higher class than runes. They were far more powerful and also much harder to obtain. Resurrection was an exclusive skill of priests, yet even that skill only restored 30% of maximum health after reviving. However, this title allowed him to resurrect with a full health bar. He smiled triumphantly, full of confidence. It seems I've just stumbled upon an overpowered title. He flashed a very handsome smile, carrying an air of confidence that looked down upon the world. Having this trump card in hand was a good thing regardless. The Last Traveler title. He stretched his arms, looking relaxed. The others should be finishing their missions soon. I wonder how Yeomin is doing. He observed for a moment. He's over there. Looks like he's still alive. He gave a mocking laugh. The angel smiled and said, no wonder it's getting more and more boring. You pitiful humans will gradually be wiped out until your numbers equal the remaining goblins. Looking at the crowd, crying in pain, she said nonchalantly, sorry about that. It's my fault. Let's make things lively again. Below, a girl with a beautiful face was wailing in ultimate agony. Lively? Just for that reason. Suddenly, Yahello's corpse disappeared. The crowd was terrified. The bodies are disappearing. What the hell is going on? The monsters appeared once again, charging at the humans with even more crazed looks. The crowd cursed in rage. Damn it. While the angel flashed an extremely sinister smile, saying, I've given you 50,000 more lives. Surely you have enough strength to keep killing now, right? At this moment, everyone who was wailing was forced to pick up their blades and kill frantically. The scene was extremely chaotic. Goblins and humans were fighting for the right to survive. Mission requirements completed. 10,221 out of 1,143. Young men even used others as human shields. The number of mission completions kept rising. At the same time, Black Dog was sitting somewhere to conserve his strength. Those who had completed the mission were surrounded by a protective golden ring of light. No one could get close. The angel witnessed this massacre, looking extremely excited and satisfied. She was like someone watching her favorite movie. Finally, the mission requirements were met. There were 5,143 survivors. The others who were killing each other were shocked. Huh, those goblins disappeared. Where did they go? Only half of the people completed the mission. Now that everything is done, the rest of you must die. To those below, even though they were still alive, they hadn't killed enough goblins as required. She said, anyway, these are the rules of the game. Those who were still trying to kill goblins until the very last second still couldn't escape death. They looked shocked, their expressions frozen, thinking, what's happening? Am I going to die? Their bodies suddenly began to slowly vanish. A poor young man slumped, saying like a lost soul, wait, Angel, I only needed to kill one more. I beg of you. But his body was still vanishing. He screamed, no. The angel stood there, expressionless, speaking as if it had nothing to do with her. After a while, won't you feel that being alive is a blessing? It's okay. You survivors can return now. She smiled mysteriously, squinting as she said, congratulations on passing the first trial. I hope you can work harder next time. Now, before you return, let's announce the rankings. The rankings appeared across the entire region. First place was Black Dog. Second place was a bunch of idiots. Third place was Heavenly Demon. And in the current area, first place was still Black Dog. Second place was Life is a Movie. Third place was Black Dragon in Hand. The reward window appeared. Special selection reward treasure chest has been distributed. The system announced, for completing the mission, you receive 1,000 gold coins. You can use the gold coins you receive to buy items in the shop. The equipment purchase function will be unlocked when you reach level 10. Everyone looked toward Black Dog. He thought to himself that everyone probably knew he had taken first place. In his heart, he was overjoyed. The angel stood there, her eyes wide, speaking as if she couldn't believe it. I didn't expect the first place in the entire region to be in my territory. Unbelievable. The name is Black Dog, right? Answer me. Only then did he speak up. The angel was very happy, her lips curling as she said, "How are you so strong? Did you receive a special rune or something else?" Suddenly she paused, her face stiffening. She thought, damn it. Jiyoyan smiled and said, "You'll know if you just look at my status window." She covered it up. That's a given. How could an angel like me not see that information? I was just testing you a bit. But in Black Dog's mind, he thought, stop joking. He said, "Lady Angel." She replied, "What is it?" He asked, "May I have a request?" The angel was very surprised, looking quite puzzled. "A request?" He said, "Yes. It seems the reward for first place is a bit too meager." The people around who heard this were extremely shocked, their mouths hanging open like fish out of water. The angel heard this and immediately flew into a rage, her face turning as red as a tomato. "What did you say? What did you just say?" He said, "I hope you can give me something more decent." The angel said, "Say that again if you have the guts." He was very confident, his eyes shining like stars as he replied, "I don't like my reward, so I want you to grant me something better." The angel flew right in front of his face. Immediately after, her face suddenly transformed to look exactly like a demon's. She gave a low laugh, her eyes flashing with a crazed light as she said, "A mere human like you dares to make conditions with me? I only noticed him because he was so active from the start, and after killing just a few goblins, he dares to look down on me? I'll make his head explode." Then she reached out her hand, but in her heart, she was a bit apprehensive. Breaking into a cold sweat, she thought, damn it, I already used my one-time ability to kill that person. "You arrogant human, do you think I can't kill you?" Then her expression suddenly shifted, her eyes darting around. "Wait, I know what to give him." She looked at him, her lips curling into a smile as she said, "You want a better reward, right?" She descended from above to the ground and continued, "I would usually refuse such requests immediately, but I've changed my mind. Let's talk privately. The rest of you, wait a moment." She walked toward him. The people around were very curious, some furrowing their brows and staring intently. Is she really going to agree with him? I didn't think you could bargain with an angel. Should I try to? I want a different reward too. Others said, it's definitely because he got first place. To just brush me off like that. How rich must that reward be? I'm so jealous. At this moment, Black Dog looked toward Youngmin. Youngmin still didn't understand what was happening, looking at him with a face full of curiosity. When he and the angel went deep into the forest, the angel turned her head, her face showing clear annoyance. She said, "Why aren't you walking closer? Do you want me to keep looking back? Walk right beside me." Hearing this, he gave a forced smile and scratched his head. The angel was extremely angry, her eyes wide, her teeth gritted. "Stupid human. You only know how to obey when ordered. Truly a species that doesn't know how to be well-behaved, yet is greedy by nature." She walked ahead, her heart full of contempt as she thought, "In a moment, I'll swap the item the system gave him. Although it can be done, he shouldn't become an exception. He should just accept what is given. I must show him the consequences of greed." Immediately after, she gave a low laugh, her lips curling toward him, her gaze full of malice. She walked ahead, muttering in her heart, "Wait until we pass that rock, then I'll kill him." Of course, if I kill a player out of personal spite without using that one-time ability, I might get into trouble. What if players complain about unfairness later and cause a riot? If those in power find out, they'll hold me accountable for sabotaging the rules of the game. She calculated as she walked, her lips pressed tight, her eyes flashing. So, I need a place where there are no people. She smiled extremely eerily, licking her lips and whispering, "You stupid fool. If you keep your mouth shut, no one will know what happened." Then she happily pretended to turn her head, revealing a fake, kind face, and said to him, "You've always wanted a reward, right? Tell me, what do you want?" Just as she turned her head, a fist suddenly lunged straight at her face. That punch knocked her to the ground. Her eyes widened in utter shock. That unexpected, undefended blow sent her tumbling before she could react. Falling to the ground, she screamed in pain, clutching her stomach. Immediately after, she spat out a mouthful of golden blood, her face turning pale. She stammered, "What is this? That damn human just now actually hit me." She jumped up in rage, her trembling finger pointing forward. "You damn human." But when she turned to look, she found not a single soul. She thought, where did he disappear to? Right behind her, he suddenly lunged. He grabbed her wing tightly, scaring her so much her whole body stiffened. She moaned, "Wait, what are you doing? Stop it now." But all that remained was her agonizing scream. He snapped her wing, then used his hands to tear it off. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere. She screamed piteously. He said, "Lady Angel, don't be such a crybaby." Then he stepped on her back, his face nonchalant, pinning her face down to the ground. He used his bare hands to snap the other wing. "Now you can't escape." She wailed and cried, her whole body trembling. He looked down at her and said, "Well, does it hurt?" She sobbed, "Of course it hurts. How could it not? He put his hands on his hips and laughed. If I had waited 5 more minutes, you would have asked that obvious question anyway. And with that same despicable smirk, too. The angel struggled angrily, saying, "Are you crazy? You human, what on earth are you talking about?" He picked up her wing, turning it over to examine it, and said, "Weren't you planning to use the knife hidden in this wing to kill me?" This left her speechless. Not a single word could come out. He threw the wing away and gave a cold huff. "I knew it." The angel stammered. "What do you mean, kill you? I never intended to do that." But he looked at her, his gaze cold, his lips curling in a sneer. "Lying is useless. One look, just one look at your face, and I know everything, Brio." The angel's eyes turned red, utterly terrified. She said, "What do you know my name? You're just a human." He said nonchalantly, knowing it won't do you any good anyway. Then he summoned a sword, its golden light shimmering, scaring her into a scream. "What are you going to do? Why did you suddenly take out a weapon?" He still nonchalantly gripped the long sword, gave it a slight swing, and said, "Still don't understand?" She screamed angrily, her hair disheveled. "Do you want her head to explode so badly that you've gone mad? I only need to move a finger, and you'll—" Before she could finish, he interrupted her. He said with a cold face, "You no longer have the ability to kill anyone." Hearing this, the angel was both angry and so scared her face turned pale. She squinted at him and said, "Do you think you can escape your sins? My comrades will absolutely not stand idly by." He held the blade in his hand, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. He said, "What comrades? Angels are all a bunch of selfish pricks. They don't care about anyone else's business. Whether you live or die, they won't give a damn." She said, "Nonsense." He said in a low voice, "All right, that's enough. Let me send you on your way." The angel took a step back, her voice trembling. "Wait a moment. You won't gain anything from doing this." He shrugged and replied, "Of course there's a benefit, but you won't know it anyway." She backed away in panic, her hands waving him off. "If you kill me, you'll regret it. You won't be able to go back." He calmly replied, "This system will automatically return me after I've settled everything." The angel was truly starting to panic now, her voice tiny. "What do you know about that too?" She tried to bargain, her eyes pleading, hoping he would reconsider. "That's right. I'll provide you with any information you want. Give me a chance." But he looked at her, blade in hand, and gave a mocking laugh. "No need. If I need information, I'll get everything I want to know through torture. In this game environment, whatever species you are, you must play that role. And the truth is, you're nothing more than a pawn playing the role of a guide." Her eyes widened in shock as she said, "What? Since when?" Before she could finish, he didn't hesitate to plunge the blade deep into her heart. She let out an agonizing scream, then collapsed to the ground. The system appeared. "You have defeated an angel. Confirmed. You are the first player to slay a god. You have received the title, First God Slayer. You have received additional God's blood and the first time God-slaying reward." He happily pressed confirm. "As expected, I'm the first." The system issued an announcement, rewarding him with countless things, while also automatically imprinting a rune mark onto the player's body. Reward for the first player to slay a god. Title, First God Slayer. He thought to himself that he first learned about this reward when he took revenge on an angel during his 13th reincarnation. Perhaps because this was the only reward limited to one person, the Rune of Slaughter appeared, something that could rival a unique, top-tier item. Furthermore, a major reason he killed the angel was for that single drop of God's blood. Starting from level 10, all players could possess a class. There were a total of 30 different types of classes. Changing classes was also very easy. One just needed to obtain a class change item. Usually, these could be obtained through hunting or completing simple conditions. The system displayed. You can choose one item from the rewards below. GUIN entered the reward interface he wanted. Now, the most important thing was to quickly reach level 10 and change classes. He clicked on triple experience points, then pressed start. The effect was automatically applied. This was his last chance to fight, so there was no other choice. No matter what, he had to become strong. The system announced, all regions have ended. The system will see everyone in the next round. Congratulations to the survivors. All players were suddenly teleported back to their save points. Everyone was utterly shocked. Is this the New Year's bell? What on earth happened? Did everyone pass out like I did? Everyone was anxious and restless. Did I just pass out? I had an incredibly realistic dream. My head feels like it's going to explode. Youngmin was pensive. That dream just now was truly too bizarre. Youngmin picked up his phone. 5:20 in the morning. The flow of time here was exactly the same as in the dream. People cried out in pain. "Oh, my head. My arms and legs are aching too." Youngmin asked, "Is everyone awake?" The young man beside Youngmin said, "I just fainted." Youngmin replied, "Yeah, it wasn't just you. Everyone here was like that." The friend beside him exclaimed, "Sigh, did we all just fall asleep together?" The bald guy said, "What's going on?" "I was just about to say, I had a very strange dream." "Yeah, me too." "You dreamed it too?" Min turned to look in a certain direction. That's right, but I don't think it was just a dream. As it turned out, everyone around had the same dream, and all felt a splitting headache. Are we back? Back from that hell? I'm still alive. What? But there was definitely a goblin. So all of that was real? Those goblins and everything in the first round. How can this be? Will we be teleported back there at the beginning of next month? A guy with a splitting headache spoke up. Damn it. But Min noticed a friend beside him. Hey, why hasn't this guy woken up yet? The young man beside him said, I was wondering that too. Kim Daisik. Wake up. Hey, wake up. It's past 5 o'clock. But he still didn't wake up. The young man placed his hand on his friend's forehead. No way. When he pulled his hand back, his whole body trembled. Damn it, he stopped breathing. I can't find his pulse either. Min asked, Taesik is dead? The friend said worriedly, no way. Could it be because he couldn't survive in the game that he died? The bald guy said, how is that possible? But when he looked around, he discovered all those who hadn't woken up here. Could they all have turned into corpses? At this moment, facing that reality, everyone was plunged into ultimate anxiety and fear. Too absurd. To think only half of the people survived. Will the next round be like this too? Min was also trembling, but suddenly he broke into a terrifying smile. He thought, this is insane. Min gave a cold laugh, his smile so wide it seemed to reach his ears. Min laughed and said, no matter where you're born, no matter if you start from the same line or not, everyone eventually has to live the same life. There's no need to wail and cry anymore. The injustices in this life no longer have any meaning. The friend standing beside him trembled, full of rage. To die without even a chance to fight. How can this injustice be endured? Min calmly replied, you bastards, just surviving is enough. Why put on such a funeral face? He said, it's not just us. Everyone is caught in this situation. So what's left to show off is so-called injustice. His two friends saw this and thought, this crazy guy is truly beyond help. All he thinks about is himself, living like a thug who doesn't know what suffering is. The bald guy sighed, damn it, you've lived your whole life simply as a hoodlum, so you feel like you have nothing to lose. You basically don't know how many other things there are to do. The bald guy asked again, what are you looking for? Min replied, I don't see that bastard. The bald guy asked, who? The one who runs errands for you. Min thought to himself, where did that guy go? I clearly remember seeing him in that direction before I passed out. Maybe he couldn't even pass the first round and died in some corner. He speculated, that must be it. How could a weakling like him survive? Suddenly, some movement reached his ears. He turned his head and asked in shock, looking to the side, what's with that guy? What happened? And where did he get that armor and equipment? No way. At this moment, Min thought of the status window. Suddenly, the status window appeared. He said in shock, what is this? For real? The bald guy asked curiously, what? A status window? Stop joking. You try it. How could that happen? Oh, it's real. Then Min asked, why are you staring blankly into space? Aren't you doing the same thing? It seems this thing is private to each person. Could it be that this can also be applied in reality? What on earth is this? So, we can even use our stat points and items. Suddenly, Min seemed to think of something. He placed his hand on a nearby rock. He squeezed hard, and the rock crumbled into powder. He gave a terrifying smile and said, this feeling is great, isn't it? At this moment, a broadcast rang out, reporting on an unbelievable event. A news anchor said, early this morning, at the New Year's Plaza, more than 10,000 citizens suddenly lost consciousness. She continued, now I will take everyone to the scene. An unidentified woman dressed as an angel appeared before the crowd. After she said a few words to the citizens below, a mysterious explosion occurred. After a citizen pointed at her and said something, that person was immediately killed. Then, that woman spread her arms toward the citizens, causing more than 10,000 people to fall into a sudden coma. According to police information, this phenomenon has not only occurred in South Korea, but has spread globally. In the comments section below the video, someone said angrily, what the hell? Did the reporters take the wrong medicine? Why post this nonsense news early in the morning? Is today April Fool's? This video is clearly edited. The comments section was in an uproar. There were those who didn't believe it, only to fall over dead while writing. Jiwon looked at his phone screen and thought, has it already started? And this is only the beginning. Around 5:20 this morning, about half of the comatose people regained consciousness, while the other half remained in a vegetative state. They were all diagnosed as clinically dead. Celebrity A was found dead. This is the first time more than 11% of the population has died in a single crisis. While news of the deaths continued to spread, the real problem lay in another aspect. He looked at the news screen. The survivors who appeared were all called players. Investigative agencies were looking into the cause behind this event. The problem was that the abilities the players received had been brought into the real world. Currently, no player possessed truly high stat points, so it hadn't created a major impact yet. But as the players' levels grew higher, they would gradually evolve into powerful beings. No matter how advanced the weapons used, even if the military was sent, they wouldn't be able to suppress these players, because those weapons themselves were operated by humans. Humans who could not be controlled would be born. Despite his worries, he continued to walk. He didn't intend to stand by and watch the world sink into a series of chaos. If things continued as they were, the world might be destroyed before reaching the 20th round. The only solution was to use a power that surpassed all others to control all the players. Of course, to open the door to the boss room, he had to use a different method than in his previous regressions. He needed at least 5 players by his side, and he already had a few potential candidates in mind. He also had a way to recruit them, but now was not the time to act hastily. Right now, there was something more important to do. He stepped forward and stopped in front of a house. He entered the room. He looked in a certain direction in the room and thought, this kid ate cup noodles for dinner again. He pushed open the door to another room. Inside, someone was sleeping. He thought, he can actually sleep so soundly. Clearly, his older brother hasn't come home yet. The person before his eyes was his younger brother, Guan. Next year, the boy would start high school. His family background was very ordinary. Their parents had died in a car accident. Just like that, many things had changed overnight. One of the most obvious changes was that he had become Guan's sole guardian. He looked at the scratches on his brother's hand. Suddenly, the light came on. The younger brother woke up groggily. He said, "It's time to wake up, Guan." The boy named Guan said sleepily, "Brother, where are we going? If you're planning to take me to see the sunrise, I'd rather keep sleeping." At this moment, he said very seriously, "Listen to me, Guan." This statement startled the younger brother, who didn't understand what was happening. Jin said with a heavy face, "Now is not the time to relax or doze off. The world has fallen into chaos." Guan looked at him and asked curiously, "Didn't you say we were going to the New Year's festival? What exactly is going on?" Jin turned his head, his face full of mystery. "Follow me first. I'll tell you on the way." The two walked down the street. The younger brother kept evaluating him, wondering in his heart what exactly had made him become so serious. He didn't know what had happened. Jin reminded him, his voice low and gentle, "Be good. You don't know the current global situation." The boy looked at him with a worried face and asked, "What's wrong, brother? You're scaring me. Did something happen while I was asleep?" He pointed to his brother's phone and said, "Look at the search rankings." The younger brother picked up the phone, unable to believe the content displayed on the screen. "What does this mean? An angel suddenly appeared and kidnapped everyone to another world?" The serious man said, "To be precise, it's their souls that have disappeared." The boy's eyes widened in surprise, and he stammered, "No way. Even you, brother?" He quickly interrupted, "That's right. Not until I hunted enough of those monsters called goblins could I return alive." The boy jumped, his face pale, and cried out, "What? Is that true? Are you hurt anywhere?" He looked at him firmly and said, "Don't worry about me." The boy, with a terrified face and a voice full of concern, said, "How can I not worry about you?" He thought of the way their parents had suddenly left. "You're my only family left. I only have you, brother." The younger brother was still crying but tried to hold it back, repeating his brother's words. "I know, of course. To fill the void our parents left, you need a very strong psychological foundation. But having a strong mind and killing 100 monsters are two completely different things." The younger brother thought to himself, "Brother surely has his weak sides too." He laughed softly, looking at the boy, and said, "I know what you're thinking." The younger brother's eyes widened in surprise, looking at him in confusion. The man turned his head and continued, "They have a stat system just like in a game. So my physical skills aren't actually that important. You don't need to worry." The younger brother said again, "If that's the case, but..." He interrupted him, "If you see me later, you definitely won't have that thought anymore." The boy asked doubtfully, "What do you mean?" The man laughed and said, "If you want to know, follow me." At this moment, Guan stopped and said seriously, "I'm not going. Unless you tell me where we're going, I won't take another step." The younger brother pleaded anxiously, "So please tell me." He just stared at his brother's injured hand, his gaze dropping, his voice deepening. "Tegu Gong. We're going to the Tegu gang's hideout, where that thug who's been bullying you is." He calmly looked at his brother and asked, "Is the Tegu gang threatening you?" Guan was very shocked. "Brother, how did you know?" Guan said in surprise, "Already know everything." He just said, "Why did you think I wouldn't know?" At this moment, Guan lowered his head, thinking, I didn't want him to see these things. He's already lived such a hard life. At this moment, Jin thought to himself, "Guan, I'm sorry. Actually, I didn't know before." It wasn't until a few hours after returning from the first round that I learned the truth. At that time, he was sleeping. His brother said, "Brother, I'm going out for a bit." That day, after his brother went out, his phone suddenly rang. He muttered, "So noisy." "Hello." The voice on the other end said, "Hello. Is this the guardian of student Guan?" Then it continued, Please come to the hospital immediately. At that moment, he rushed to the hospital, his heart burning with anxiety. His brother had lost his sight because of the beating from the Tegu gang. It was all because of his own stupidity and weakness that he couldn't protect his brother well. I am sorry. I am truly sorry. At this moment, he looked at his brother, vowing in his heart that he would absolutely not let anyone bully him again. Absolutely not. In a certain room, a foot was stepping on someone. That teenager let out a piercing scream. The man in front of him said, "Do you guys want to die? I told each of you to bring 200,000 won." The one in front collapsed on the ground, his whole body trembling in ultimate pain. The man continued, "Not answering? Daring to ignore me?" He was furious, repeatedly stomping on the head of the person beneath his feet. The three accomplices beside him just mocked and talked. "The Tega gang is something else, all right. Yeah, he's ruthless even to his own lackeys. I heard even the seniors from other schools don't want to mess with him. No matter what happens, I wouldn't want to face him." Tegu roared in anger. "I was planning to buy a car. Today, you useless pieces of trash ruined everything." One of the lackeys asked, "Hey, do you guys know where to get some money?" The lackey asked back nervously, "A place to get money?" Tegu ordered, "Think fast." This made the lackeys extremely anxious and afraid. Then, one of them cried out, "Tegu, don't you have a guy who always runs errands?" That tall one with short hair. "Why not call him?" Tegu gave a vile smile. "You mean that Guan kid? I was just about to look for him. Today is the perfect time to give him a beating to celebrate the new year." His accomplices also joined in with vile laughter. "Then we can squeeze some money out of him." "Yeah, sounds good." At this moment, Tegu said, "Hey, that guy actually doesn't have a home." The accomplices were very surprised. "What? Why is that?" Tegu continued, "He can't cough up any money. Even if I kill him, his family is dirt poor." The accomplices lost interest. They said, "Really? That's boring then." Tegu continued, "Besides, the guy doesn't have any relatives. He only lives with his older brother." Right at that moment, the accomplices wondered, "What's wrong, Tegu? Why did you stop talking? Is something up?" It turned out that appearing before Tegu were Juan and his younger brother, Guan. Tegu saw them, gave a cold laugh, and said, "What's this? Why are you here? Isn't this Guan? Damn, you gave me a start." Tegu laughed and said, "Speak of the devil, and he appears." "No, you're not the devil. You're just a dog." Tegu roared in anger, "Guan, you mongrel." Guan was trembling with fear. What's happening?" Tegu thought angrily. "Who is this guy? His gaze, it makes people uncomfortable." Tegu shouted, "Hey, who's that dog standing next to you? Were you lonely, so you brought another errand boy along?" Guan answered fearfully, "He is." Jun interrupted, "I'm Guan's older brother." Tegu burst out laughing. "Look at this guy. Didn't I tell you to keep your mouth shut? Now you dare to talk back? Ah, you're dead meat today. Your brother too." Tegu signaled to his lackeys. Two of them rolled up their sleeves and said, "The sun must have risen in the west. An errand boy dares to resist Tegu. Is your brother good at fighting?" One of them stepped up to mock him. "You want to run?" As a result, Juan delivered a thunderous punch. The guy tumbled to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. The others, who were looking fierce just a moment ago, were all stunned. Another accomplice shouted in rage, "You mongrel!" He lunged forward, but he couldn't land a hit on Juan. Juan struck back with a backhand, making him cough up blood. His whole body flew back and slammed onto the ground. Seeing their comrade injured, the others lunged together in rage. "You brat, how dare you!" They all pounced at once. But Jiwen took them down easily. Several guys lay in a heap on the ground, trembling. Tegu looked at the scene before him. He thought, "This trash seems to have learned some moves somewhere. But do you think you can fight me with just that bit of skill?" Tegu stepped forward and said, "So, you're Guon's brother. It seems you think learning a few tricks makes you something great, huh? But haven't you learned about the importance of size in boxing?" Jiwen just gave a cold laugh. "Don't you watch the news?" Tegu asked, "What news?" Jiwen just smirked and said nothing. This made Tegu even angrier. "What news? You mongrel!" Immediately after, he swung his fist to attack. Jiwen dodged easily. He threw several punches in a row. But Jiwen was agile and avoided them all. He said irritably, "Slippery as an eel. You bastard." Not a single one of his punches landed. Tegu began to feel uneasy, sensing something was wrong. "Why can't I hit him?" At this moment, Jiwen calmly said, "If you watch the news, you absolutely wouldn't dare resist a player like me." Then he used his full strength. He landed a powerful punch right on Tegu's face. This punch was extremely strong, directly knocking Tegu to the ground. After being hit, Tegu roared in anger, then swung his arm to counterattack. His mouth was full of curses. "You bastard." But that punch only hit the air. He looked around in shock. Where did he go? He can't be that fast. Jiwen immediately landed another punch on Tegu's face. Tegu clutched his face and said tremblingly, "You dare hit me?" As he covered his mouth, his teeth suddenly fell out. This made him even more crazed. He screamed insanely, "I'm going to kill you." Saying that, he lunged at Juan again, swinging his fists. But Juan dodged nimbly. Without wasting any effort, he then seized an opening, locked Tegu's arm, and struck him hard in the face. Tegu had no strength left to fight back, only able to howl in pain. His face was swollen as if he'd been stung by hornets. He cursed, "Damn it, are you only aiming for the face?" He thought that if he could just hit Guin once, he'd show him. But when he looked at Guin, the other was looking at him with a provocative face. Tegu charged in rage. "Just one hit, please. Just let me land one hit." But Guin didn't care at all. He delivered a powerful kick to Tegu's face, sending him flying into the wall before he crashed to the ground. Saliva and blood continuously flowed from Tegu's mouth. His whole body trembled. Jian looked at him and asked, "Tegu gang, does it hurt?" Jian thought to himself, "No matter how many times I reincarnate, I will never forget this feeling. To not repeat that hell, I must act." He moved toward Tegu. Tegu screamed in fear, "Don't come over here. Stop it." He raised his hands to avoid him, but Jian gently grabbed his hand, looking at him with a kind gaze and a smile. He held his hand and said, "This is why you shouldn't touch my brother." Tegu didn't understand a thing, but immediately after, his arm was snapped. He let out an agonizing scream. He used his other hand to clutch the broken arm, but Juin quickly grabbed that hand too and proceeded to snap it. Tegu's eyes were bloodshot. Agonizing screams echoed all around. His accomplices heard the screams and fled in terror, crying and shouting, "Run for your lives." The younger brother, Guan, stood to the side. Hearing Tegu's agonizing cries, he also turned his face away in fear. Jian said, "Tegu gang, if you ever dare touch my brother again, you know the consequences, right?" Tegu whimpered, his face distorted. I know. I'll never dare again." Jian flashed a handsome smile. "That's more like it. But to prevent you from doing it again, I still have to give you a lesson you'll never forget." After saying that, he grabbed Tegu's hand and snapped it once more. "No, please." Immediately after, a desperate, agonizing scream echoed through the abandoned building. Walking away from there, Guan felt completely stunned. He asked, "Brother, how did you become so powerful? When did you learn a fight like that?" Jin just smiled and said, "Don't you recognize it? Players can use their skills in real life too." Guan asked, "How is that possible?" Right then, Jin reached out his hand and said, "Like this." Suddenly, a dagger appeared in his hand out of thin air. Guan was shocked. Did that dagger just appear from nowhere? Juan replied, "Pretty cool, right? When you get a skill, you'll be able to summon weapons like this too." Guan's eyes widened in amazement. "Was that why you were moving so fast earlier? That guy couldn't even land a single hit on you." Guan nodded. "Exactly. My agility stat is 11. Guan continued to ask, "You mean your stats from the game?" Jian replied, "A normal person has about 3 points. An athlete might reach 10 in agility." Guan was incredibly curious, following behind him and asking, "So what happens if you level up?" Jian looked at his brother and thought, "Asterisk, how should I know? I haven't reached that point yet. Asterisk." But he thought to himself, "Asterisk, I have to lie. I can't reveal my identity as a regressor." Asterisk, he remembered the 11th regression, when Guan was kidnapped by another player. Even though he had gotten his revenge, he still felt the sorrow of that memory. He didn't want his brother to fall into that situation ever again. In the battles to come, he had to protect Guan properly. At that moment, he looked at his brother and asked, "Want to go eat? You're hungry, aren't you?" Guan looked at him shyly and replied, "Yes." The two of them walked into a convenience store. Guan asked him, "Where are you going?" "Aren't we eating instant noodles here?" Guan replied, "Wait for me a moment." He walked over to the ATM to withdraw money, thinking, "This is all the savings I've managed to scrape together until now." It was a total of 133,201. He operated the machine, and Guan was surprised to see it. "Brother, are you withdrawing that much money?" Jian said, "I need to buy a few things." Then, he went to the food counter and said, "From now on, we're going to eat this." Guan looked at the pile of food and asked in shock, "We're eating these? Everything here is over 5,001. Jian coaxed him, "It's fine. You can eat whatever you want." He looked at his brother kindly. "It's the new year. Are you really planning to just eat instant noodles?" Guan said, "Well, when you put it that way, but this is so expensive, brother." Jian smiled. "It's okay. Just pick something." Guan was overjoyed, his cheeks flushing as he said, "Then let's have this. Beef stew with chili paste." The boy's mouth watered as he looked at the food. He said excitedly, "You should try some too, brother. This looks delicious." Jian looked at his brother and said, "It's been a while. Let's go to a restaurant. We'll have Hanu beef, the most expensive beef in South Korea." Hearing that, Guan gave an honest smile. "There's no need for that. This is more than enough for me." Jian looked at his brother and thought, "Asterisk, just wait a few more days. I'll let you eat so much meat you'll get sick of it." Asterisk. The fresh beef and sweet noodles were piled high on top of a bowl of hot rice. Guan took large bites. His face was full of happiness. This is so good. Juan looked at his brother and smiled. Eat up, Guan said gratefully. Thank you, brother. Where are you going now? Juan replied. Wait for me a moment. He left immediately after, and Guan followed him anxiously. Wait, you withdrew all that money. Are you planning to gamble? Guan smiled. You guessed right. Guan asked urgently. Wait, how many tickets did you buy? Jin answered, 20 tickets. Guan was very worried. You actually spent 100,000 won on lottery tickets? You don't even know the winning numbers. Jin didn't say anything. He just smiled calmly. Just wait and see. Guan looked at him with concern. What are you doing? Why did you pick the same set of numbers? Over and over again, Guan smiled and said it was because those were the winning numbers. At exactly 6 o'clock, the two brothers sat in their cramped room, staring at a phone. The screen showed the announcement for the 1049th lottery draw. Today's drawing is about to begin. Guan stared at the live broadcast, his face pale with fear. He said they were doomed and had wasted 100,000 won for nothing. On the screen, the host announced the star of the draw. Then, the music played. Ding, 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 ding. Guan was restless and anxious, staring intensely at the screen. He said, we could have bought so much good food with that money. Brother, why did you do this? Jigen remained calm and said, can you stop biting your nails? Right then, Guan went wild with joy. The host began reading the winning numbers. The first lucky number is 3. The second lucky number is 18. The third lucky number is 9. The fourth lucky number is 38. The fifth lucky number is... Then, she continued to read the full sequence. We will repeat the winning numbers for the 1049th draw. 3, 18, 9, 38, 21, and the bonus number is 5. They were all the exact numbers that Guan had bought and registered. Guan was beyond shocked. This is insane. We won the first prize. Guan was moved to tears and said, brother, pinch me. Jin calmly replied, do it yourself. Then he asked, brother, this isn't a dream, is it? Jin was very calm and asked back, do you want it to be a dream? Guan shook his head and said, of course not. Jin smiled and said, don't worry. It's not a dream. I told you it wouldn't be. Guan shouted with joy, whoa, we won the lottery. Jin reached out and made a gesture for him to be quiet. He lowered his voice and said, the neighbors will hear you. Hearing that, Guan became a bit more subdued. Jin smiled and asked, are you that happy? Guan replied, of course. Aren't you happy, brother? Jin said, naturally. He thought to himself, asterisk. The first time I won, I was screaming my head off too. I'm no different. Asterisk. The very first time he had won, he had hugged his brother and said, we won. We won. This isn't a dream. But now, after experiencing countless regressions, this had become quite ordinary to him. He had to make money quickly after every regression because over 900 million people had already died. Items traded between players in the future would become extremely valuable, and all of them had to be bought with money. Guan held the lottery ticket in his hand and said, I can't believe we actually won. I wonder how much the prize money will be. Juan calmly said, who knows? But in his heart, he knew this win was enough to shock the world. At ManhwaCapped Bank, he walked in. After winning so many times, he no longer felt nervous. He walked up calmly and said, I'm here to claim a prize. The teller said, I see. Congratulations, sir. The lottery counter employee was very surprised. Asterisk, he won? He looks just like a student. Asterisk. The employee asked, could you tell me where you purchased the ticket, sir? The teller said, the GS24 store, Gaho Station branch. At that moment, an office worker was startled. What? The GS24 Gaho branch. Have you heard the news? There are 115 winning tickets this time. What? As many as 115 tickets. A colleague said, yeah, it's crazy. But the craziest part is that hundreds of these tickets were all bought from the same place. The employee said in shock, don't tell me all those tickets were bought by the same person. The colleague replied, who cares? If someone says they bought multiple tickets at that branch, call the bank manager immediately. That's a VIP customer. While the teller was lost in thought, Guin's voice snapped him back to reality. He broke into a cold sweat and said tremblingly, I am so sorry. Could you please wait for a moment, sir? Guin said it was fine. A moment later, the bank manager walked over and said, thank you for your patience, sir. I'm the manager of ManhwaCapped Bank. Cho Jong-ho just calmly shook his hand and replied, I'm Jin. The manager said, so you're the winner. Congratulations. Jin simply replied, thank you. The manager looked slightly surprised and suggested, let's find a quieter place to talk. Please follow me. The manager then led him into a room and said, please, come in. As they entered, the secretary stood up and greeted them. Good morning, director. The female employee was incredibly nervous, thinking to herself, who is this person with the director? Is he his son? The director introduced him. This is a VIP customer here to claim a prize. Please serve him well and make sure he's comfortable. The employee was stunned. Wait, could he be the one who won with over 100 tickets? The director said, please, make yourself at home. Jayan replied, yes, thank you. The employee was very tense, telling herself to stay calm. She smiled and said, hello, congratulations. Please have a seat. Would you like something to drink? We have coffee, tea, fruit, and mixed juices. He calmly replied, I'm fine. Instead of that, I'd like to receive the prize money first. Regaining her composure, she said, of course. First, please allow me to verify the winning tickets, sir. He handed over a stack of winning tickets. As she took them, she was deeply shocked. It was truly unbelievable. He had bought the exact same set of numbers for every single ticket. Did he have the ability to see the future? After a moment, she said, I've finished the verification. They're all first prize winners. He asked, so, how much will I receive? The employee nervously replied, yes, sir. The total prize money comes to approximately 22.5 billion won. After taxes, the remaining amount is 15 billion won. After receiving the prize, everything moved very quickly. The first thing he did was find a new place to live and open a stock trading account that same night. Bitcoin was set to rise by about 500% next month, so he planned to invest in stocks after taking profits from Bitcoin. Today, he said to his younger brother, let's go see the new house. What do you think? Do you like it? Guan happily replied, of course I like it. It's so beautiful. Brother, I've never seen a house this big and beautiful before. I have to take a picture. He said, this is the best place we could move into immediately. The security here is also excellent. Guan said, but brother, why pay so much in rent? We should have just bought it outright. He replied, I don't have much cash left. I've already put over 1 billion won into Bitcoin. Guan was once again speechless with shock. He exclaimed, what? He calmly walked over, smiled, and said, I know what you're going to say, but I wouldn't do anything reckless. Understand? He hugged his brother and said, I can win the lottery again anytime. I just saw 4 numbers in a dream. Guan's eyes wavered. Oh my God. I've only heard rumors about people dreaming of winning numbers before. Guan grabbed his brother and began shaking him vigorously. Brother, you remember them all, right? You absolutely cannot forget. You have to remember them clearly. He was shaken until he was dizzy and said, I won't forget. He thought to himself, I've done this countless times. How could I forget? Then he said aloud, let's go have dinner. Get ready to go out. Guan asked, going out? Where are we eating, brother? He smiled and said, didn't I tell you? We're moving in today. Elsewhere, someone was furiously punching a wall. It was Young Min, and he was using a strength potion. He laughed excitedly. I knew dumping all my stat points into strength was the right move. Furthermore, he possessed the power of a random rune, which could double his physical strength. He continued to throw punches at the wall, thinking, my luck is really good, pulling a random rune like this. I bet even if that bastard saw this punch, he'd be jealous. That's enough testing. He laughed like a madman. Maybe I should go out and try some real combat. He went to Guin's old house and began pounding on the door. As he hammered away, he thought, that bastard definitely isn't dead yet. How dare he ignore my calls? That arrogant prick. Do you think I'll let you off after you dare to look at me like that? I'm going to kill you. He pounded the door even more frantically. Even if we're both players, trash is still trash. I have to teach you a lesson you'll never forget. When the door didn't open, he thought, that bastard is clearly hiding inside. Why won't he show himself? A crazy thought flashed through his mind. He pressed his ear to the door and said, Julian, looks like the bastard isn't home. Nothing I can do. I guess I'll head back. Then he placed his hand on the door to test it and thought bitterly, I'll smash this door down. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Hey, young man, what do you think you're doing in front of someone else's door? An old man stepped out, looked at him, and asked. Startled, he immediately snapped back. What's it to you? Are you the landlord or something? Why are you interfering? The old man said in surprise, Actually, I'm the landlord. He asked again, surprised what? The old man asked, So what are you doing here? Looking for a friend? He gave a faint smile. Oh, right. I'm looking for a friend, he lied. Could you help me open this door? I can't get in touch with him. If you could, would you mind opening it for me? The old man clicked his tongue and said, TSK. It looks like your friend has abandoned you. Stunned, he asked, What did you say? The old man continued, That room is currently empty. The student who lived there moved out today. He jumped in surprise. What? When did he move? Where did he go? The old man replied, He just moved out today. I'm not sure where he went. He was furious, clenching his fists until the veins popped. He thought, that bastard actually dared to run away without a word. Elsewhere, Guan looked up at the building in front of him and spoke. Wow, it's so tall. There's even a revolving door at the entrance. He had received the room key card, while his brother's face was full of wonder. They even used key cards to get in and out here. As he entered with his brother, they saw a man bow and say, Your identity has been verified. Guan was amazed. Wow, There's even security. The boy said happily. Brother, this place is incredible. He just smiled and said, let's go. They entered the apartment ahead. The interior was magnificent, so beautiful it looked like a cultural exhibition. Wow, how big is this place? He replied, about 330 square meters. Guan exclaimed in shock. 330 square meters? It's just the two of us. Isn't this a bit too wasteful? He said, we have plenty of money. We should at least live in a place of this scale. Guan asked in surprise, how much is the rent, brother? He replied, the deposit was 500 million won, and the monthly rent is 22 million won. Guan was completely shell-shocked. 22 million won a month? Just for rent? Only a few days ago, he was debating whether spending 5,000 won at a convenience store was too much. Guan asked, brother, this place is so expensive. Can't we change to somewhere a bit cheaper? He calmly replied, no, we need to spend at least this much. The more expensive it is, the higher the security. On the first day of every month, all players fall into a deep sleep. This is when players are at their weakest and most vulnerable. It's easy to be threatened by natural disasters like fires or earthquakes, and even by assassins hired by other players. That is why players must prepare themselves in the safest place possible before entering the other world. No matter how strong they are there, if they die in the real world, everything ends. He looked at his younger brother and asked, Guan, do you like this house? His brother immediately replied, it's beautiful, brother. But why are you asking? He replied happily, MHM, I'm glad you like it. But suddenly, his brother's expression turned sad. He spoke up, I'm sorry, brother. Surprised, he asked, what's wrong? His brother replied in confusion, next month, you have to go to another world to fight again. Yet here I am, enjoying everything as if nothing is happening. I'm so useless. I am sorry. Hearing that, he reached out and gave his brother a gentle pat. Why are you being so gloomy? He asked. Don't you believe I'll win the next round? His brother replied anxiously, well, about that. He laughed and said, stop overthinking it. Let's go get something to eat. I heard the Korean restaurant on the second floor is great. His brother obediently followed him. Just then his phone rang. He glanced at the screen and smirked. He knows I've moved. Don't mind him. He had no intention of seeing young men in the real world again. He tucked the phone into his pocket, thinking to himself, but who knows? We might run into each other in the other world. A few days after moving, he walked out with sleepy eyes and asked, where are you going? His brother replied, oh, you're awake. I ordered some rice cakes and was just about to go pick them up. Still half asleep, he mumbled, rice cakes? Rice cakes. I don't think this happened before. Of course, regressing to the past didn't guarantee everything would be exactly the same. But this seemed to be the first time his brother had gone out to buy rice cakes. Curiously, he asked, why did you buy rice cakes? His brother said, we just moved in. We should give some to the neighbors. Wouldn't that be more polite? He thought for a moment and said, being a good neighbor isn't a bad idea. That's my brother for you. His brother happily replied, right? I've prepared everything carefully. He excitedly continued, I'll go greet the neighbors. You should rest. And said, we should go together. Let me change first. Wait for me. The two brothers rang a doorbell, and someone came to answer, holding the rice cakes. The younger brother said, hello, ma'am. We just moved in next door and wanted to stop by and say hello. A woman stepped out. She looked at them and said, hello there. You two look so much alike. Are you brothers? The younger brother happily replied, yes, we are. We brought some rice cakes for you. They're best while they're still hot. The middle-aged woman took the rice cakes and said cheerfully, oh, thank you. Thank you both. I'll enjoy them. The younger brother bowed politely. Thank you, ma'am. See you later. The two brothers continued to the other apartments. We moved in a room 4,302 yesterday. Here are some rice cakes. We hope to get along well with everyone. Everyone accepted the rice cakes with smiles and thanks. Finally, a tired Guan said, brother, just one more house. Let's finish this one and be done. No complaining about being tired, Juin said with a smile. We'll go home and rest after this. You know, this floor is a corner unit. They bought out the entire 44th and 45th floors. His brother was surprised. So that means they're super rich, right? Juin said, I'm not entirely sure, but they're definitely wealthy or famous. When his brother rang the bell, no one answered. He said worriedly, maybe they're not home. Then, he rang the bell once more. Suddenly, Guan jumped. He looked back and said, that's the actress Seo Ah-jin. Appearing before them were the actress Seo Ah-jin and her bodyguard. They were walking toward the apartment. Seeing her, Guan said shyly, wow, she's so beautiful. She looks like an angel. Suddenly, the bodyguard raised his hand to stop them. Who are you? Fans, he asked. He replied casually, oh, we live on the floor below. The bodyguard asked in surprise, the floor below? Then he looked at the plate of rice cakes. And here I thought, who are you? Guan asked in surprise, would you like to try some rice cakes? The bodyguard shook his head and said, no thanks. Besides, she doesn't eat things like this. The bodyguard swiped the room card and said, go on in. Ah-jin softly replied, okay, and stepped inside. Go-on frowned and said, I don't know who he is, but he's so rude. He told him not to mind that jerk. It's fine. More importantly, did you see her? She's really beautiful, his brother said, his eyes still following her. He was a bit surprised. What? His brother replied. What do you mean? You saw her too. That was Co. Ajin. It's Co. Ajin. Jiwan asked. Who is Co. Ajin? She's all over the news. They're saying many actors from Get Entertainment have been paralyzed. Fans are devastated. The tragic deaths of so many famous actors have shocked the film industry. Investigations show only 58 stars survived. Co. Ajin Sigid. What is happening to this world? She worried. Suddenly, a message popped up. Co. Ajin. Have you heard the news? Gong Se Jin is gone. She replied sadly. Are you going to the funeral tomorrow? She replied, I have to. That senior took such good care of us. Her friend added, let's go together. She replied, okay. Co. Ajin thought to herself, I can't believe someone even more successful than me died in the very first round. She felt completely overwhelmed. If she hadn't received a good rune, her name might have been in the papers too. She broke into a cold sweat, feeling like she had aged years. She used to imagine articles being written about her, but not like this. Without the company's sponsorship, would I have made it this far? Even this corner unit was bought for her by the company. Just then, the bodyguard walked over. Co. Ajin, what are you thinking about? She said. Nothing. The bodyguard sat down beside her. It's okay. I told you. You can tell me anything. Co. Ajin Sigid. I'm just wondering why the world has become like this. How will I survive the next round? That's what I'm thinking about. The bodyguard said, don't worry about the next round. I'm here. What are you afraid of? He continued, you're worrying too much. Trust me. Get some rest. Then, Ajin looked at him with a bright smile. Of course. Who else can I trust? When the company first assigned him as her assistant and bodyguard, she had been resentful, feeling like they just wanted someone to watch her. But without him, she would have died in the first round. The man looked at Co. Ajin and said, I'll protect you no matter what. So don't give up. Ajin hoplid apidi. Emashem. Thank you so much. She mentioned what happened earlier. They brought me rice cakes. They must be the new neighbors. They look delicious. The bodyguard said, if you eat those, you'll just gain weight. Co. Ajin remarked. They went out of their way to come say hello. They must be disappointed. The bodyguard replied, ignore them. It's just a greeting. The bodyguard continued, they just want to use you. If you agree once, they'll keep bothering you. Co. Ajin thought back to the two men. They didn't look like bad people. Co. Ajin said, our neighbors look like they're over 15. They must have killed 100 goblins to survive, right? The bodyguard said, probably. Co. Ajin said, that's interesting. People who have been through such danger, yet they act like nothing happened. The bodyguard sighed. Do you think killing 100 goblins was that hard for them? Only a fool would lose. Co. Ajin said, I think it's because your skills in the other world are exceptional. But even so, you're not as powerful as that person. The one called Black Dog even made me feel a little sorry for those goblins. He must have a job in the real world. I wonder what he does for a living, Co. Ajin thought to herself. If she could cooperate with someone powerful, she might survive the second round. She worried constantly, thinking it over and over. Surviving before was just luck. Would she make it next time? Tuesday, January 31st, 11 o'clock in the morning. His younger brother was happily cleaning the house. You're back, he asked. I'm back, Jin replied. His brother asked, did you make any money this time? Jian said, yeah, not much this time, only about 15 billion won. Last time was 17 billion. His brother said, are you joking? Didn't the bank say anything? This is the fourth time you've won. Jin smiled and said, about that. The bank manager looked absolutely stunned. He asked, are you here again, you lucky guest? The manager had asked curiously, what's your secret? Joanne replied, I told you last time. I saw the signs in a dream. The manager sighed and said, that's impressive. I wish I could have dreams like that. Hearing this, his brother was in awe. I guess that's it then. Are you going to dump all the money into Bitcoin again? Gyn said, it's already grown to 150 billion won. His brother said, brother, should we withdraw it now? I'm afraid we'll lose everything. Gyn smiled and said, it's not time yet. Don't worry too much. I'll handle everything. They want to eat, enjoying their meal together. That evening, they even went out to have some fun. Tuesday, January 31st, 11:55 p.m. In the bedroom, his brother held his hand. Brother, you have to survive and come back, okay? His face was full of tension, but Jin only said, don't worry. You saw me beat the Tega gang, right? Go-on said, I know, but I'm still a little worried. Jin patted his brother's head and said, don't worry. Go to sleep. When you open your eyes, I'll be right there waking up with you. I'm going now. After that, he fell into a deep sleep, and his body once again appeared in another dimension. All the players appeared at the same time. Everyone was surprised. Are we back already? Right away? Really? We're here again? Where are we? Someone noticed This place doesn't look like the first round's location. That guy over there was the first place ranker in the last round. It's the black dog. Whispers broke out all around. Jun thought to himself, looking at how they're afraid to come near me, it seems most people recognize me. The crowd gossiped. Is he the one who slaughtered the goblins? The number one ranker? It looks like everyone is here. When will that thing appear? Just then, an angel suddenly appeared and spoke. Is everyone here? The crowd below was startled. Another angel? Yeah, that's right. Did something happen? Then the angel in front made an announcement. The angel in charge of the first round met with an accident and will no longer be appearing. Everyone began to worry. An accident? But the second angel quickly calmed them down. Don't panic. From now on, I will be your dedicated guide. Then she laughed maniacally. Since you're all here, I will directly announce the mission for the second round. Suddenly, every player received a mission window for round 2. The requirement: elect a regional representative within 3 hours. Someone asked curiously, a regional representative? What the hell is that? A chubby player said, I bet they'll ask us to kill more monsters. Another said, wait, look at the completion section on the board. Another person said in surprise, does this mean everyone can survive this time? The angel smiled and said, seeing your confused faces, let me explain. This time doesn't involve fighting. You just need to elect a representative. The angel explained with a fake kindness. The regional representative can use their power to command others. If they tell someone to give up, that person must give up. If they tell someone to die, that person will lose their life. Isn't that kind of power wonderful? The crowd below was thrown into a panic. The angel calmly continued. In 3 hours, everyone will receive a ballot. Just write the name of the person you want to choose as the regional representative. A young man curiously raised his hand. Is that all? Are there no other rules? The angel replied, that's right. Just by voting, you complete the mission and can go home. Consider it a rest period. Hearing this, everyone jumped for joy. We just have to vote. I am saved. I don't have to fight anymore. This is so much easier than the last round. The angel, still wearing her fake benevolent face, said, so, for the next 3 hours, please discuss who will become the regional representative. Remaining discussion time, 2 hours and 59 minutes. The countdown began. A girl said happily, can we really stay alive just by doing that? It's as easy as pie. Plus, the representative gets all that power. Yeomin suddenly cursed in anger. Damn it. I prepared for battle for nothing. His friend heard him and said, Yeomin, let it go. Surviving through a vote isn't a bad thing. Yeomin said, I put all my points into strength, and now I don't even get a chance to show it off. That's what pisses me off. Jin heard this and thought to himself, putting everything into strength, it seems the strength rune appeared this time too. You mean this Suruna? In this current situation, everything is exactly like my memories. He knew everything beforehand. They would argue over candidates for 3 hours, but that didn't matter. When a main mission appeared, there would be submissions. The submissions and hidden missions of the second round would help him level up and obtain a class. To do this, he needed to quickly reach level 10. He headed deep into the forest to find monsters. A goblin appeared in front of him. He calmly reached out his hand, beckoning it. Seeing someone appear, the goblin rushed at him with a face full of rage. Guin lunged forward with incredible speed. A single sword thrust hit the goblin, slicing it into pieces. The system notification rang out. You have defeated a monster. Current kill count, 1 out of 100. You have used a triple experience scroll. Experience points increased. Gold coins increased. Thanks to the effect of the Rune of Slaughter, all stats have increased by 1. Jin thought, going deep into the forest to hunt was definitely the right choice. Besides, if one goblin appeared, there's bound to be a whole pack nearby. He raised his great sword, ready for battle. His eyes scanned the surroundings, prepared to take down the next enemies at any moment. Soon, a pack of goblins hidden in the bushes began to approach him. Seeing their large numbers, he let out a satisfied smile. He stood his ground, great sword in hand. He cut down every goblin that came near. The system notifications rang out one after another, signaling his successful kills. His stats were rising like crazy. In the process of constant leveling, only 30 minutes had passed. He opened his status window to check. He found he had reached level 9. Such rapid progress made him feel quite satisfied. Initially, he planned to choose agility. He thought that if he wanted power like Yeomin, increasing strength would be more effective. But if he dumped all his points into strength, survival would be difficult. No matter how strong you are, if you can't dodge a fatal blow, you'll still be killed. Normal players have 4 main stats: strength, intelligence, agility, and luck. Strength increases physical damage and defense. Intelligence increases magic damage, willpower, and mental power. Agility increases attack speed, movement speed, and evasion rate. Luck increases critical hit rate, item drop rate, and gold earned. In his heart, he believed no stat could be ignored, especially for a Reaper. Since they use both physical and magic damage simultaneously, balancing all stats was ideal. While walking through the forest, he suddenly noticed a slight movement. He thought warily, "Is someone following me?" I was so focused on hunting, I didn't notice. "It seems I've been targeted." He decided to change direction and spoke up, "I don't know who you are, but if you don't state your purpose, you're going to lose your lives." From deep within the forest, a footstep emerged. He heard a voice ring out. "It's me." He thought to himself, "Is it the actress Seo Ah-jin? Why is she following me?" She approached him and apologized for following. A bodyguard stepped forward and said, "Sorry, we mean no harm. Please don't be angry." Only then did Jun remember. That man was on Sang-jun. And if it was on Sang-jun, wasn't he Ma Gong-suk's right-hand man? Ma Gong-suk was the eldest son of the country's largest conglomerate, a player nicknamed the Heavenly Demon, and also one of Guin's targets. Winning over Ma Gong-suk would bring him great benefits. But his real goal was to recruit the priest associated with him in the 20th round. He didn't expect to meet Ma Gong-suk's confidant so early. But why was on Sang-jun with Seo Ah-jin? Wait, could he be Seo Ah-jin's bodyguard? Recalling, he had heard rumors that Ma Gong-suk sponsored a star for business purposes. He asked, "How long have you been following me?" He thought, the future is changing in an unexpected direction. Seo Ah-jin spoke up, "Since you started. I saw you heading into the forest, so I followed. If that makes you uncomfortable." "I'm very sorry." Jin continued to ask, "Why follow me?" Sang-jun replied awkwardly, "We mean no harm. We just wanted to make a proposal." Jin pressed, "What proposal?" Seo Ah-jin smiled and said, "Well, you are currently at the top of the rankings, so we want to see if we could cooperate." At that moment, Jin scoffed and said, "Cooperate? Isn't that a word used only when both sides need each other?" Sang-yun replied tremulously, "His." Jin said, "But what do I need from you? I can fight alone. Stop wasting my time. Go back." He turned around and said, "I have no intention of forming a team with you two." As he went deeper into the forest, the bodyguard said angrily, "What's wrong with that bastard? Just how big is his ego?" Suddenly, Seo Ah-jin collapsed to the ground, making the bodyguard very worried. "Miss Seo Ah-jin, what's wrong?" Seo Ah-jin panted and said, "He didn't get the top spot by accident. The pressure he gives off is too intense." The bodyguard was curious. "What pressure?" He just stood there and pointed a sword at you. "It's normal to feel scared." Then Sang-jun said in confusion, "I wanted to team up with the top player, but things didn't go as planned." The bodyguard sighed. "I told you. People like him are too arrogant. They don't need allies." Seo Ah-jin said, "Yeah, it's a shame." The bodyguard continued, "No need to waste time with someone like that." Seo Ah-jin said, "But I didn't expect these monsters to be in the forest. Let's spend the remaining time hunting too." The bodyguard, on Sang-jun, replied, "Good idea." Seo Ah-jin smiled at PD. "Let's go, Mr. Bodyguard." The two had no idea that deep in the forest, behind the thick foliage, something else was also lurking. Deep in the forest, a goblin was looking around in a panic. Suddenly, Jin lunged forward, thinking, "I'm already up to my neck in work. What's this talk about cooperation? There's no need to even think about it." Then he finished off the goblin. "The priority right now is leveling up. Acting alone will help experience points increase faster." Currently, his kill count was 60 out of 100. All stats increased by 60. Higher level goblins saw him and rushed forward. Jin said in surprise, "5 of them. Then come at me all at once." My luck isn't bad." Ferocious wolf monsters, also carrying powerful weapons, rushed toward him simultaneously. His movements were extremely agile. He lunged straight into the pack of wolves. The speed of his sword swings was so fast the blade was invisible. A second later, he defeated the entire pack of goblins. His current kill count reached 65. His stats increased, and he finally reached level 10. He smiled arrogantly. The system announced he had met the requirements for a class change. Now he could use the shop function and had a hidden mission. He calculated in his head. Finally, he leveled up. The hidden mission of the second round was to level up before the voting time, obtain the class change item, and receive a class, while also being given a discount coupon. Anyone seeing the submission for the first time would be confused. The people gathered in the middle of the plain suddenly saw the status window appear before them. They asked curiously, "A class change item? Isn't leveling up enough?" Another asked, "Where is it?" "It doesn't tell us what the classes are." Everyone knew getting a class was a good thing, but the problem was no one knew how to get the class change item. Warriors needed to raise their strength stat to at least level 10 and kill 30 monsters during that time to receive the class change item. Others were also forced to conduct a bloody hunt within the allotted time. Assassins needed to successfully assassinate monsters. In other words, each person had to complete activities related to a class to get their own class change item. Initially, Gyn had received the Hunter class by constantly hunting and hiding in the forest, but after learning about the Death Scythe class, he chose it directly. He held the item in front of him and commanded, "Use." The system announced he had used the class change item. Class 1. Once chosen, it cannot be changed. Please choose carefully. Do you want to change your class to Death Scythe? He didn't hesitate to press confirm. The system announced, you have changed your class to Death Scythe. Your class change reward is the Death Scythe rune. When used during the day, weapon attack power doubles. When used at night, attack speed increases by 50. The received rune was automatically engraved onto the player's body. The system announced, your class change reward is the Death Scythe. At this, he felt much more relieved. He now possessed both the rune and the weapon. The system displayed, by completing the submission, you receive a 50% discount coupon for daily items. Your rank has risen from novice to apprentice. His level increased accordingly. His current status window showed level 10. Players are divided into 6 ranks: Grandmaster, Master, Expert, Normal, Apprentice, and Novice. Just like other games, as the rank increases, rewards become greater and new skills are acquired. The system continued. You have learned the Death's Scythe class skill, Mark of Death. The Mark of Death skill is also known as Purple Radiance. Its effect is that the target will take an additional 100 damage, and this effect only works on a single target. He was quite surprised. He didn't expect to be able to equip a higher grade item. It was a rare grade Death Scythe. Its stats were all excellent. If he didn't change classes, he would remain a novice forever, so it was best to change as early as possible. The system continued. You are recognized as the first player to change classes. The reward is a random bag of gold coins. He stood there calmly, having known this would happen. The first person to change classes would learn something called a neutral skill. That was tracking, which could detect the target's location. He smiled with satisfaction. With his skill, even if it cost 20,000 gold, he had to try it. He clicked to track Youngmin. The system announced, name and appearance match. Tracking target location. The location of player Youngmin has been identified. 190 meters from the target. Please follow the arrow in front of you to track the target. He said in surprise. 190 meters? This means he's also deep in the forest. He thought for a moment. Just a moment ago, he was 2 kilometers away, and now he was only 190 meters. A thought flashed through his mind. Should he continue tracking him? Elsewhere, the bodyguard on Sangjun and Co. Ajin were walking, exhausted. Then Co. Ajin collapsed. She said in pain and trembling, I can't run anymore. My legs are about to break. On Sangjun sighed and replied, we have to keep going. If they catch us, it'll be bad. Sangyun said sadly, I'm sorry. The place where I was hit by the arrow hurts so much. On Sangjun gently encouraged her. This is just a theory, but they say that even if you're injured in this world, your body in reality will be fine. As long as you can survive and leave this place, you'll return home safely. At this, Co. Ajin became more determined. I understand. I'll try to endure the pain. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. What do you think you're going with an injury like that? On Sangjun and Co. Ajin turned their heads in terror. They saw a group of people coming from Youngmin's direction. He said, it seems the sin of suffering isn't enough yet, right? At this, On Sangjun gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. This girl's slow pace let them catch up. We're all about to be caught. Is fighting the only way now? Having said that, he swung out a large blade. This made Yeomin feel surprised. Oh, what's this? He laughed loudly. You want to fight us, old man? Tisk tisk. At this, Yeomin's friends and several others raised their weapons together. Open your eyes and look clearly. See how many brothers I've brought with me. You still want to fight? On Sangjun said angrily. Why are you doing this? What did we ever do to you? At this, Yeomin thought for a moment and replied. You didn't do anything, of course. And Sangyun was furious. Then why attack us suddenly? Yeomin then said, we just want one thing. And Sangyun was surprised. What thing? Yeomin smiled and said, the girl with you. I want her. Co. Ajin was absolutely stunned. Yeomin said, man to man, I don't care about you. What we want is Co. Ajin. At that moment, a bald guy among the group spoke up. Is that red cat really Co. Ajin? The person next to him replied, can't you tell? One look at her face and you'll know. This is definitely Co. Ajin. The guy holding a bow behind them said, or maybe someone is intentionally mimicking her appearance to look like her. They burst out laughing lewdly. Am I right? Yeomin said, if you're willing to leave Co. Ajin behind, I'll let you go. What do you say, old man? On Sangjun thought for a moment. If the target was Co. Ajin, they should have said so from the start. If that were the case, he would have dumped her here long ago. The bodyguard looked at her and thought, I'm not planning to lose my life for this girl. But there's a problem. If I can't protect Co. Ajin, director Ma Gong-suk will be disappointed in me. At this, he didn't say a word and took a fighting stance. Seeing this, Yeomin asked, huh? What's with just standing there? You want to fight? On Sangjun said coldly, do you know what you're doing? This is a crime. Do you understand? Yeomin scoffed, unconcerned. A crime? He continued. You're funny, old man. There's no law here. What law are you talking about? Are you planning to wait until we get back to the real world to call the police? Youngmin casually continued to provoke him. Try if you're so brave. Then he gave a mean smile. But do you have any proof? This face of mine might not even be my real face in the real world. The bodyguard was furious. He thought, he's right. It makes my blood boil. It seems words alone won't make them back down. I'll have to risk this broken body and fight them. Suddenly, a dark shadow stepped forward. The bodyguard on Sang-jun said in shock, "You're the player Black Dog." Jin leaned against a tree, observing everything. Yeomin thought angrily, what? Since when was this guy here? Jin stepped forward and asked, "What are you two doing here?" Yeomin looked at him and smiled. "Brother, can't you just mind your own business?" Jiyin replied, "When I ask someone a question, they answer. What exactly happened here?" At that moment, Sang-jun shouted, "The goal of these people is CO Ajin, so they ambushed us. Black Dog, if you can help us, I will never forget your kindness." Being exposed made Yeomin feel very uncomfortable, and he clicked his tongue. Jiyin asked, "Is he telling the truth?" Yeomin waved his hand and said, "So what if it's true? This has nothing to do with you." Jin said angrily, "What do you mean? I know these people." Then his body suddenly transformed. His whole body emitted a red light filled with killing intent. At this, Yeomin was a bit frightened. "What do you want to do?" Jin stood there, manifesting a giant death scythe, and said, "I won't let them get hurt." Seeing this, Yeomin asked tensely, "What did you say?" The giant red death scythe that Black Dog manifested surrounded his body. As if death itself was descending, he said, "I can't stand by and watch them get hurt." Hearing these words, Yeomin was furious to the extreme, while Ajin said happily, "Black Dog, thank you." Jin thought to himself, although it might be a bit troublesome, doing this also benefits me. If I help, Ma Gong-suk will have a good impression of me. If a conglomerate like that owes me a favor, the rewards will increase greatly, and I'll receive a handsome return. Furthermore, I don't like Yeomin's bastard crew anyway. Yeomin gritted his teeth and said, "You bastard, what are you doing? Get lost. Come any closer, and I'll kill you." Black Dog looked at him. His expression was very calm as he asked, "What's wrong?" Then he gave an extremely terrifying smile. "Don't want to fight me anymore?" Yeomin was terrified in his heart. He thought, "What the hell are you talking about? You tore those goblins apart in the blink of an eye. You were ranked first last time. If it were me, who would want to fight a monster like that?" At this, Black Dog lowered the death scythe, making them feel a wave of fear. He said, "If you don't want to fight, just say it." Yeomin asked, "If I tell the truth, will you let me go?" Black Dog said, "I'll consider it." Then he gave a cold smile. "As long as you get on your knees and beg for your life." At this, Yeomin thought, "You're going to make me humiliate myself in front of my friends and Ajin." Yeomin felt that if possible, he didn't want to fight, but the other's words had completely provoked him. He let out a laugh, and a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. "Wait, haven't I become strong enough to punch through a wall with my bare hands? If I'm lucky, maybe I only need one punch to take him down." Thinking of this, he laughed again, suddenly becoming extremely arrogant. "You've gone too far, you bastard." Then he cracked his knuckles, acting like he was preparing to fight. Rotating his shoulders, he said, "What do you want to do to me? Kneel and beg. Do you want to die?" Yeomin thought, "That's right. I'll just walk up and punch him right in the face." He thought Guin would definitely be hit. There was absolutely no way to survive that punch. How could a normal person withstand a punch that could pierce a wall? Suddenly, Jun retracted the death scythe. Yeomin said in surprise, What are you doing?" "You're throwing your weapon aside." Guin smiled and said, "If you're fighting me barehanded and I have a weapon, that would be a bit unfair, wouldn't it? Winning too easily takes the fun out of it." These words made Yeomin extremely angry. He gritted his teeth, veins popping out. "This bastard, keep laughing." The next second, Jun suddenly rushed toward him at a dizzying speed, catching him off guard. Yeomin thought angrily, "This idiot." He threw his weapon away and still dares to show his face. Then he swung his fist, preparing to land a fatal blow, screaming "Die" in his heart. But the punch hit thin air. Jiyin had dodged the punch. Immediately after, he landed a kick to Yeomin's stomach, sending him flying over 10 meters away. Yeomin fell to the ground in pain, trembling and cursing, "You bastard." He suddenly looked up. He saw Jiyin say, "Stop cursing like that." Then Jiyin stepped forward and added another kick. "It's polluting my ears." Yeomin lay trembling on the ground, unable to stand up, clutching his face in pain. Jiyin grabbed him by the collar and repeatedly landed heavy punches on his face. Yeomin, taking the beating, thought, "This doesn't feel like a fist. It feels like being hit in the face with an iron hammer." In extreme pain, he thought, "Is this bastard as strong as me? He clearly doesn't have a strength rune like I do. Why is he so strong?" Jiyin threw the final punch, powerfully taking down his opponent and leaving him completely collapsed on the ground. His companions called out to Yeomin in worry. One of them shouted, "Shoot that bastard." and raised his bow. Ajin saw this and was extremely worried, shouting in panic, "Black Dog, get out of the way!" Without hesitation, he easily dodged. Yeongmin's friend said angrily, "Damn it, D." Then he continuously shot arrows at him. Jiwan moved with extreme agility. No matter how many arrows the opponent fired, he could dodge them all and close the distance. He said, "It seems your ability to hunt monsters and get that bow was entirely due to luck." This made his opponent feel utterly terrified. Then he smiled coldly and said, "Unfortunately." His hand suddenly manifested the death scythe. "Now you've run into me." He quickly swung the scythe, slicing through the archer's arm. The man's arm was severed at the root. He screamed, "My arm! It hurts so much." His companions could only stand aside and curse. "You think you can offend us and leave peacefully?" Two of them also raised their weapons, preparing to fight. The bald guy said angrily, "Charge!" "You bastard!" Jian replied with a cold laugh. "What do you think? You're looking for death." Then he summoned a mark, and a purple radiance appeared. He gripped the death scythe and swept it forward, repeatedly slashing at the bald man, making him scream in pain as he collapsed to the ground. The remaining man looked forward, trembling. He said his legs. Before he could finish, Jian had rushed in front of him in an instant. "You've got guts, using a weapon to attack me." Then, he sliced off the arm that was holding the man's weapon. Jin thought, "Purple radiance is indeed extraordinary. With the double damage effect, a single blow can take a life." Yeongmin's companions lay on the ground, bleeding profusely and screaming piteously. Jian felt this was too easy, but he couldn't just end it like that. He had to make these people feel an ultimate, unforgettable fear. He held the death scythe and walked toward one of them. He wanted to make sure they never dared to come near him again. The bald man pleaded in fear, "Please stop. I'm going to die." They trembled, crying and screaming, "Please, spare me." He smirked and said, "Stop talking nonsense. You won't die from vomiting just this much blood." Then he brandished the death scythe, scaring them so much their skin crawled. He let out a breath. These guys are dealt with. Next is, he looked forward and said, "Hiding is useless." Behind the tree was Yeongmin, taking cover. Jian said, "No exceptions." Then he threw the death scythe straight at the tree where Yeongmin was hiding. Yeongmin let out a piteous scream. One of his arms had been cut off. Jian said, "Don't cry like a baby." But in his heart, he thought, "This is nothing compared to the suffering Yeongmin caused me in the real world." He continued to use the scythe to slash at Yeongmin repeatedly. Yeongmin was terrified, watching his opponent mercilessly cut off both of his arms. Although they had completely lost the will to fight, to some, this scene looked extremely cruel. However, On Sang-jun liked such cold-blooded handling. Jin still didn't let Yeongmin go, but stabbed him hard in the thigh. On Sang-jun thought, "This is the black dog, the one who dared to oppose the chairman." At this, Yuvin turned and asked the other two, "Are you okay?" He looked at On Sang-jun and said, "Calm down." The two replied, "Luckily you were here." Jin said, "You don't have to worry about them anymore." He glanced over the scene and continued, "They're completely crippled. We'd better prepare for the vote." Ajin bowed and said, "Thank you so much for saving us." On Sang-jun also bowed in gratitude. At this, Ajin asked, "Even so, are we just going to leave them to fend for themselves?" He replied, "So what? They're worse than animals." Hearing this answer, Ajin was so shocked she was speechless. Black Dog thought, "She's too weak." He looked at her, wondering why she cared about the lives of these bastards. Acting like a saint, maybe because she's a celebrity and has to maintain her image. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Oh, hey, Black Dog." On Sang-jun asked, "Can I ask you a question?" "I hope I'm not bothering you." Black Dog asked, "What is it?" On Sang-jun asked, "Why did you spare them? In this world, even if you killed them, it wouldn't be a big deal." Hearing this, Yeongmin's group was scared to death. He just smiled and said, "The reason? It's simple. There's no profit in killing them." He thought, as expected of Ma Gong-suk's right-hand man, "En Sang-yun placed curiously in au profit, but if you keep them, they might cause trouble later." Jiwan smiled and said, "Trouble? What kind of trouble could they possibly cause?" Then he turned his head and said, "Besides, reducing the population isn't good, because if the number of people who pass the stage decreases, the rewards will also be reduced. So that's it." En Sang-yun suddenly understood. He thought, just as he said, if the number of survivors decreases, the survival space for those left will also be affected. He even considered those aspects. His understanding of the game is indeed extraordinary, truly admirable. On Sang-jun sighed and said, "I understand. We won't worry about this trash anymore." "Thank you." Black Dog said, "Then I'm going." On Sang-jun called after him, "Wait a moment, Black Dog. If you could give me your bank account number after returning to the real world, I will reward you with a large sum of money." Black Dog replied, "No need." Sang-jun thought, he helps people but doesn't want anything in return? I must report this to the chairman immediately. At that moment, A piteous scream of pain suddenly rang out nearby, making on Sang-jun jump. Although he really wanted to kill them, he had to hold back, because, just as Black Dog said, killing them brought no benefit. At this, on Sang-jun spat toward the guy named Youngmin and cursed, "You bastards." Then he said, "Let's go." The actress Seo Ah-jin followed behind and replied, "Got it." On the field, a voice echoed clearly, "Please give all your votes to me. Please vote for me. If everyone chooses me as the regional representative, I will definitely do my best to fulfill the responsibility." Another person countered. Compared to him, two men in front shouted angrily, "Just based on you? You fat pig," grabbing each other's collars to fight for votes. The other replied, "What did you say? What did you dare call me?" At this, a new group of people advised, "You two, stop clashing. Even if we team up, we're still too weak. What's the use of fighting?" A passerby joined in. "That's right. Oh my God." A woman spoke up. "Someone so impulsive doesn't deserve to be the representative. Let me do it." A hand was raised, saying, "Wait, my father is a member of the National Assembly. Wouldn't I be more suitable as a representative?" A fat guy confidently nominated himself. Others were skeptical. "Huh? Your dad is an assemblyman? Who would believe that?" Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Everyone, please don't worry." The crowd's attention all turned toward the voice. The speaker was a teenager with mint chocolate-colored hair. He said, "There are only 2 hours left until the voting ends. We shouldn't waste time like this. We must vote quickly. Stop arguing." Another person looked at him and asked, "Then how do we decide who to vote for? Do you have any good suggestions?" The mint chocolate teenager continued, "There's a very good way." The crowd gossiped. "Really? What is it?" The mint-haired teenager said, "Everyone, be quiet for a moment." Then he gave a slight smile, thinking, "These people are indeed obediently listening to me. As expected, they've fallen for my persuasion rune again." The mint chocolate teenager thought triumphantly. Initially, when he received this persuasion rune from a random rune fragment, he was actually quite disappointed. He had thought, "What the hell is this? What can I use it for? To persuade others? How can this work on monsters that can't communicate?" But he quickly found a proper way to use it. At this, he saw a man constantly slashing at a monster to stop it from moving. The mint chocolate boy suddenly activated his rune and said, "Everyone, that girl over there is in danger. Forget those small monsters and go save her." The people immediately stopped what they were doing and ran to help, shouting, "We're coming. Save her first." The mint chocolate boy kept repeating this trick, snatching away monsters that were near death. He easily killed 100 of them. If he stayed lucky, he might even become a regional representative later. He smiled and activated his persuasion rune once more, addressing the crowd. "We should select the candidates first and narrow the list down to about 5 people. That will make the voting much easier." A woman replied, "That's a good idea." Another passerby agreed, "He's right. Just nominating ourselves over and over isn't getting us anywhere." At that moment, the mint chocolate boy raised his hand and suggested, "Then let's narrow down the candidates first. If you want to nominate someone, please raise your hand and point them out." A fat man excitedly raised his hand, but the mint chocolate boy said, "Of course you cannot nominate yourself. Otherwise, we'll just end up back at square one." The fat man immediately lost interest and let out a long sigh. The crowd murmured in agreement. He's right. Left with no other choice, the mint chocolate boy thought to himself, "Persuading these inferior creatures is far too easy." "Ha!" the people thought. "But who should I nominate? I don't know anyone here besides myself, and I don't want to see anyone else become the representative," the boy thought. As expected, the crowd fell silent. At a time like this, only those who had performed exceptionally well would be nominated. A hand went up. "I want to nominate the mint chocolate boy as our representative." The boy smirked inwardly. "Exactly as I planned." Another person spoke up. "After all, the representative should be someone rational with leadership skills." The mint chocolate boy feigned surprise. "Me?" But inside, he was overjoyed. Someone else added, "That's right. You're controlling the situation very well right now. Don't you agree?" The boy thought to himself, "Another idiot." He looked at the crowd and said, "Thank you all for thinking so highly of me. Is there anyone else?" Suddenly, a hand went up. "I want to nominate Black Dog." The mint chocolate boy was annoyed, but he knew it made sense. After all, how could the person who ranked first in the previous round not be nominated? Another person raised their hand and said, "I nominate the second-place ranker, Life is a Movie. And I nominate the third-place ranker, Black Dragon in Hand." The mint chocolate boy said, "So we have 4 candidates now. We're missing one. Does anyone else want to raise their hand?" He then clapped his hands and said, "Let's settle on these 4 then. Before we vote, could each candidate give a short speech?" "I'll go first," he thought. "Persuading these pathetic worms is as easy as pie." He continued, "If I become the regional representative, I will." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "That's enough nonsense." He turned his head, in surprise, toward the source of the voice. The person speaking as he slowly approached was Life is a Movie. The The second-ranked player, Cho Jong-sik, said angrily, I don't want to hear another word of that garbage coming out of your mouth. The mint chocolate boy asked, what do you think you're doing? Cho Jong-sik spoke up, hey, mint chocolate kid, do you think this world is that simple? Do you really think people are going to believe every piece of trash that comes out of your mouth? The mint chocolate boy began to panic. What? Did he figure out my skill? No, that's impossible. He must be bluffing. At that moment, Cho Jong-sik roared in anger. Who do you think you are, deciding who gets to be the representative? You're nothing but filth. His voice turned shrill with rage. The mint chocolate boy tried to stay calm and replied, you're going too far. As the saying goes, your words reflect your soul. Is it really necessary to use such insulting language? He frowned, feeling uncomfortable with Cho Jong-sik's attitude. Cho Jong-sik was so angry his face turned beet red. Unable to contain his fury, he roared, you little brat, you dare try to lecture me? Do you have a death wish? The mint chocolate boy thought nervously, this skill definitely isn't working on him. But he tried to keep his composure, thinking, you've got to be kidding me. No way. Cho Jong-sik didn't even look back as he shouted, you idiots. Forget about the candidates. Everyone votes for me. If you don't, I'll kill every last one of you. Do you hear me? A flash of shock crossed the mint chocolate boy's eyes, but he sighed and said, you're beyond help. Then he added, do you really think people will follow you if you speak to them like that? Don't embarrass yourself any further. Step back. Cho Jong-sik's expression darkened. Without a word, he suddenly swung his blade and cut the mint chocolate boy down. Blood sprayed from the boy's mouth. The atmosphere turned tense in an instant. Cho Jong-sik said with cold eyes, I told you, anyone who opposes me dies. The mint chocolate boy had no strength to resist. He let out an agonizing scream and collapsed to the ground. Cho Jong-sik said indifferently, if you don't vote for me, get ready to taste my blade. The crowd immediately fell into chaos. Everyone was terrified. He killed him. People were paralyzed with fear. Someone in the crowd screamed, this murderer is insane. But no one dared to step forward. Cho Jong-sik, is that so? He spread his arms toward the crowd and said, if anyone has an objection, step forward right now. Everyone was stunned. After a moment, someone muttered, you're crazy. You're definitely a psychopath. Cho Jong-sik lauget. Completely unbothered, he said, so you won't come to me? Fine, then I'll come to you. He charged into the crowd. He began a mad slaughter, sending everyone running in a panic. Only one thought filled his mind. This is great. No police, no one to report me, and no cameras. I can kill whoever I want without a care in the world. After killing a group of people, he said, if you don't vote for me, you're next in the next round. Do you understand? Do you get it? The people were now utterly terrified. Fearing for their lives, they had no choice but to vote for Cho Jong-sik. He thought, if I can, I'll just become the representative like this. As for Black Dog, I'll kill that annoying bastard first. Once he's dead, I'll be number one. Elsewhere, blood was also splattering everywhere, but it was the blood of defeated monsters. A system notification appeared. You have reached level 16. He was still hunting monsters deep in the forest. Checking his status window, he realized that the higher his level, the slower he leveled up. Even though he had killed over 200 monsters in 2 hours, he had only gone up 6 levels. However, he was still satisfied because hunting had become much easier. He could clearly feel it. After possessing both Death's Scythe and the Rune of Slaughter, his damage and all stats had doubled. He sheathed his sword and thought, it's time to leave. The system notification rang out, and his body was immediately teleported. He appeared in the middle of the crowd. The system summoned all players in the area back to the starting point. The announcement declared that the voting time had ended. All players, regardless of where they were or what they were doing, appeared at the starting point. Everyone was shocked, not understanding what was happening. Standing next to the corpses was Cho Jong-sik, the second-ranked player. Co Ah-jin said worriedly, don't tell me he killed all those people. Black Dog stood at the back. He thought to himself that Cho Jong-sik seemed to be in charge again. He knew well that Cho Jong-sik was the leader of the Dong-sik gang and the second strongest warrior in the area. The problem was, the man's personality was pure trash. It would be best to defuse this bomb before it exploded. Despite his blood-stained face, Cho Jong-sik smiled like a terrorist. Jin thought, but now isn't the time to think about that. At that moment, Cho Jong-sik walked over, looked at him, and spoke. Black Dog, where did you run off to? I've been waiting for you for a long time. He stepped closer. Juan calmly replied, what do you want? Cho Jong-sik said mockingly, nothing much. I just want to ask you one thing. He smiled and said, I'll be blunt. Come work under me. Black Dog remained calm. He asked, work under you? Cho Jong-sik brandished his blade and laughed. Yeah, if you do, I'll spare your life. Juan heard this and asked, so, do you want to start fighting right now? Then, he gave a mocking smirk and said, kneel and beg for my mercy. If you do, I might spare you. Cho Jong-sik said angrily, good grief, look at this lunatic. It seems you still don't understand the situation. Then continued. If I become the regional representative, Cho Jong-sik didn't let him finish and interrupted. Is it that hard to understand my words? Or would you rather die right here? Then, Jin summoned his death scythe. Cho Jong-sik was terrified. What is that? Where did you get a weapon like that? He thought nervously. Damn it, I picked the wrong person. At that moment, Black Dog spoke up. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue. Cho Jong-sik was furious, but he forced himself to stay calm. Listen up. I'm Cho Jong-sik, the leader of the Dong-sik gang. Do you really think I'd ever kneel before someone like you? He let out an angry roar. Bring that pathetic weapon of yours over here. You little brat. Guin was actually quite pleased with that response. He smiled to himself, thinking, hot-headed as always. That's perfect. If I showed my true strength and got chosen, things would get way too complicated. I need Cho Jong-sik to be the representative so I can keep using him in the third round. Besides, it's about time for the angel to show up. Suddenly, the angel appeared and addressed them. Umans, have you all gathered yet? Seeing the angel arrive, Jian remarked, you're lucky. He waved his hand, making Death's scythe vanish. He continued, next time, before you challenge someone, do your homework on who they are. Unless, of course, you're looking for an early grave. Do I make myself clear? With that, he turned and walked away. This left Cho Jong-sik fuming. He thought to himself, damn it, he almost gave me a heart attack. I'll let you slide this time, but just you wait. Once I'm the representative, I'll make sure you pay 100 times over for this humiliation. Just then, the angel smiled and asked, have you chosen a representative yet? Hovering in the air, the angel chuckled. I see. It looks like you weren't just chatting for the past 3 hours. Of course, I wouldn't really care if all you trash died anyway. The angel raised a hand and said, let's start the voting. The election for the representative officially began. A status window appeared. Each person had only one vote, and the one with the most votes would become the representative. There were 5 minutes remaining. Anyone who failed to vote would be disqualified. The crowd looked at one another in shock. Then, everyone's eyes turned toward one person. As expected, they were all staring at Cho Jong-sik. He was looking quite smug, but a moment later, he stared ahead in confusion, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, he pointed at a girl and shouted, hey, you, the one with the chubby face. The girl turned around, startled. Me? He tilted his chin up. Do you want to die? Why aren't you looking at me? The girl smiled. I am. I already voted for you. The crowd was stunned, but he continued to scream like a madman. Who else turned their head away just now? Only a few seconds remained. He yelled again, you idiots better vote fast. The angel clapped. We're ready to count the votes, right? The system window immediately appeared. The result was in. Life is a Movie was chosen as the area representative. Cho Jong-sik looked at the results. When he saw he had only received over 2,000 votes while Black Dog came in second, he was stunned and nearly went insane with rage. You bastards. I told you to only vote for me. Why did Black Dog even get any votes? He turned and glared at the crowd, his eyes filled with fury. Everyone was terrified and tried to avoid his gaze. The angel smiled gently. The results are in. The representative for the survival area has been chosen. The angel said, I will grant you command authority so you can give orders to everyone. A system notification confirmed he was now the representative and granted him the skill. He sneered. Good. I'll make you regret not killing me, Black Dog. I'll order everyone to kill you. But suddenly, he froze when he looked closely at the temporary skill. What is this? The temporary skill had a time limit for ordering players, and it could only be used 10 times. Furthermore, it had no effect on A-rank players. He was furious. If it didn't work on A-ranks, it meant they could all just ignore his orders. The angel gave a bright smile. Now, then, did you think it was over just because the voting ended? Not at all. There's also a hidden mission in this round. The crowd was shocked. A hidden mission? The status window appeared. Round 2 submission. Rank up before the voting ends. Reach A rank. Search for a rank up item. The entire area fell into a panic. What? We have to rank up? The angel continued. The mission window was set to appear once you reached level 10. You just didn't notice it, did you? At that moment, a civilian on the ground spoke up. There are no monsters. How are we supposed to rank up? The angel grew angry. What do you mean? There are monsters all over the forest. Then, the angel said, that's not all, so don't worry too much. In this round, only 80,000 people in total can reach A rank. By the way, someone in this area has already reached A rank. The crowd was stunned. Who? Who ranked up? The angel clapped. Let's look at the submission results. The first person to rank up is Jian. The crowd was absolutely terrified. He was the first one. What's more, his class is Reaper. The people around him were shaken, glancing at one another before turning to observe him. Not only is he handsome, but he's also a Reaper? A Reaper? What kind of class is that? It sounds incredibly overpowered. The crowd buzzed with conversation. Suddenly, a bearded man on the outskirts scoffed. Is that why he's been carrying the huge scythe around? Youngmin was seething with rage, thinking, damn it, I was planning to use command authority to make everyone turn on him. Who would have thought Black Dog would change classes right now? The angel above spoke again. The round 2 rankings are rewarded based on the order the submission was completed. Therefore, the one who changed classes in this area is the player Black Dog. He didn't just take first place in this area, but he's also ranked first across all areas. The angel looked extremely pleased, her face lighting up. She continued, that's very impressive, Black Dog. Your Reaper class is quite unique, and your alias fits it perfectly. Tell me, how did you come up with that name? The angel asked mysteriously. Did you know beforehand that you'd get the Reaper class? Jun replied calmly. I didn't know I'd get a class that suited my alias so well. At that moment, the angel laughed triumphantly. Well then, becoming a Reaper must be destiny. She burst into laughter. Jun thought to himself, even the angels don't know how to obtain the Reaper class. They only know it's a special profession. The angel above laughed like a maniac. Is this destiny? How interesting. I didn't expect anyone in this area to have this class. So, you're the only one unaffected by command authority? The crowd around them began to whisper. He's not affected by command authority? What does that mean? The angel added, while we're on the subject, let me explain. Command authority cannot be applied to humans who already have a class. Therefore, the area representative cannot order Black Dog to do anything. That's how it is, everyone. She then added, furthermore, command authority only has 10 uses. So, being the representative doesn't mean you have infinite power. Huh? The crowd was stunned. Only 10 uses? So that's how it works. Cho Jong-sik cursed out loud in anger. Damn it. How could that wretched angel tell them all that? The people around him began to whisper as they looked at him. It turned out he wasn't as dangerous as they thought. The angel continued. Now then, we should give out the reward for the first person to receive a class, shouldn't we? With that, she snapped her fingers. Congratulations. You have completed the mission. You have earned the titles of first in area and first overall. Gyn received his rewards. He chose a special rare armor as his reward. When it came to picking the reward he wanted, he didn't hesitate for long. The first option was too heavy, and the third had no defensive power. So, he chose the leather armor crafted by a professional artisan. As for the treasure chest, he chose a triple experience buff, 3,000 gold coins, and information about the third round. Since there would be many monsters in the third round, he obviously needed the triple experience points. After the rewards were distributed, the angel said, all right, the rewards have been handed out. You can all go home now. The next round, the third round, is going to be very exciting. She began to laugh like a madman again. I guarantee it. The status window displayed the summary of the round 2 results. Souls will be quickly transferred back to their bodies in the current dimension. On March 1st, 2023, the next round will begin. Following the system announcement, the souls of Jung and the others were teleported back into their own bodies. The young man named Youngmin screamed as he woke up, but he discovered that his hand in the real world was perfectly normal. He thought anxiously, my hand is still whole. Then, he clutched his hand and burst out laughing. It's just as I predicted. As long as you don't die, everything returns to normal once you're back in your body. Suddenly, he felt a wave of anger and anxiety. He couldn't take it anymore. He thought to himself that he would never provoke Black Dog again. Absolutely not. Damn it, I never want anything to do with that cold-blooded, ruthless bastard ever again. Meanwhile, at the home of the actress Seo Ajin, the bodyguard on Sang-jun spoke up. You've worked hard. Seo Ajin replied. I didn't really do anything. You carried everything on your shoulders. She smiled and said, thank you for protecting me. On Sang-jun looked away and said, I'm your manager and bodyguard. It's only natural for me to do that. Seo Ajin continued. I also want to thank Black Dog again. Is there any way? In Sang-yun's side, we don't know his real face. There's really no way to find him. It seems Black Dog doesn't want to reveal his identity either. Seo Ajin asked curiously. He doesn't want to? On Sang-jun then said, I asked for his account number before to transfer money, right? But the way he immediately refused made me realize that he knows his real identity could be traced through an account number. Seo Ajin sighed after hearing this. On Sang-jun smiled and said, if you want to thank him, why not wait until the next round to find him and give him some items? Seo Ajin thought happily, that's not a bad idea. I need to think of a proper way to repay him. If you say so, please get some good rest today. I'll see you tomorrow. Seo Ajin said, all right, goodbye. As the bodyguard entered the elevator, he received a phone call. He quickly answered and said, Chairman Ma? He asked anxiously, are you not asleep yet? The man on the other end said, I just got back. I'm having some whiskey. On Sang-jun said, I've seen the summary of the results. Chairman, congratulations on changing your class to Dark Knight. The man on the other end replied, it's nothing to celebrate. Did anything happen on your end? The bodyguard said, Seo Ajin and I only reached level 8. We were injured during that time, so we couldn't continue hunting. The man on the other and sounded surprised and concerned. Injured, the bodyguard entered the basement garage and said, "Actually, I was planning to report this to you. Is it a good time?" "This involves Black Dog," Ma Gong-suk replied. "Then come to the hotel. I want to hear about this in person." On Sang-jun continued, "Yes, sir. I'll be there in 20 minutes. As he got into his car and drove off, someone was watching everything. It was Black Dog. He thought to himself, just as I expected. Is he heading to Ma Gong-suk's place? 10 minutes before he woke up in the real world, the system had prompted him, "Please think of the target and recite their name." He said, "On Sang-jun." The face matched. Tracking target location. Target location found. Distance, 9 meters. He thought he's quite close. Is he still on the same floor of the building? Suddenly, the target's location changed to 23 meters. The position is moving. It's changing so fast. He must be in the elevator. Where is he going this early in the morning? Could it be to Ma Gong-suk's place? He put on his jacket, intending to go confirm it. As he went down to the basement garage, he thought, "It's a good thing I started investigating him as soon as I got back." Dark clouds obscured the moonlight. Tonight was a perfect night for tailing someone. In another high-rise building, Ma Gong-suk stood lost in thought. For now, he would focus on the report. Black Dog, was there any player who didn't know him? The one who took first place in both of the first 2 rounds. This had something to do with the #1 ranker. Ma Gong-suk had a hunch. Could he provoke my subordinate? If that's the case, I absolutely cannot just stand by and watch. Touching my right-hand man is no different from challenging me. I will not sit idly by, no matter who the opponent is, even if it's the top ranker. Ma Gong-suk took a sip of whiskey, muttering to himself as he waited. Just then, On Sang-jun's voice came from behind, sounding very cautious. "Chairman, are you in there?" "It's in Sang." Ma Gong-suk set down his glass. "Gomin, manager On, it's good to see you again." "Me too." "Chairman," On Sang-jun replied immediately, "it's all thanks to you." Ma Gong-seok shrugged. "I didn't do anything. We weren't even in the same area anymore." On Sang-jun continued, "Just knowing you were here, I felt full of fighting spirit. Thank you." Ma Gong-seok sneered. "Manager On, you really have a way with words. Sit down." On Sang-jun smiled happily and nodded. "Every word is the truth. It's a bit late, but congratulations on surviving." Ma Gong-suk raised an eyebrow. "Surviving?" Round 2 was practically child's play. And Sang-yun hesitated for a moment. "Congratulations on ranking up." Ma Gong-seok laughed. "Calm down. I just got lucky." On Sang-jun replied without hesitation. "Luck is a type of strength. Besides, the 2nd and 3rd rankers overall are not easy to deal with. Being able to serve someone like you is my greatest honor, Chairman." Ma Gong-seok stared at Sang-yun for a moment. He chuckled softly and said, "Hearing you praise me to the skies like this, you must have some sort of scheme, right? You have something to ask me, don't you?" On Sang-jun broke into a cold sweat and replied nervously, "In that case, could you tell me where the rank-up item was found?" Ma Gong-seok laughed loudly. "It's nothing. It just dropped while I was hunting monsters." He thought to himself, "Actually, it was all thanks to the random rune fragment I received. The Dark Knight rune." He looked a bit awkward. "That's when he saved me." Ma Gong-suk asked who had injured on Sang-jun. He recounted the story of being saved by Black Dog. Ma Gong-suk was surprised. "He saved you? Tell me the details." On Sang-jun nodded and continued, "Yes. If he hadn't appeared, we both would have lost our lives. Even if CO Ajin had survived, she would have suffered psychological trauma and wouldn't have been able to continue working in the entertainment industry." Ma Gong-suk thought for a moment. Almost losing a subordinate and a business asset, that would have been very difficult. Ma Gong-suk then asked, "What happened to those people? Are they all dead?" Ma Gong-seok sneered. Even though Black Dog gave them a taste of something more painful than death, he didn't kill them. Ma Gong-suk was very surprised. "Why?" On Sang-jun explained, "There was no benefit in killing them. If the total number of people decreases, the number of survivors passing the round will also decrease." Ma Gong-seok nodded in appreciation. "That's true, but who knows what they'll try next. Regardless, thanks to him, my subordinate and my assets are safe. It seems I owe him a favor this time." Ma Gong-suk continued, "I should compensate him." On Sang-jun replied. He said it wasn't necessary and left immediately. Ma Gong-suk was taken aback. He refused compensation? Is he afraid of revealing his identity? He's truly very cautious. On Sang-jun thought for a moment and said, "If you happen to meet him in the next round, please thank him on my behalf. I'm truly grateful to him for saving those two." Ma Gong-suk looked at On Sang-jun and said, "You know, I don't like owing favors to others." En Sang-yun stood up. He bowed politely. "Of course, I will do as you wish." Ma Gong-suk asked one more important question. What were the aliases of those thugs? Jilin stood under a tree next to the luxury hotel. He was calculating things in his mind. What a loyal dog. It's this late, and he ran straight to Ma Gong-suk as soon as he returned to reality. He sighed and thought, "Anyway, I should head back." I've confirmed his destination. As he turned to leave, he thought more deeply. If I keep hanging around here, I'll only arouse suspicion. He hailed a taxi on the street, his mind racing. If the celebrity Ma Gong-suk sponsors happens to live in the same apartment complex as me, then I might have to thank my brother. If he hadn't gone to give out rice cakes to get to know the neighbors, there's no way I would have known about the relationship between On Sang-jun and Seo Ah-jin. As he opened the taxi door, a flurry of thoughts hit him. If I use my identity as a neighbor as leverage, it might be easier to gain Ma Gong-suk's trust. But then again, should I really bring this guy, Ma Gong-suk, into the 20th round? Ma Gong-suk's Dark Knight rune is so powerful it's like cheating. But it also has a weakness. Not only is there no rank-up rune, but you're also forced to become a Dark Knight. He muttered to himself, but the biggest drawback is that to use the Dark Aura, you must accumulate Dark Mana. And that can't be obtained through normal means. Just thinking about that skill made him feel weary. A twisted ability like Ma Gong-suk's is actually quite suited for this power. He sneered and thought, having a teammate who's mentally unstable is truly dangerous. For now, I'll just keep him on the candidate list. I'll decide how to use him later. There are plenty of other talents out there. He thought of a certain woman. He smiled happily, feeling as if a weight had been lifted. It's almost dawn. I should get to work. The next morning, at a GS24, a long sigh was heard. A man said sadly, "What should I do?" The old man kept sighing. Revenue is about to drop by half. A girl walked in. She called out cheerfully, "Dad." The man saw his daughter. "Hello there, Julie." The girl replied happily, "Hi, Dad. Why are you sighing so much?" The old man explained gloomily, "It's like this. Lottery sales have completely stopped." The girl asked, "Why so suddenly, Dad?" The man shook his head. The government found an excuse to suspend it because they don't know what skills those players might use. The girl felt confused. "Then why are you worried?" The man continued, "Because the rent and labor costs are very hard to maintain right now." The girl didn't seem to mind and said with a bright smile, "Don't worry, Dad. I'm good at this. I've graduated now, so I'll help you from here on." At that moment, Julie asked anxiously, "Dad, what if I find a way to increase our family's income?" The man replied, "Julie, just let me worry about the money. You should focus on your studies. Your grades are very good. Aren't you planning to go to college?" But Julie shook her head. "Dad, I've given up on that dream. In this situation, school, or whatever isn't important anymore." The old man looked at her. He felt even more heartbroken. "You're right. Money isn't important right now. If something happens, you could lose your life in the next round." He held his face in his hands. "I've been having a lot of stray thoughts lately. I am sorry, Julie." Seeing her father like this, the girl couldn't help but feel pained. "Dad, what do you have to be sorry for? This isn't your fault." She took his hand, trying to comfort him. "Don't worry, Dad. I passed the second round. I even got a class." She even raised her hand. "That's right. Wait a moment, Dad." She then used magic on her father's head. The father was very surprised. "What was that just now, daughter?" Julie smiled. "I received a skill called Blessing from my support class. It slightly increases all stats, making a normal person healthier." She looked at her father with confident eyes. "I'll use this skill on you often." She made a hand gesture. "Cheer up. Please pull yourself together, Dad." The father also smiled at his daughter. "All right, I'll pull myself together." Suddenly, the doorbell rang. The father looked toward the door, feeling surprised. "A customer at this hour?" The man exclaimed in surprise. The guest was... The daughter asked her father in surprise, "Dad, do you know him?" The father, breaking into a cold sweat, said, "He's the winner. The one who guessed the same sequence of numbers on all 100 lottery tickets." Guin walked into the store. He looked at the man standing there and gave a sweet greeting. "Hello, sir. Do you remember me? I'm the one who bought 100,001 worth of lottery tickets." The man raised an eyebrow. Looking very surprised, he asked, "Yes, I remember. But what are you doing here?" Ng bowed deeply without hesitation and said, "First, I want to apologize to you." The man was startled, not understanding the reason. "Why are you apologizing to me?" Ken explained gently. "I saw the news. Because I won the jackpot repeatedly, the store was forced to stop selling lottery tickets. I'm very sorry for unintentionally causing a loss to your business." The kind man burst out laughing. He said, "Don't worry. This isn't your fault. Not being able to sell lottery tickets won't kill me." Guin sighed, then took an envelope from his pocket and handed it to the man. "Even so, I still feel very bad for affecting you. I want you to use this money as compensation. It's not a very large amount." The man was startled. "On the contrary, what is this?" Jin said casually, "It's only 10 million won." The man was absolutely stunned and waved his hands in refusal. "You don't need to do this. Put away." But the young man remained firm. "Please accept it. I really did cause trouble." He set the envelope down on the floor. He turned to leave and said, "I'll be going now." The man didn't call him back, only muttering solemnly to himself, "Good heavens, can I really accept such a large amount of money?" Julie stood next to her father. She looked at him and said, "Dad, Let me run after him and give it back. The father nodded. Give it back to him, daughter. Julie hurriedly ran outside. Panting, she said, wait. Please wait a moment. Juin turned back to look at her. He asked in surprise, who are you? She smiled and said, you don't recognize me? I mean Yuli. We're classmates. Juin was stunned. Classmates? She raised an eyebrow. Don't tell me you didn't know we were in the same class. Jing gave an awkward laugh. I'm sorry. I'm not very good at remembering faces. Actually, he was thinking to himself, of course I'm lying. Min Julie is the daughter of this convenience store owner. She's also quite a special character. She specializes in providing support effects for teammates. Julie looked at him and said, let's go somewhere and talk for a bit. Jin pretended to be casual and replied, sure. Afterward, the two of them sat on a bench in the park. She held out her hand and said, here, take this. Juin looked at the envelope in surprise and asked, isn't this the money I just gave? She replied, my family can't accept such a large amount of money, so please take it back. He looked at her hand and smiled. He thought, I knew she wouldn't accept it. She's the type of person who hates being in debt to anyone, no matter how hard things get. She urged, hurry up and take it back. My hand is getting tired. He closed his eyes. Ignoring her words, he replied coldly, no, I already said it. That's the compensation I wanted to give because I felt bad. At least this way, my conscience will be clear. Julie said awkwardly, but it's too much money. He continued, no matter how much it is, I hope you'll accept it. Otherwise, I'll feel guilty and it'll keep weighing on my mind. She was very worried. Even so, this is just too much. I feel a lot of pressure. He smiled and said, that's why I gave it to you. He smiled and added, please tell your father as well. To me, that amount isn't much. Please feel free to accept it. Julie took the money and said, are you always this stubborn? Why do you have to do this? Jiwan suddenly stood up. We're done talking, right? I'm leaving. Julie called him back. Wait. Then she continued, 10 million is really too much. I'll only take 1 million. That should be enough, right? At that moment, he said casually, do you have a right to decide? Or you could go back and ask your father. She continued, but my dad will definitely feel uncomfortable taking this money. He pretended to be surprised. Your dad is the convenience store owner? She replied, yes. He continued, I go there often. How interesting. Julie also said, I find it very interesting too. The person who won the lottery jackpot is actually a classmate. Hearing that, he seemed pensive. Friends, huh? Then, she asked again, but did you really not know we were in the same class? I recognized you the moment you walked into the store. He laughed awkwardly and said, I'm sorry. I'm really not good at remembering faces. He continued, so, this is the first time we've talked like this, right? She replied, yes. She went on, so, is this the first time you've heard my name? I am sorry. My apologies. Then, she looked a bit embarrassed. He thought to himself, even though pretending not to know her makes me feel a bit guilty, I have to do this to get her attention. She said, I just told you. My name is Min Julie. I'm in your class. This is what I look like. Do you remember now? As she said this, she looked a bit shy and incredibly cute. He smiled and said, I'll remember. Her face turned as red as if it were on fire. She turned away, suddenly snapped back to reality, and thought, what on earth am I doing? Introducing myself to a classmate when we're about to graduate. Joanne smiled and said, well, at least I know now. It's not like we'll lose touch after graduation, right? He continued, by the way, could I have your phone number? She was extremely embarrassed. She asked back, my number? He continued, what's wrong? It's not strange to ask for a classmate's number. She said, all right, give me your phone. She clumsily entered her number and handed it back to him. Here you go. He took the phone and said, meeting like this must be destiny, so let's stay in touch. What an easy girl to lead. She replied, okay. He continued, then I'll head out first. I have something urgent to do. She shyly replied, go ahead. But suddenly, after he had walked away, she remembered something. She shouted, wait, that envelope. But he just waved and quickened his pace. She thought, I still haven't given it back to him. And he suddenly asked for my number. That's really strange. She thought shyly, oh no, my heart is beating so fast. Even though I know he only sees me as a friend, I like him. Initially, they had met by chance. The scene flashed back to when Juin was being bullied. A thug said, you bastard, I told you to bring the money. Did you think we were joking? Julie saw this and was very worried. She thought, I can't let this happen. So she called the police. Hello, police? Because she felt he was very pitiful and she was the one who called the police, she felt responsible and followed him to make sure he got home safely. But when she saw Juin still going to his part-time job, as if nothing had happened, she realized he was much stronger than he looked. From that moment on, her mind began to focus on Jin. She noticed him and watched him at school. But even so, I didn't have the courage to talk to him. Later, my feelings for him grew so much that I didn't even dare to go near him. She felt extremely embarrassed. How could he have expected us to meet here? Now I've become braver. This is an opportunity from heaven. Holding the envelope, She thought bashfully. I can't pretend I don't know him after receiving this 10 million won. Should I invite him to a meal? He picked up his phone, looked at the screen, and started typing rapidly. A message appeared on the screen. Have you had lunch? I have something to say. Can we meet in Area 1? I'll treat you to a meal. He finished reading. He typed back a reply. Sure, but I'll pay. The girl on the other end replied angrily, I'll pay. Then she sent an incredibly cute squirrel sticker. He chuckled softly. I have plenty of money, the girl replied, but I don't want to eat for free for no reason. What do you want to eat? He appeared emotionless, but inside he thought, as expected, she feels indebted to me. Inviting me to lunch like this is a good sign. He smiled to himself, thinking that if he could approach her naturally, it would be easy to make her an ally. He would help Julie and bring her into the 20th round. Suddenly, he stood up to go out. His younger brother in the house asked in surprise, Where are you going? He replied, To meet a friend. The younger brother, while watching TV, said, It's not a girlfriend, is it? He teased back, What? Can't your brother go meet a girl? He smiled and continued, I'll be eating out. Don't forget to eat, okay? The younger brother obediently replied, I know. He sat alone in the room, feeling very empty. He thought, No way. Is my brother going on a date? In a steakhouse, the two were chatting. Jian asked, Do you like steak? Julie asked back, What? He asked again, Do you like steak? She shyly replied, Yes, I like it very much. He said, Then eat a lot. She stuttered shyly. I didn't expect to eat alone with Jian. This is a lucky day. Sitting in the restaurant, the atmosphere was very pleasant. She tried to stay calm, thinking, This awkward atmosphere is so uncomfortable. I have to say something. She took a deep breath and asked, How did you win the lottery so many times in a row? 4 times. He explained that. My ancestors told me in a dream. I'm really lucky, aren't I? Julie was very surprised. A dream? So how much money did you make from that dream? He replied, It seems I won't have to worry about money for the rest of my life, though I still have to worry about staying alive. He sighed. Hearing that, Julie asked, Speaking of which, I'm very curious. The first day you hunted monsters must have been very difficult, right? He replied, Yeah, it actually took quite a while. She asked further, Which area were you in? He pretended to answer, I don't remember. I only remember the last digit was 5. She said, My last digit was 7. How annoying. It seems we didn't meet. He smiled to himself. No need to be disappointed, my friend. We'll meet again soon. As the number of survivors decreased, the areas would begin to merge. She asked, What level are you now? He replied, Level 10. She was very surprised. I'm level 10 too. Have you changed classes yet? He pretended to answer, Not yet. What about you? She said happily, Luckily, I got a class change item. It's called Buffer. He was very surprised. Buffer? So that means you can buff your teammates with beneficial effects like in a game. He thought, Luckily, she's still a buffer this time. She said excitedly, Do you want to see? There's an effect called Blessing that can increase all stats. He was surprised. Really? Show me. She began to demonstrate, raising her hand and channeling power into his head. Blessing increases all your stats by 50. Duration, 3 hours. He thought, Unbelievable. This effect is too good. He said, That's impressive. He continued thinking, If she reaches max level, the skill effect will double. By then, stats will increase by 100. But that has to wait until she reaches max level. Luckily, she buffed me right from the start. This was my main goal. The reward he received from the submission was a random gold pouch. As the name suggested, this pouch gave a random amount of gold and was influenced by the luck stat. The higher the luck, the more gold received. He told her, The effect is great. Thank you. Julie replied happily, If you need a blessing, just let me know. Using this skill doesn't take any effort at all. He replied, I'll keep that in mind. Then he asked, Didn't you say you had something to tell me? She shyly replied, Right. I was supposed to talk about that first. She blushed and continued, Thank you so much for the 10 million won. My dad also asked me to thank you. No matter what, I'll try to pay you back as soon as possible. He smiled and said, Is that all you wanted to say? I told you not to worry about it. She continued, If you don't need money, maybe you want something else? I know. Take this. Then, she manifested an item. He was very surprised. She smiled and said, This is something I got while hunting. Since you don't need money, I should give this to you. She held out her hand and said, This is from my heart. Please don't refuse. After they finished eating, they left the steakhouse. She said, This meal was great. See you next time. He replied, All right. Be careful after you pass the stage. She said, We have to survive to see each other again. Then, after she left, he opened his backpack to check the item she gave him. To his surprise, it was a mana stone. Simply put, this was a gemstone used to socket into equipment to increase stats. Who would have thought he'd get this from her? He picked up the item and thought, just looking at the brief description, it's hard to know its true utility. But once you reach level 20, you'll realize how rare this thing is. He held it in his hand, admiring it. The fusion function would be unlocked when when a player reached level 20. When using it, one could combine weapons with magic crystals and even choose upgrades. Magic crystals came in 7 colors. Red represented high damage. Orange represented strength. Yellow represented luck. Green represented increased agility. Blue represented intelligence. And indigo represented damage reduction. Finally, purple was the rarest type with an extremely low drop rate. It can increase all stats. How lucky. I didn't expect to pick up one of these. He thought to himself, my luck stat in real life is truly magical, isn't it? I'll use the magic crystal when I reach level 20. Your blessing duration still has 30 minutes left. Before the luck buff ends, you should open the gold pouch. Wait, I have to use the rune of slaughter to increase my stats first. Then, he took out a bag containing 100 insects. Every time he killed a target, the rune of slaughter would increase his stat. Insect counted too, as long as it was a living creature. There are no insects in the other world, so I had to hunt monsters. Luckily, I'm in the real world right now. He then opened the bag containing 100 insects, lifted his foot, and said sorry. He crushed them all. Kill count, 45 out of 100. All stats will be increased. Kill count, 67. Then 100 out of 100. The status window appeared. His 15 luck points had increased to 45 points. Now, he could expect a good result. He then opened his backpack and used a random gold pouch. His luck stat had been raised to the highest level. Now, starting to use it, how much could he earn? Even with the stat buff, it was normal to receive different amounts of gold. Based on his previous luck, it would probably be around 3,000 to 6,000 gold. When he used it, he was suddenly stunned, feeling completely shocked. At that moment, the system announced, you have used a random gold pouch. Jiwen was astonished, but the system didn't stop there. You received 9,999 gold. He couldn't help but exclaim in his mind, 9,999 gold. I got the maximum amount. Receiving that blessing was definitely worth it. So my total gold is now 16,000. This is enough to buy an epic grade item. The item I want won't appear for another 2 weeks. So for now, I'll just save it. A while later, Jin returned home. I'm back. Seeing him return, Guan quickly spoke up. Brother, how was your date? Jin asked in confusion. Date? Guan said innocently. Weren't you on a date with your girlfriend? Jin sat down and scolded him playfully. Don't talk nonsense. Have you eaten yet? Guan thought about the dish he had just ordered. He replied, I ordered black bean noodles. Jin rested his chin on his hand and said, you should have ordered something better. Guan pouted in disagreement. What's wrong with black bean noodles? Do you know how much I've been craving them? Jin couldn't help but fall into deep thought. That was true. Just last month, the two brothers' situation was still extremely difficult. Transaction confirmed. Please check the amount below. If correct, press confirm. If there is an error, press cancel. Transaction amount, 100,001. Balance, 33,001. By the way, my Bitcoin investment has increased to $150 million. Just like before, it's likely to drop sharply in 2 weeks. Withdrawing it then will be perfect. Before that, I should go take my driver's license test. Now, he was sitting in the room for the driver's license theory test. While taking the test, Jin thought gloomily, how many times have I taken this kind of test? I'll just finish it quickly and get out of here. The other candidates in the room saw Juin stand up so early and couldn't help but feel curious. What's wrong with this guy? But when they saw Guin's score on the computer, they were startled in surprise. They thought, he got 95 points in such a short time? Your score is 95 points. You have passed the commercial driver's license theory test. Afterward, Juin immediately got his license and showed it off to Guan. The result was obvious, but only took him 4 days to get the license. He had more driving experience than anyone. Wait, exactly how many years had passed? How old was he, really? After getting his license, he immediately bought a supercar, a Lamborghini. He didn't spend much time choosing because he had picked this model several times before. At that moment, the car consultant said, direct import will take some time. If you place the order today, you can receive the car within a month. Hearing that, Jin said without hesitation, I'll sign the contract right now. The salesman smiled broadly, his enthusiasm doubling. That's wonderful, sir. You have great taste. Jin felt speechless, seeing how the man's attitude flipped faster than a page in a book. 2 weeks later, the time had come. It was time to say goodbye to his Bitcoin. Guan walked in from outside. Seeing Juin with a sinister smile, he asked, is something good happening? Why are you smiling like that? Jin answered honestly, I just sold all my Bitcoin. Guan was very curious. Really, brother? How much did it go up? Jin said calmly, $300 million. Guan screamed in shock at the number. $300 million? Your total lottery winnings were only $60 million. How did it increase to $300 million? Jin still replied calmly, of course it did. Guan, with a shocked face, continued. When you first wanted to invest in Bitcoin, I was going to stop you. I didn't expect you to make this much. Jiwen smiled and replied, I didn't expect it to rise that much either. He thought to himself. Last time it only went up to $280 million. Guan then asked, so are you going to stop now? Jin said honestly, of course. Guan was as happy as a puppy. That's great. But before he could finish celebrating, Jin added, it's time to invest in stocks. Guan's smile vanished in an instant. Brother, what on earth do you know about stocks? What are you trying to do now? Guan comforted him. Don't worry. I saw it in a dream. Guan was completely stunned. You had another prophetic dream about the future? What will happen if you buy stocks this time? Jigen replied calmly. Yeah. In the dream, I saw that if I buy now, I'll make a lot of money later. Guan didn't try to stop him anymore. Fine, do whatever you want. Seeing that Guan had nothing more to say, Jigen thought, I can't blame him for being so worried. But I already know the future. The company I plan to invest in is ranked 85th on the Kosdaq, valued at about $900 million. Its name is Heavenly Demon Consulting Company. Heavenly Demon Consulting is Ma Gongsuk's company. Although its reputation isn't prominent right now, after the 4th round, it will launch a special system and grow rapidly. Knowing this company will be famous, there's no reason not to invest. If I can own a large number of shares and hold business rights, I'll be able to influence the company as a major shareholder and make a fortune. First, I'll invest $280 million to get 31% ownership. Now, while Jin was deep in thought, he heard Guan's small mutterings. Please, let his dream come true again. Seeing Guan praying for him, Jiwayan felt there was no other way. Then he continued the remaining operations. And that's it. Purchase request confirmed. Transaction successful. Now I just need to buy one more item. That midnight, in the shop, the items available for purchase that day appeared. Jin lay on his bed looking at the item list, thinking, I've been saving gold for this day. As long as I have gold, I can buy common items and skills. It couldn't be more convenient. Novice shop. Armor type. Defense, 10. Effect, none. Durability, 50. Price, 1,000. Even though these were all common grade, it didn't mean rare or epic materials couldn't be bought. Daily items. This was a feature that randomly changed the items available for purchase each day. Normally, it was very hard to buy what you wanted because you didn't know what the shop would sell. But for him, it wasn't a problem. He knew beforehand when everything would be sold. And today was the day the epic grade item he needed went on sale. Dry bone necklace. Epic grade. Effect, intelligence plus 3. Every time an enemy is killed, attack speed plus 1. Maximum limit, 25. Effect lasts until the end of this round. Condition, apprentice or higher. Durability, 500 out of 500. Price, 4,600 gold. Sale time, 24 hours. This is it, the dry bone necklace. An item that increases intelligence and attack speed. Moreover, compared to its effects, the price is still considered cheap. Now that I have the item I wanted, I should use that, shouldn't I? Item storage. 50% discount coupon for daily items. This was a coupon received after completing the rank up mission. Condition, only valid before the next round. Apprentice or higher. Item description, a time-limited reward for players who completed the submission of the 2nd round. If not used by the next round, it will automatically expire. If I use the 50% discount coupon to buy this necklace, he thought as he pressed purchase. Afterward, his gold decreased to 13,949. Jiwen was a bit surprised. I still have this much gold left? I originally planned to use the remaining gold to buy a set of common equipment. But if I save 6,000 more gold, I can buy another common skill. Common skills are stronger than common equipment. After all, I need to quickly earn another 6,000 gold. Luckily, there are plenty of monsters in the 3rd round. Time passed, and March 1st, 2023 finally arrived. At that moment, the crowd buzzed with conversation. Damn it, I've been dragged into another world again. Is it not going to stop this time? Where am I? All the houses are destroyed, but it looks like a village. What village? It's clearly a pile of ruins. Then, everyone seemed to notice something. Look, there are walls around the village. Another person said sarcastically, well, so there are. And what's with this crystal? What are we supposed to do here in the 3rd round? Jigen stood in a corner, watching the scene, thinking, it feels so unfamiliar. Everyone looks so anxious. The only one who remained calm was Cho Jong-sik. At that moment, the people around him whispered, isn't he our area representative? Yeah, life is a movie. That's him. I heard he's a mob boss. He even threatened me with a sword to vote for him. Black Dog should have been the representative, not that murderer. Another person quickly stopped him. Hey, he can hear you now. He has power in his hands. The first person still said arrogantly, whatever. He can only use that power 10 times. What's there to be afraid of? Hearing this, Cho Jong-sik flew into a rage. You bastards, shut your mouths. Despite this, the whispering continued. What's he barking about? As if other people don't know how to curse. Cho Jong-sik pointed wildly and shouted, who's the one muttering over there? Cho Jong-sik thought resentfully, damn it, I knew this would happen. If only that angel had kept her mouth shut. Just then, a pair of feet stepped in front of Cho Jong-sik. The person bowed and said hello. Cho Jong-sik was surprised and asked, Youngmin, what are you doing? Youngmin looked up and said loudly, Boss, Life is a movie, the leader of the Dong-sik gang. Senior Cho Jong-sik, I've come to greet you. Cho Jong-sik was surprised. Senior? Are you one of my underlings? Youngmin answered honestly, not yet. I'm just a 20-year-old with a dream of joining the underworld. Cho Jong-sik thought, he wants to join the underworld? Is this kid crazy? Youngmin then said excitedly, you're my idol. I really want to join the Dong-sik gang. Why would you? Cho Jong-sik was about to say something, but he was interrupted by Youngmin's next move. He knelt on both knees and said, I'm willing to follow you for the rest of my life. Please accept me. Cho Jong-sik was secretly pleased. I've met many crazy people in my life, but this is the first time I've met one this insane. I like his spirit. Then Cho Jong-sik spoke up. Get up. Youngmin obediently replied, yes, boss. Then Cho Jong-sik pointed to the people who had just badmouthed him and said to Youngmin, are you blind? Can't you see my reputation is in tatters? You still want to follow me? Youngmin beat his chest and said, regardless of everything, I don't care. You're the person I respect. As long as you accept me, I don't care what others think. Hearing this, Cho Jong-sik couldn't help but boast. I like your answer. I'll take responsibility for training you. Youngmin bowed and shouted his thanks. Thank you, boss. It's my honor. At this, the people around them gossiped even more fiercely. Did he just join Life as a movies team? Is he crazy? Birds of a feather flocked together. Jin, watching from a distance, couldn't help but think he teamed up with Cho Jong-sik this time too. That's a good thing. Just then, the angel flew over. Is everyone here? Let me see. 90 people are missing today. The crowd looked bewildered. Missing people? What does that mean? The main quest window appeared. Protect the relic for 3 hours. Total participants, 856 million. Completed, 0 out of 214 million. Current area, x 455. Total participants, 4,900. Completed, 0 out of 1,225. The crowd was terrified. Are we really missing people? How can this be? The angel spoke again. People don't just die for no reason. It seems you've been slaughtering each other in the real world. I was worried about how much you'd compete. Someone in the crowd shouted, wait, look at the number of people who can pass this round. 1,225 people? What? That's only a quarter. The crowd panicked. Angel, this is strange. Is the system bugged? The angel gave a dark smile. Bugged? What do you want? There are no bugs. It seems you're afraid because fewer people can complete the mission. But have you forgotten? In each round, only half the people can survive. But in the last round, everyone survived. So it's only logical that only a quarter of the players can survive this round, right? Everyone's faces turned pale with fear. The angel continued the brainwashing. There's nothing unfair about it. You just need to work hard to get into the top 25%. The angel's eyes glowed as she looked at the humans below. All right, I'll explain the rules for the third round. Every 30 minutes, monsters from my army will appear at the city gates. Their target is the relic in the center of the village. There are 4 waves of attacks in total. Everyone must work together to protect the relic. If you can protect all 3 relics for 3 hours, you'll receive an extra reward. If you fail, you'll face a severe penalty. Finally, regardless of whether you succeed or not, rankings will be based on the number of monsters you kill. Due to the nature of this round, more monsters will appear than usual, but they only have physical strength, so it should be much easier, right? Of course, this also means gold and experience points will be reduced accordingly. Cho Jong-sik was secretly delighted. In that case, I just need to kill a lot of monsters. Since I have the power, this round will be a piece of cake. The angel suddenly remembered something. Almost forgot. The representative elected in the last round was Life is a movie, right? Starting from this round, he can use command authority. But I guess everyone here is curious about what happens if the representative dies. If the representative dies due to monsters or accidental circumstances, the position will be vacant. However, what about the risk of them being murdered by another player? In that case, the killer will immediately become the new representative and still receive all 10 opportunities to use command authority. Let's leave it at that. Monsters will appear in 10 minutes. Please work together to survive for the next 3 hours. Although I'm not sure if you can do it. Cho Jong-sik was trembling with rage. Damn it. Cho Jong-sik gu set lao li. Shut up. But immediately after, he noticed the people behind him were clutching sharp weapons and staring at him. Cho Jong-sik, unafraid, brandished his weapon and shouted, "You bastards! Come at me. I'll butcher every last one of you." A man holding a large cleaver spoke up. "Stop acting so tough. Your command authority only has 10 uses." Another person added, "The angel said it. Whoever kills this bastard becomes the new representative. If I could be the new representative, that would be perfect." Just then, everyone heard footsteps coming from behind. It was Juan approaching. Seeing Black Dog appear with a weapon, Cho Jong-sik immediately panicked. "What are you planning to do, Black Dog?" Jin replied, "Don't be afraid. I just want to talk for a bit." Cho Jong-sik broke into a cold sweat. He said awkwardly, "What are you talking about? Say it quickly. But let me tell you, if you want me to bow down." Jin interrupted him. "I have a proposal. I'm guessing you're in a bit of a bind right now. How about I protect you?" "I'll protect you." Cho Jong-sik exclaimed in shock. "What?" Jin said decisively. "I'll protect you from other players. In other words, I'll be your personal bodyguard." The people around them were stunned, their heads filled with question marks. "What? Jin is going to protect life? Is a movie? Does that mean we have to face Black Dog?" The crowd was now hesitant. "This is a bit troublesome. What should we do?" Seeing the crowd's hesitation, Cho Jong-sik thought to himself, "I didn't expect Black Dog to have such influence." Looking at their reaction, this offer is actually very tempting. But everything has a price. So Cho Jong-sik asked, "What do you want in return?" Jin replied casually, "It's nothing major. You just have to follow my every command. That's the condition." Cho Jong-sik was startled, calculating in his mind. Does this guy want me to be his underling? Then Cho Jong-sik asked, "What's the reason for this offer?" To his surprise, Ju-in refused to reveal it. "I can't say." Cho Jong-sik found Jin more and more inscrutable. "You want me to follow orders, but what kind of orders?" Jin replied, "I can't say that either. You just have to follow my orders unconditionally." Cho Jong-sik's face darkened, his mind in a mess. "You want me to follow you for the rest of my life? Damn it. Do you really think I'm that easy to fool? Wait, what if I refuse?" He wouldn't just attack me for no reason in front of everyone, would he? At that moment, Jin reminded him, "Choose. The others are waiting for your decision too." Cho Jong-sik hesitated for a moment and then said, "I refuse your offer." Guin's eyes turned cold. He thought, as I expected, this bastard can't easily let go of his pride. The thugs around them, seeing Cho Jong-sik refuse, began to mock him. Look at that. He refused. If he had agreed, he could have hunted in peace. His ego must be too high to be bossed around. Is his pride more important than his life? Or does he just look down on us? Jin, seeing this, thought, it's playing out exactly like my previous life. Now I just need to draw the line. So he spoke up, "Fine. If you refuse, there's nothing I can do. I won't interfere here anymore. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me." The people around began to close in. "Did you hear that? Jin isn't going to look after you anymore. So, shall we take care of this small-time gangster right now?" Cho Jong-sik gripped his weapon tightly. He didn't know if he should have chosen to follow Jin. "Damn it. Do I really have to accept that offer?" Just then, the system's voice rang out. "The first wave of attacks is about to begin. Please prepare to deal with the flickering monsters and protect the relic. In 30 minutes, regardless of how many monsters have been killed, the second wave of attacks will begin." The crowd began to buzz. Everyone shouted to protect the relic. There were only 3 hours left until the stage ended. Seeing the battle about to break out, Cho Jong-sik calculated, "I can't fight alongside these people I have a grudge against. This is an individual mission anyway, so I'll have to act alone. Where's that guy going?" Cho Jong-sik saw Jin enter an alley and followed him stealthily. Is he planning to fight alone too? He's heading toward the back city gate. At that moment, the system suddenly rang out again. Wave 1. Players, for 1,900. Weakened goblins, 9,800 of them. Cho Jong-sik's face turned pale when he heard the massive number. 9,800? The system continued to announce. Due to the stage's characteristics, goblins only possess 1/3 of their normal strength. Good luck to everyone. Cho Jong-sik hurriedly ran away. This is crazy. I have to hide and observe the situation first. But why isn't Jin moving? Is he planning to face the goblins at the gate alone? Even if the gate is narrow, it's wide enough for 10 people to pass through at once. Can he really take on 10 at a time? This crazy guy is just showing off because his level is a bit higher. I don't even need to look. He'll probably just fight for a bit and then run away. Just then, monsters swarmed out of the gate like a disturbed hornet's nest. Jiun raised his weapon, preparing for battle. With a single swing, Guin's eyes grew sharp. He didn't expect these monsters to know how to jump to avoid attacks. Jin leaped into the air, a single strike killing dozens of monsters. Cho Jong-sik, looking down from above, couldn't help but evaluate. Wow, Jin is actually that strong? When I reach level 16, will I be this strong? Now's not the time to think about this. I have to level up quickly to get stronger. At that moment, the battle between players and goblins entered a fierce stage. In the square, monsters and humans were a chaotic mess, slaughtering each other. Quick, stop them. The west gate has fallen. Don't let them get near the relic. Go to hell. Cho Jong-sik also leaped down to join the fight. I have to kill goblins too. He shouted, "Come at me, you walking experience points." A monster was attracted and rushed toward him. Cho Jong-sik glanced at it and swung his knife, killing the monster. He thought smugly, good, with the tracking rune. I can predict their movement. This is too simple. Just then, a flash of light grazed Cho Jong-sik's cheek. An arrow. I've never seen a goblin that could use a bow before. Damn it, who did that? Whoever it is, once I catch them, I'll tear them into 100 pieces. Just then, someone thrust a spear into Cho Jong-sik's stomach. I got him. Cho Jong-sik's face turned pale as he grabbed the spear shaft. You bastard. Then he pulled the spear out. He pulled the man closer and used his other hand to stab his dagger into the opponent's chest. You mongrel. Cho Jong-sik pulled the knife out, blood spraying everywhere. Just as he finished this guy, another arrow flew toward him. It turned out to be a teammate trying to kill him. Cho Jong-sik took the spear and got into a throwing stance. The archer opposite him was so terrified his face turned white. A moment later, Cho Jong-sik's spear pierced straight through his face. Having dealt with the second person, Cho Jong-sik was also injured. Damn it. I didn't expect the thing I'd have to worry about to be players instead of monsters. If I weren't the area representative, what kind of representative is this? If I had a choice, I would have thrown it to someone else long ago. Should I really accept Guin's help? No. A man's pride is everything. I absolutely cannot be his underling. There must be a way to hunt in peace without being disturbed by other players. That person is... It was the third-ranked player in the area. The one with the black dragon tattoo on his right hand, right? That's him. Cho Jong-sik Sao Det Lao Li. Black dragon in hand, turned his head at the sound. Who is it? Cho Jong-sik gave a sinister smile. He raised his spear. Hey, black dragon in hand. From now on, you're going to protect me. Elsewhere, Black Dog continued his slaughter. The system's voice rang out. Effect, desiccated bone necklace. Attack speed increased by 25%. You have defeated a goblin. Current kill count, 502 out of 100. Experience multiplier used. Under the influence of the rune of slaughter, all stats increased by 100. Gold plus 3.33. Bonus gold plus 1.66. Jiwan looked at the system window and thought, oh, I've already earned nearly 2,000 gold. At this rate, I should easily be able to gather 20,000 gold by the second wave of attacks. No, I need to accumulate even more gold this round. Then I'll buy 2 common skills. If I succeed, I'll obtain the rune of sincerity. At that moment, Jiwan turned around. He swung his spear toward the charging monsters. With a single horizontal sweep, a row of monsters collapsed. The demons behind them began to hesitate, afraid to step forward. Seeing this, Jiwan said, aren't you going to attack? If that's the case, then I'll make the first move. Blood splattered everywhere. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed across the square. People didn't understand what was happening. What was that sound? What's going on? The monsters began to gradually disappear. The system's voice rang out. You have successfully resisted the first wave of attacks. Number of surviving players, 3,933. Deaths, 967. Surviving players will receive a reward of 500 gold. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. I survived. I need to rest for a bit before the second wave starts. Looking at the bodies scattered everywhere after the battle, Jiwan couldn't help but think, 967 dead. Even though the goblins were weakened, they still can't be underestimated. All right, where's that guy? Found him. Cho Jong-sik didn't disappoint me. He's still alive. It's going to be hard for him to survive this round. Cho Jong-sik was currently clutching a wound on his stomach. Damn it. He looked around warily. These bastards aren't worried about killing goblins. They're only targeting me. Just as he thought that, someone charged at him with a knife. Cho Jong-sik. But someone immediately stepped in to shield him. Seeing himself protected, he rejoiced inwardly. Thank goodness they're here. Command authority is certainly useful. Thanks to these meat shields, I managed to survive the first wave. After Yongmin dealt with the attacker, he turned back and asked with concern, are you okay? Cho Jong-sik was puzzled. This crazy guy? I didn't even use my authority, yet he's still following me. Immediately after, a sharp pain shot through Cho Jong-sik's abdomen. I've lost too much blood. Can I even make it through this round in this condition? Damn it. I have to stay strong and survive. He had easily passed the first hurdle. Just then, the system voice rang out again. Second wave. 3,933 players versus 7,866 weakened goblins. Due to the characteristics of this round, the goblins possess normal strength. Good luck to everyone. Jiwan swung his sword again, killing over 10 monsters in a single strike. He leaped into the air. Monster blood continued to splatter. Monster corpses piled up higher and higher. The system announced, you have reached level 20. Rank up from apprentice to normal. You can now use the synthesis feature. Hearing this, Jiwan smiled. I did it. I finally reached level 20. Now I can use the synthesis feature to craft special items that can't be bought in the shop. The system continued. To celebrate your level up, Purple Radiance has been enhanced. Bonus damage increased from 100 to 120. Additionally, you have learned the exclusive Death's Scythe skill, Purple Night. Effect: uses dark energy to create an artificial night within a 500-meter radius. The caster can deactivate the skill at will. The next skill will be unlocked at level 40. Jiwon was a bit surprised. The bonus damage for Purple Radiance increased to 120, and I even learned a new skill. And Purple Night fits perfectly with Death Scythe because it gets stronger as the night deepens. When Death Scythe is used during the day, weapon attack power doubles. When used at night, attack speed increases by 50%. When resting at night, the probability of being detected by enemies is significantly reduced. At that moment, more monsters charge forward. Jiwon smiled and said, "Welcome. I just happened to learn a new skill, Purple Night." Immediately after, goblin heads began rolling on the ground. They tried to flee in all directions, but they couldn't escape Guin's blade. His spear traced a beautiful arc, harvesting goblin heads like he was cutting grass. They didn't even have time to scream before they died one after another. Jiwon landed back on the ground. Behind him was a mountain of goblin corpses. You have successfully repelled the second wave of attacks. Number of surviving players, 3,343. Deaths, 590. Surviving players receive a reward of 500 gold. Jean breathed a sigh of relief. The second wave is dealt with. Should I buy some common skills while I rest? Open shop. The first skill I want to buy is detection. With it, I can identify targets within a 30-meter radius. It seems like there's nothing but goblin corpses within 30 meters. So, should I save up another 20,000 gold? At that moment, the system's sound rang out. Third wave, 3,343 players versus 6,686 weakened goblins. Another fierce battle ensued. You have successfully repelled the third wave of attacks. Fourth wave, 3,001 players versus 6,002 weakened goblins. It was another brutal battle. You have successfully repelled the fourth wave of attacks. After 4 battles, everyone was completely exhausted. Cho Jong-sik was panicking. There was only 1 hour left. If he could just survive and leave this place, it would be worth using every bit of his authority. As long as these bastards protected him, his life wouldn't be in danger. The familiar system voice rang out again. The fifth wave, 2,700 players against 10,800 weakened goblins. The crowd's faces paled at the announcement. 10,000? Why were there so many? The system continued to explain. Due to the nature of this round, the goblins only possessed normal strength. It wished them luck in fighting until the very last moment. As soon as the words were finished, the bloodthirsty monsters charged like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. He didn't need to worry. This was actually an opportunity to set a record. He had to become stronger and tear those who had looked down on him into 100 pieces. At that moment, several blood-curdling screams interrupted his thoughts. He turned his head to look and discovered that the subordinates he had ordered to protect him using his authority had already been killed by others. He's right here. This bastard. The representative title is mine now. I'm definitely killing him this time. Seeing this, Cho Jong-sik hurriedly pulled back the people standing in front of him and said, "You savages. It's the final moments, and you're still doing this? Stop them. You guards, hurry up and block them." But immediately after, there were merciless stabs and slashes. The guards protecting Cho Jong-sik were nearly all wiped out. He began to tremble inwardly. Damn it, I'm finished. Now isn't the time to be hunting. Seeing Cho Jong-sik flee, the crowd immediately gave chase. He's running. After him. Catch him. Cho Jong-sik ran for his life. He just needed to survive this wave of attacks. Just this one wave. Black Dog. Cho Jong-sik accidentally ran toward Black Dog's position. He ran up trembling and said, "Black Dog, I agree to your deal. I'll do whatever you say. Please just protect me." I said I accept your offer. Black Dog, protect me. Black Dog, who had been silent until now, finally turned his head to reply. "I refuse. I already told you. I don't care at all. Whether you live or die is your own business." Cho Jong-sik panicked upon hearing this. "Wait, but that was your offer. I said I'd become your subordinate. Why are you refusing?" Black Dog replied coldly. "I don't need a subordinate who doesn't have command authority." Hearing this, Cho Jong-sik felt immense resentment. This brat, is he saying I'm useless? If I'd known, I would have agreed sooner. At that moment, a voice rang out from behind. Did everyone see that? He refused. That's great. I was just wondering what we'd do if Black Dog helped him. Life really is a movie. Now we can kill him however we want. Cho Jong-sik swung his sword, prepared to risk everything. "Even if I die, I'm taking one of you with me." Suddenly, a voice spoke up from the crowd. "Senior, you're tired, aren't you? Let me help you." Cho Jong-sik felt like he had caught a lifeline. "Young Min, right, I still have you. If I can get out of here alive, I'll definitely treat you well." But before he could finish a sentence, Young Min landed a powerful punch right on Cho Jong-sik's face. Cho Jong-sik took the full force of the painful blow and collapsed to the ground. Senior, I'll kill you right now. I'll make your passing a bit more peaceful. Cho Jong-sik finally realized he had been deceived. He started cursing, "You bastard." But another punch followed immediately. Young Min, with cold eyes, grabbed Cho Jong-sik by the collar. A series of devastating punches left Cho Jong-sik completely dazed. Cho Jong-sik's consciousness began to fade. Damn it. Cho Jong-sik was actually betrayed by this piece of trash. With Yeomin's final brutal kick, the system voice rang out. The area representative, Life is a movie, has been eliminated. The representative's power has been transferred to the Slayer. Player Yeomin has become the new area representative. Yeomin laughed loudly. I'm the area representative now. I'm the king here. The system voice continued. You have become the area representative. You have received the representative's exclusive command authority. Yeomin laughed sinisterly, plotting. If I focus my mind, I can control Co Ajin however I want. I'm going to make good use of this command authority. Don't be too angry. Isn't it all because that gang leader, Cho Jong-sik, kept running away? How embarrassing. Then, Yeomin spoke up. Hey, did you guys see that? I beat him to a pulp. I told you there was a chance to win. The people around him listened as if they were being brainwashed. That's right. That was amazing. Seeing the scene just now, everyone felt a bit of fear. This bastard killed a man with his bare hands. It really gives me goosebumps. He's a total lunatic. Who would have thought he'd actually die? At that moment, someone who had just arrived and didn't understand what was happening asked, "What's going on? Wasn't this guy always following that thug around and flattering him? Did he plan to betray him from the start?" That person is... Some people had already realized Young Min's sinister nature. How terrifying. How could someone like that become the area representative? Hey, everyone, we have a new representative. That's right. Young Min was still rejoicing inwardly. Hee. Are they planning to target me now? Too bad for them. I know exactly how to get out of this tight spot. A thought flashed through his mind, and he immediately turned to find someone. Black Dog. Black Dog turned his head and saw Young Min calling him. What is it? Young Min spoke with a fake smile. You saw the announcement, right? I'm the area representative now. I have command authority. Black Dog said calmly. So what? Young Min gave a harmless smile and said, the offer you made to Life is a movie earlier. I accept it. In other words, I'll listen to you. In exchange, please protect me. Young Min was smugly certain that Black Dog would agree. Cho Jong-sik was abandoned because he didn't have command authority. So he'll definitely accept my offer, right? But then Black Dog spoke up. I don't like your attitude. If you get down on your knees and beg me, maybe I'll consider it. Young Min was startled. What? No, didn't you hear me? I have command authority. Black Dog asked even more provocatively. So what? What do you want me to do? You seem to have misunderstood something. The one at a disadvantage right now is you, not me. You want me to protect you? Then get on your knees and beg. Young Min heard Black Dog's condition and looked at the crowd around him, waiting like hungry tigers to kill him. He finally made his decision. Young Min prostrated himself before Black Dog and bowed his head. I will follow all your instructions. So please, definitely let me become your subordinate. I'm begging you. Seeing this, Black Dog laughed coldly to himself. He had seen this scene so many times he was sick of it. However, unlike Cho Jong-sik, Young Min still had some use. He would keep him for now. Then Black Dog spoke up. I accept your offer. Young Min was overjoyed. Thank you. Thank you, Black Dog. Black Dog continued with a look of contempt. Fine. I don't want to see that cowardly side of you anymore. Young Min was stunned. What? Then Black Dog coldly stepped in front of Young Min. Seeing this, the crowd backed away one after another. Why did it turn out like this? Is Black Dog going to protect him? Damn it. Should we all attack him together? Another person objected. Haven't you seen Black Dog fight? He can handle many people at once. We don't stand a chance against that monster. Seeing the situation, Black Dog spoke up. Let me help you all make a decision. You have two choices. Either give up on the area representative title and go back to hunting small monsters, or die by my hand. If possible, I suggest you choose the first one. But choosing the second is fine too, because those who dare to swing a sword at me are no longer human in my eyes. The crowd trembled upon hearing this. A few people decided to give up. I'm out. Me too. Young Min saw this and rejoiced inwardly. Truly impressive. I didn't expect just a few words from Black Dog could make them back down. As an opponent, he's terrifying. But as an ally, there's no one more reliable. Looking at the atmosphere, everything seemed to be coming to an end. Just like that, they had safely cleared the fifth wave. But if it ended like this, wouldn't it be too boring? At that moment, Black Dog shouted, Young Min. Young Min replied with a smile. Yes, Black Dog. What should I do? Please give the order. Black Dog then commanded. Use your command authority 10 times. Destroy the relic. Young Min was horrified. What? The relic? Then he began to worry. If the relic is destroyed and you fail to protect it, you'll face severe punishment. But why? If I use all 10 of my command authorities, I won't be able to turn Co. Ajin into my slave anymore. Youngmin immediately asked, can I ask why? But Black Dog didn't give him an answer. Shut up and do as I say. Youngmin still tried to hold on to a bit of hope. Can I use it 9 times instead of 10? Black Dog maintained his firm tone. I won't say it a second time. If you don't want to die, then choose. Youngmin had no choice but to agree. I understand. I will follow your orders. Black Dog continued. Also, I will designate the people for you to use your command authority on. Shin Sung-do, Little Chilly, don't bother me. Spring, summer, autumn. Order these 10 people to destroy the relic. Youngmin was startled. What? He began to panic. Huh? My old friends are in there too. Did he do this on purpose? Youngmin's friends couldn't believe it. No way. Youngmin stepped closer and said, sorry, brothers. It's Black Dog's order. I hope you can understand. Don't bother me. Shin Sung-do, Little Chilly, Spring, Summer, Autumn. Go destroy the relic. At that moment, the system issued a piercing warning sound. Warning, the relic is under attack. The others were bewildered. What's happening? They turned to look. They discovered 10 people were destroying the relic. Hey, what are you doing? Stop it right now. What the hell are those people doing? Do they want to be punished? It's going to break at this rate. Stop hitting it. Stop. Can someone block them? Just kill them. After a barrage of attacks, the relic finally cracked. The system announced, the relic has been shattered. Main quest failed. As punishment for the failure, the incarnation of the god of punishment will be summoned within 30 minutes. Everyone was truly panicked. What? The incarnation of the god of punishment? What is that? The system continued. Please survive the attack of the incarnation of the god of punishment. The circle will not disappear until the time is up. Black Dog gave a cunning smile. It turned out he did this because it was his hidden subquest. Confront the incarnation of the god of punishment and survive. The completion reward was 3,000 gold. Time remaining, 30 minutes. The system displayed the hidden subquest. The large screen showed the round 3 subquest. Survive for 30 minutes against the incarnation of the god of punishment. Reward, 3,000 gold. Time remaining, 30 minutes. The crowd buzzed with excitement. The system says if we survive, we get 3,000 gold. I told you, protecting the relic only gave 2,000. It seems the benefits are higher now. I agree. While everyone was excited, Black Dog thought to himself, the quest reward is even more than the reward for clearing the 5th wave. That's why I made Youngmin destroy the relic. But the reason I didn't destroy it myself was, while he was thinking, the main screen suddenly announced, confirmed players attacking the relic. The 10 players who attacked the relic will be punished. All stats will be permanently reduced by 50. Hearing the system announcement, the attackers shouted in fear and anger. What? Stats reduced? We were just following orders. Damn it. After venting their anger, everyone turned to criticize Youngmin. You bastard. Youngmin immediately apologized. I am sorry. Who would have thought there'd be a punishment like this? While everyone was still arguing incessantly, the system continued its announcement. Since the area representative failed to protect the relic, they will also be punished. All stats are permanently reduced by 50. Hearing this news, Youngmin angrily punched the wall. Motherfucker. He looked at the noisy crowd before him. Black Dog silently analyzed the losses from this quest while planning his next move. A permanent stat reduction directly affected survival. This was undoubtedly a fatal blow. Now, it's time to prepare to hunt the incarnation of the god of punishment, isn't it? He opened a shop and used his remaining gold to buy common items. The system displayed Assassin's Hood. Type, Armor. Grade, Normal. Defense, 20. Effect, Agility +3. Durability, 250 out of 250. Usage limit, Normal rank or higher. This Assassin's Hood always gives off a faint smell of blood, as if it has never been washed. Boots of Wisdom. Type, Footwear. Grade, Normal. Defense, 15. Effect, Agility +2, Action Speed +5. Durability, 250 out of 250. Usage limit, Normal rank or higher. These type black boots look cramped, but they are surprisingly comfortable when worn. Looking at the system information, Black Dog thought, even a small stat increase can make hunting it easier. Next is Synthesis. With that, Black Dog carefully selected an item and synthesized it with a mana stone. The screen displayed, Combination successful. The option, All Stats +1, has been added to the Dried Frost Necklace. Black Dog chose very carefully, telling himself that each piece of equipment could be socketed with 1 mana stone. So he did the same for the remaining items. The screen continued to display, Combination successful. The option, Damage Reduction +1, has been added to the Skilled Blacksmith's leather armor. Integration successful. The option Strength +2 has been added to Death Scythe. Black Dog carefully reviewed his choices and said, low-grade mana stones don't help much, but it's better than nothing. After he finished, a loud noise suddenly rang out, causing everyone to panic. Is it starting? I'm still a bit nervous. We just need to hold out for 30 minutes. He's right. We just need to keep running. Black Dog heard this and replied, I wouldn't be so sure. Escaping from the incarnation of the god of punishment won't be that easy. In his past life, out of 2,700 people, only about 500 survived. Just staying alive was incredibly difficult. Initially, the incarnation of the god of punishment was a monster of extremely high difficulty. It required at least 5 level 40 players to have a chance of defeating it. But he planned to kill it right now to receive the generous reward, because he possessed the title earned from killing the Angel Briel. The system explained, title, First God Slayer. Condition, become the first person to kill an angel. Effect, when fighting divine beings, all stats are doubled. Black Dog continued to recall the past. The First God Slayer title could double stats when fighting divine beings, and the incarnation of the god of punishment was precisely a divine being. As soon as Black Dog finished speaking, a bizarre creature appeared. The crowd below began to buzz with conversation. Is that the incarnation of the god of punishment? We just have to avoid it to survive? This is too easy, isn't it? I thought at least some monsters would appear. In the end, there's nothing at all. Yeongmin breathed a sigh of relief and said, damn it, I was scared for nothing. The god of punishment walked slowly, raised its scepter high, and slammed it hard into the ground. Suddenly, the entire area was covered in an eerie purple color. The system announced, the incarnation of the god of punishment has established a restricted zone. Unless the creator cancels it, leaving this area is strictly prohibited. Hearing this, the crowd screamed in terror. What the hell is this? A restricted zone? We can't leave. Are we trapped here? The system continued to announce, players' stats within the range are reduced by 50. The crowd panicked and kept screaming, let us out. Black Dog was also a bit shocked. Nearly 300 people are trapped. The person standing next to Black Dog wondered, what is that giant orb? Black Dog bit his lip in self-reproach. He looked angrily at the god of punishment above. What a pity. I can't save those 300 people. It's starting. As soon as he finished speaking, the god of punishment continuously fired purple arrows toward the crowd. Everyone fled in terror. Damn it, does it want us to dodge these things? The naked eye could barely see them. The frequency of the arrows became increasingly dense. Some people ran, some were injured. Those who ran slowly were hit by arrows and died right within the restricted zone. Black Dog analyzed the situation. Once trapped inside, dodging those arrows of light was nearly impossible. In other words, as long as one could avoid them, there would be no difficulty. Black Dog took advantage of the chaos and charged toward the creature. Taking advantage of its distraction, this was his chance. Just as expected, while hunting humans, it paid no attention to its rear. The moment it retracts its shield, I'll launch my attack. Black Dog timed it perfectly. Now, I don't need to worry about it turning around because it doesn't even have ears. With that, Black Dog lunged forward, aiming his weapon straight at the god of punishment's back. He carefully analyzed the distance. 5 meters away. Death's mark. He had to decide the victory with the very first blow. Just as Black Dog's blade was about to strike, the god of punishment suddenly turned its head, but it was too late. Black Dog said leisurely, it's too late to defend now. He plunged his weapon into the god of punishment's eye. Black Dog thought with some admiration, that strike was perfect. He had hit it right in the eye. Looking at the god of punishment, struggling in pain, Black Dog didn't lose focus. He carefully observed and mapped out his next strategy. Thanks to Death's Mark, it only has 60 stamina left. One blow took away 40 stamina. Not bad at all. Black Dog kept running in circles to observe the god of punishment's actions. It was definitely planning to set up a restricted zone to find him. Sure enough, the god of punishment began to establish a restricted zone to find Black Dog. The system announced, the incarnation of the god of punishment has established a restricted zone. Player stats within the range are reduced by 50. Hearing this, Black Dog just gave a light laugh. It's fine. Having lost its eyes, it's just an empty shell now. The god of punishment suddenly fired arrows from all sides. Black Dog saw this. With a serious expression, he thought, it seems it plans to fire arrows of light in every direction to kill me. Standing behind the god of punishment, Black Dog shouted, Purple Knight. The god of punishment stopped its rain of arrows. It turned its head to look at Black Dog with a look of doubt. Black Dog immediately spoke up. Light cannot defeat darkness, because that's how the system of this world is set up. It's time to end this. With that, Black Dog pointed his weapon at the god of punishment. His eyes were blood red, as if they contained a blood moon. Black Dog swung his axe at the god of punishment. The god of punishment let out a piercing scream. It didn't back down either. It raised its scepter toward Black Dog, but Black Dog dodged just in time. He slashed hard at its wings. The god of punishment's wings were severed and fell to the ground. The intense pain from the severed wings caused the god of punishment to let out another wretched cry that echoed to the heavens. Black Dog wasn't complacent. He calmly analyzed the situation. Its health has dropped to 10. For now, I'll just keep my distance. No need to rush the kill. With that, Black Dog turned to leave. The system immediately announced, conditions met. The incarnation of the God of Punishment's passive skill, Final Radiant Aura, has been activated. The incarnation of the God of Punishment has entered an invincible state. Hearing this, Black Dog turned back to look at the God of Punishment and said, once its health drops to 10, it enters this phase. If I had cut off its head just now, I wouldn't have been able to kill it. The God of Punishment looked extremely fierce, but was strangely quiet. Black Dog wasn't afraid. On the contrary, he provoked it. Let me see your final struggle. The system continued to warn. Remaining time for Final Radiant Aura, 50 seconds, 30 seconds, 10 seconds, 5 seconds, 1 second. The God of Punishment's form became increasingly brutal, and its power grew more violent. The invincible state was deactivated. Black Dog gave a light laugh, charged toward the God of Punishment, and struck it hard in the head. The God of Punishment died instantly. The system announced, you have defeated the incarnation of the God of Punishment. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. Gold plus 8,200. Bonus gold plus 4,100. Confirmed. You are the first person to defeat the incarnation of the God of Punishment. Title reward. Challenger of Punishment. Title. Challenger of Punishment. Unlock condition. Become the first person to defeat the incarnation of the God of Punishment. Effect. Reduces damage from divine beings by 80%. You received a reward for the first kill of the incarnation of the God of Punishment. Refined Ether. You received a reward for the first kill of the incarnation of the God of Punishment. Rune of Light. The received rune was automatically engraved onto the player's body. Black Dog clenched his fist, feeling the power increase after defeating the incarnation of the God of Punishment. He spoke up, just as I expected. I got the refined ether. The system displayed the information for the refined ether. Item. High-grade ether type. After multiple refinements, it reflects 7-colored light, depending on the viewing angle. Black Dog said, this thing is the only reason I killed the incarnation of the God of Punishment. Crafting God-tier items requires refined ether. I didn't expect a bonus rune of light as well. The system displayed the explanation for the rune of light. Effect. Intelligence increases by 1 point. Divine-type skill effects increase by 1 based on level. Hearing the reward, Black Dog said excitedly, now that I'm level 30, my intelligence will increase by 30. Skill effects will increase by 30. I won't have to worry about intelligence anymore. In the midst of his joy, the system announced again, hidden subquest completed. Reward, 3,000 gold. While everyone was cheering for Black Dog, someone just thought calmly, it's over. I survived. Oh my god. Everyone was even more shocked, marveling at how Black Dog could single-handedly defeat the incarnation of the God of Punishment. He's a monster. Suddenly, a voice rang out that startled everyone. Azza, unbelievable. You actually defeated the incarnation of the God of Punishment all by yourself. This was the first time Ollie had acknowledged human strength. Should I interview you for a bit? Player Black Dog, why did you want to kill the incarnation of the God of Punishment? Black Dog replied with a look of impatience. What a boring question. Because I wanted to. Ollie continued to ask. You could have received a reward just by surviving. Yet you risked everything simply because you wanted to. Black Dog replied. I couldn't just stand by and watch it slaughter all these people. Hearing Black Dog's words, everyone was surprised. He did it to save us. I thought someone that strong would be arrogant, but he's actually so kind-hearted. His character is truly impressive. Ollie said thoughtfully, stepping up to save your own kind. I've heard you humans are strange, so that's how it is. You can ignore all conflict to unite. I truly cannot understand it. Black Dog smiled and replied, that's right. What would selfish angels like you know? Ollie turned to the crowd and announced, you have worked hard to survive, but now is not the time to relax. Remember, whether you are eliminated or not depends on your overall performance. Let's see the results. The system displayed the rankings. Round 3 results. Global rankings. Rank 1, Black Dog, Death Scythe, level 30, 3,631 kills. Rank 2, A Bunch of Idiots, Mage, level 13, 982 kills. Rank 3, Heavenly Demon, Dark Knight, level 13, 963 kills. Local rankings. Rank 1, Black Dog, Death Scythe, level 30, 3,631 kills. Rank 2, On Sang-jun, Knight, level 11, 687 kills. Rank 3, Co. Ajin, Summoner, level 11, 576 kills. After hearing the results, everyone was in awe of Black Dog's achievement. Black Dog killed over 3,600 monsters by himself. The second-place ranker didn't even reach 1,000. Is he really level 30? That's insane. Does he have an experience multiplier or something? Juan thought. My experience points did increase, but I can only be sure if I rank first across all regions. As he finished his thought, the system issued a notification. Congratulations on ranking first globally. Mission complete. Congratulations on ranking first in your current region. Mission complete. Your reward for ranking first globally is a special reward selection box. Your reward for ranking first in your current region is a rare intermediate ring selection ticket. Looking at the rewards, Black Dog said, an intermediate ring selection ticket. It's finally here. The system continued to display. You may choose one of the following rings. Rewards. Please touch the reward you wish to choose. Ring of Truth, Ring of Elegance, Ring of Resistance. Jin thought carefully as he made his choice. Based on the names alone, this one seems the weakest, but I'll choose the Ring of Resistance. The system immediately provided information on the item he selected. Ring of Resistance. Grade Rare. Effects. Luck +4, Resistance +35. Durability. 450 out of 450. Requirement. Normal level or higher. Description. A ring that helps resist adverse status effects. Jin thought, no matter how high my stats are, if I fall into a status ailment, I'll definitely die. Resistance doesn't increase with stats, so getting this now is best. Although I don't need it yet. Most monsters so far use physical attacks and haven't used many status effects. Next is, the system continued to announce rewards. You may choose one of the following rewards. Please touch the reward you wish to choose. Increase all stats by 50. Only applies to round 4. For 1,000 gold or information regarding round 4. Looking at the rewards, Jin thought, as expected, there's no triple experience buff. After all, the goal of round 4 isn't killing monsters. In that case, I'll choose the second one, gold. After Black Dog made his choice, Ollie spoke in a mocking tone. Well then, humans, have you seen your rankings? We will eliminate everyone ranked outside of the top 1,225. The crowd screamed in terror. Eliminated? Lord Angel, please wait. I think the system made a mistake. Please check again. I killed so many monsters. How can my rank be so low? Their pleas only earned Ollie's contempt. You ants who didn't make it into the top 1,225, disappear now. Those ranked below 1,225 began to vanish one by one. They were sent back to the real world, despite their desperate pleas. No, save me. After the cleanup was finished, the system displayed. Round 3 has ended. Survivors globally, 214 million. Survivors in current region, 1,225. Souls will be returned to their bodies in the current dimension. The next round will begin on November 21st, 2023. See you in the next round. Congratulations on surviving. The scene shifted back to the real world. Co. Ajin woke up. I'm back. I passed round 3. No, not just that. I even obtained the summoner class. By summoning spirits, I was able to safely complete round 3. It's all thanks to these cute spirits creating shields. And thanks to my bodyguard for drawing the enemy's attention. One more thing. I made it into the top 3. I wonder if Black Dog will like the Mana Stone reward I just received. In contrast to Co. Ajin's joy, Yeoman woke up and immediately grabbed a desk lamp, smashing it to pieces. He cursed furiously, "Damn it, Black Dog." The system announced, penalty enforced. All stats permanently reduced by 50. Yeoman continued his bitter tirade. "Damn it, that dead dog. If I knew it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have ordered them to destroy the ruins." Furious, Yeoman took out his phone. "I'm screwed," he said. Looking at the screen, he gritted his teeth. "I'm really screwed." The screen showed an incoming call from Kim Sung-han. Yeoman answered. "Sung-han." The voice on the other end roared in anger. "Hey, are you crazy? What is wrong with you people? Don't play dumb with me. Do you know we're all finished because of you? How could you use your command authority to manipulate your own friends? After doing that, do you still dare call yourself human?" Yeoman quickly tried to explain. "I had no choice. If I didn't do what he said, Black Dog would have killed me." Regardless of his explanation, Kim Sung-han continued to scream. "Then you should have just died back then." Hearing this, Yeoman was stunned for a moment, then shouted back angrily, "You think I should have just stopped breathing instead of hurting my friends? You bastard. It's not fair for you to treat me like this. Don't you see my stats were reduced because I was the representative?" Kim Sung-han roared back. "But you're the only one whose stats were reduced. We were the ones used by our friend. If you hadn't been greedy for that representative position in the first place, none of this would have happened. You backstabbing piece of trash. Zongmin Zaobak, hey, Kim Sung-han, don't you ever call me again. Whether it's in reality or in that other world. Act like you don't know me. If I ever see your face again, I'll definitely lose it and kill you." Yeoman glared at his phone and muttered to himself, "What did I do so wrong to end up like this? I'm a victim too. I'll call the others and have them crush that bastard." He tried to call someone, but the phone announced, "The subscriber you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later." Young Min threw his phone in frustration. Those bastards. That's right. Friends? I don't need them. What did he say? He'll kill me if we meet again. He wants to fight me? Next time I see you guys, I'll kill you all. The scene shifted to a hotel. And, manager on, did you return safely this time as well? Ma Gongseok esten sang yun kindly. On Sang-jun bowed and replied, I just got lucky. Ma Gong-suk asked. Round 3 must have been quite difficult. Are you all right? On Sang-jun replied respectfully, yes, it wasn't too difficult. Perhaps because the monsters were weakened. Ma Gong-suk continued, what level are you now? Do you have a class yet? On Sang-jun bowed and said, Chairman, I am currently level 11. My class is Knight. Also, Co Ajin is with me, but her class is different. She is a summoner. A summoner? That's wonderful. I feel like that's no ordinary class. En Sang-yun agreed. I was also very surprised. After her class change, she summoned spirits to create shields. Thanks to her, I was able to hunt safely. Ma Gong-suk pondered for a moment. Finally, he nodded. Very good. Continue to maintain your relationship with the actress. If you like, you can even date her. En Sang-yun was startled. Date her? Chairman, what do you mean? Ma Gong-suk explained. I'm just saying, dating makes it easier to discover each other's weaknesses. I'm not telling you to get serious with her. So, should I date her? Seeing on Sang-jun's reaction, Ma Gong-suk burst out laughing. It's been a long time since I've seen you this flustered. If it's too much trouble, then forget it. En Sang-yun nodded. I understand. Besides, Co Ajin doesn't seem to like me. How could that be? You're reliable and masculine. On Sang-jun explained, she's still very formal with me. She always calls me Mr. Bodyguard. I see. Well, never mind then. What was the urgent report you wanted to give me? First, I want to apologize to you. Ma Gong-suk immediately asked why. On Sang-jun replied, I couldn't carry out your order to support Black Dog, nor could I deliver your message to him. There must be a reason, right? It was like this. On Sang-jun recounted all the unexpected incidents that occurred in the third round. Ma Gong-suk looked serious as he thought. Finally, when reaching the climax, he asked doubtfully, the incarnation of the god of punishment. That sounds like a formidable opponent. So you're saying Black Dog killed it? Yes. He used overwhelming skills to deal with it. It was as if he already knew how to win. Black Dog. He seems like the type of person who doesn't need anyone's help. Ma Gong-suk sank into deep thought. It seems his stats have indeed exceeded our expectations. He's so strong, it makes me feel a bit embarrassed for thinking I was powerful just because I have the Dark Knight rune. Black Dog. If there's a chance, I want to meet him. A moment later, Ma Gong-suk finally replied to On Sang-jun. Since you had a reason, I won't hold you responsible anymore. I'm very sorry. All right. What's the result of tracking those thugs? On Sang-jun picked up his phone. He began the report. The first person goes by the nickname Young Min. Assuming that's his real name, there are dozens of people with the same name nationwide. But if he's in his 20s and lives in South Korea, the range can be narrowed down to about 5 people. What about their locations? The detective agency said it would take nearly a month to verify their home addresses. Ma Gong-suk gently swirled his wine glass. A month later, then we'll have to wait until after the 4th round to find out. On Sang-jun poured more wine for his superior, agreeing with the assessment. Yes, there's no rush for the moment. We can proceed slowly. Ma Gong-suk changed the subject. How much gold have you accumulated? About 10,000 gold. Chairman Ma exclaimed. You've already saved up half. There's a common skill called tracking in a shop. Once you have 20,000, buy it and learn it. Chairman, I was distracted earlier and forgot to tell you. Last month, a shareholder bought a large amount of shares in your company. Which company are you talking about? Heavenly Demon Consulting. The company you're particularly interested in right now. Ma Gong-suk set his glass down. He immediately asked, how many shares does that person hold? On Sang-jun cautiously replied, please don't be too surprised. It's 31%. This number left Ma Gong-suk stunned. How could someone buy 31% of the shares all at once? On Sang-jun replied, yes, when I saw the screen, even I couldn't believe my eyes. The market capitalization of Heavenly Demon Consulting is 900 billion won. So 31% means that person invested 280 billion won. Could one person really have that much money? The more he thought, the more he felt it was hard to grasp. Is it some wealthy person I don't know? Or a spy sent by my brothers? He thought as he reached for his phone. Anyway, I'm sure that person invested 31% to directly participate in management. Manager on. What's the contact method for this major shareholder? GYN saw his phone vibrating. He opened it to see the incoming call. He smiled slightly. He should be contacting me by now. I can't call him first. As a major shareholder, I have to maintain some dignity. While he was relaxing, Guan ran and shouting, startling him and making him drop his phone right on his face. What level are you now? Why are you suddenly asking that? There's this super arrogant kid. He keeps bragging that his older brother is a very high level. They keep laughing at me. He said his brother just reached level 11 and even got a profession. Jin asked back nonchalantly. Level 11? I'm higher than him, so don't worry. Really? Then what level are you? How should I tell the kid? If I tell the truth, it might cause a lot of trouble. Level 12. Hearing his brother's level, Guon's mouth fell open. Really? Then you definitely have a profession too, right? Of course. Guon became even more curious. He asked excitedly, What is it? What is it? What's your profession? Jin lay down and covered himself with a blanket, answering decisively, It's a secret. Azza, don't be like that. There are no secrets between biological brothers. Why not? Go outside. I need to sleep a bit more. Carrying his curiosity, Guon narrowed his eyes as he closed the door. Fine. The door closed with a click. At the same time, the phone rang. It's here. Hello. Is this Mr. Jin? That's right. Who are you? Hello. I am Ma Gong-suk, CEO of Heavenly Demon Consulting. Jiwon smiled slightly. He thought to himself, I should pretend to be a bit naive at first. The more I seem like someone easily fooled, the more he'll let his guard down. He replied, Hello. Ma Gong-suk continued. Last month, you invested a large sum of money in our company, right? Yes. Is there a problem? You've become the largest shareholder of Heavenly Demon Consulting, so I'd like to meet you. I'd like to invite you to a meal. Guin nodded. Sure. Hearing Ma Gong-suk's happy tone on the other end, that's great. Then how about this Friday? Friday. That day was very important for obtaining the rune of inner thoughts. So he tactfully refused. I have plans this Friday, so I can't. How about Saturday? Let's meet then. A beep sounded from the phone. Both sides had reached an agreement. Jiwon was secretly happy. That's great. I knew Ma Gong-suk would call. After all, he founded Heavenly Demon Consulting just to get recognition from his father. He absolutely wouldn't dare treat a major shareholder poorly. Before meeting Ma Gong-suk, maybe I should go get the rune I need first. There are many ways to obtain runes. They can be found at specific locations in certain stages, or received as a special reward. They can drop after defeating bosses. And in some extremely rare cases, they can also drop from normal monsters. There's one more way that few people know about. That is, you can receive a rune right in the real world. Of course, the conditions for a rune to appear in the real world are much more complex. Soon, Jang Suk-han will appear here. Jang Suk-han is both his nickname and his real name. I will never forget this name, because he's the one who kidnapped my younger brother. Even now, I still remember that guy's voice vividly. At that moment, Black Dog recalled the situation back then. Suk-han held a knife to Guon's neck and threatened, Want to see him? Then you have to pay a corresponding price. Give me the hidden information that others don't know. Black Dog heard this and replied, That's ridiculous. How could I know any hidden information? Suk-han heard that and laughed loudly. Then his face turned cold. He barked, Don't lie to me. You're a regressor. Black Dog was startled. How does he know? Suk-han continued, You're curious how I know, right? I have the rune of inner thoughts. I used it to read your brother's mind. Of course, now I also know what you're thinking. After that incident, I've always been looking for a chance to take revenge on Jang Suk-han, from the 11th regression until now. That's why my purpose isn't just limited to personal grudges anymore. But I have to get the rune of inner thoughts before that guy does. Right on this day, right at this place. At this moment, Suk-han had kidnapped a woman and brought her here. He ripped the tape off the girl's mouth and threatened, I'm taking the tape off. No screaming. Understand? The poor girl pleaded, Please spare me. I beg you. Suk-han heard that and cursed. Damn it. I'll let you open your mouth, and all you can say is this? Try saying something else. Help me. I have a small child. I'll give you money. I don't want to hear these boring words. The girl continued to plead, I'm sorry. Suk-han asked suspiciously, Sorry for what? The girl knelt on the ground, clasped her hands, and said, You're doing this because the way I looked at you a few days ago was very disrespectful, right? I'm truly very sorry. Suk-han grimaced like a gorilla. That's right. If you felt sorry, why did you do that kind of thing? Do you know how bad my mood was the day before yesterday? 2 nights ago. Suk-han was walking on the street, thinking to himself, Which woman should I choose today? I feel like just having a woman can help me relieve all my troubles. At that moment, he saw a girl bowing her head to look at her phone on the street and assessed her. Nice figure. Then Suk-han followed the girl into a dark alley. He looked around and saw no one, so he followed her in. Then he used a move that made himself glow right in front of the girl. The girl was blinded by the dazzling light and couldn't open her eyes. My eyes. I can't see anything. Who are you? Jian, save me. All plans were proceeding exactly as intended. Suk-han was secretly happy. This is so great. In this situation, I can do whatever I want. I love this feeling. My previous life was truly boring to the extreme. It wouldn't matter if I died. The glowing rune could make the body emit a strong light, blinding the opponent. This rune was indeed a perfect tool for seeking pleasure. After that, Suk-han walked into a cafe. The staff enthusiastically welcomed him. Welcome. As soon as he saw that girl, evil thoughts arose in Suk-han's mind. She looks pretty too. He approached the girl and said, Give me a large iced Americano. The female staff politely replied, yes, that will be 5,001. Then Sukhan started trying to get to know her. Are you a part-time worker here? I'm a regular here, but I haven't seen you before. The female staff smiled and replied, oh, so you're a regular. I'm sorry I didn't know. All the other part-timers have quit. You know, the world has become so strange. Sukhan agreed in his heart. Makes sense, since you could lose your life at any moment. Who would want to waste time working part-time? Then he asked again, are you the owner? How old are you? You look quite young. Yes, I'm 32 years old. Sukhan became even more interested. So you're not a player? She politely replied. Yes, I consider myself quite lucky. At this point, Sukhan pushed further. Give me your phone number. I quite like you. The girl looked surprised. Seeing that she had no intention of giving her number, Sukhan began to lose control. What's wrong? What's with that face? Do you hate my face that much? The girl was bewildered by his unprovoked anger. What? Sukhan roared. You think these spots on my face are disgusting, don't you? Damn it. It's irritating. I don't want to drink that coffee anymore. Give me my money back. It's disgusting. Seeing Sukhan angrily slamming the table, the girl was so scared her whole body trembled. She hurriedly issued a refund. Here is your refund. Sukhan took the money and turned to leave. But this didn't quench his anger. That bitch. Just because she has some looks, she judges others by their appearance. Looking down on people, I'll make you pay for that damn look. So, he waited until the girl closed the shop and headed home. Then Sukhan attacked her with a club. Then the scene from earlier occurred. I'm sorry. Sukhan continued to interrogate her. Don't look down on others because of their appearance anymore. Understand? The girl, thinking she was about to be released, repeatedly agreed. Yes, I'll never do it again. Unexpectedly, this answer didn't satisfy Sukhan at all. That's not good enough. You have no sincerity. Sukhan pushed the girl down. You think I don't know? You're just pretending to apologize to find a way to escape. The girl's hand was grabbed. She became even more terrified. Please, let me go. Sukhan gave a sinister and cruel smile and said, didn't you admit your mistake? Since you admitted it, pay the price for your error. Seeing Sukhan about to commit a depraved act, the girl was terrified to the extreme. I was wrong. It's all my fault, okay? Sukhan was extremely excited. That's more like it. Now stay still. At that moment, a voice rang out from behind Sukhan. You're the one who needs to stay still. Understand? Hearing this voice, Sukhan felt a bit of panic. What the hell is this? I thought no one was here. Is he a detective? Then Sukhan angrily turned his head and cursed. Damn it. The voice rang out again. Don't curse. Anyway, you'll have plenty of chances to scream and curse later. Sukhan wondered, what is that giant long side? And he's wearing a white mask too. Sukhan still arrogantly cursed. You lunatic. You think this is a place for you to play with toys? The man in the mask raised Death's scythe high. It seems you still don't grasp the situation. Does this look like a toy to you? Seeing the masked man brandishing the sharp scythe, Sukhan finally realized the situation was bad. Wait, is it real? You're a player. The masked man approached and said, how stupid. What do you think? This lady can go now. This is your only chance. Seeing the masked man intending to let the girl go, Sukhan said angrily, huh? Who allowed? But immediately after, the masked man leaped up and charged towards Sukhan. He used the long end of the handle to strike hard at Sukhan's groin. Sukhan screamed in pain incessantly. He wailed, damn it. Black Dog, behind the white mask, after delivering a heavy blow, spoke up. I told you that you'd be screaming and cursing. Then Black Dog turned his head to the girl and said, go. I'll handle this guy. The girl didn't dare linger. She immediately ran away. Thank you. Looking at Sukhan, still clutching his groin, Black Dog said, now it's just the two of us, right? So the game truly begins. Sukhan screamed in rage. Your mother. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you, you bastard. Black Dog calmly replied, not a bad attitude. If you gave up too quickly, it wouldn't be interesting anymore. Sukhan roared and lunged at Black Dog. Damn it, you dare mock me. But immediately after, all of Sukhan's attacks missed. Black Dog's dodging movements were smoother than those of top masters. While attacking, Sukhan felt fear in his heart. What the hell is this? He dodged all my attacks. Seeing Sukhan's weapon, Black Dog couldn't help but say, I didn't expect you to be carrying a goblin dagger. After dodging a series of Sukhan's attacks, Black Dog swung his scythe in one stroke. One of Sukhan's arms was immediately severed, and blood sprayed out. Black Dog calmly asked, does it hurt? I haven't even truly started yet. Looking at the cold masked man before him, Sukhan's whole body trembled. Seeing Sukhan lose an arm, his body lost its balance. Black Dog added another slash to his remaining arm to make both sides symmetrical. Your reaction is a bit much. Losing 2 arms, Sukhan was extremely terrified. If this continues, he'll kill me. If I want to save my life and escape, I have to blind his dog eyes. Thinking of this, he immediately condensed light in front of his chest. Die, you brat. But immediately after, he was horrified to find he couldn't cast the skill. His head was filled with question marks. What's going on? Why isn't it working? Black Dog looked at Sukun, acting like a fool, and thought, no matter how much you glow, it's useless. Purple Knight doesn't allow any light source to exist. I knew he'd use this move, so I cast the Purple Knight skill beforehand. Even without Purple Knight, I would have cut his tendons and ligaments first anyway. Black Dog spun the scythe, and Sukun's legs were also severed. Sukun screamed wretchedly and collapsed to the ground. You devil, why are you treating me like this? Why? Hearing Sukun's 100,000 questions, Black Dog mocked him. Why? Then he swung the scythe down again, stabbing it into Sukun's thigh. Then why do humans have to exterminate pests? Because keeping them around only harms people. Sukun's thigh received 2 more stabs. He lay flat on the ground in a miserable state. Damn it, you psycho. Let's see how long you can stay arrogant. Then Sukun's wretched screams rang out. A while later, Sukun, with his whole body covered in wounds, lay paralyzed on the ground, unable to move. Damn it, why is this guy treating me like this? What grudge do we have? It's so unfair. It's not fair. Instead of enduring this torture, it would be better to just commit suicide. Just let me die already. Just as Sukun was thinking wildly, Black Dog's long scythe was pressed against his neck. Sukun, with a face drenched in tears, looked up miserably. Black Dog said coldly, What? Want to bite your tongue and kill yourself? You think I'll let you off that easily? Until you kneel and beg me for a merciful death, you're not allowed to die. At this point, Sukun's whole body had been stabbed so much that no part was intact, and blood stained the ground red. He lay there, thinking, I have to make this pain stop. He opened his mouth to plead. Please. Black Dog mocked. What did you say? Are you serious? Sukun said weakly and tremblingly. Kill me. Please. I beg you to kill me. Black Dog looked thoughtful. Then he spoke. You don't know why I have to go to this extent, do you? After all, to you, we are complete strangers. Actually, we're not entirely strangers. Young Shikun, listen carefully. We've met before. Shikun was startled. He knows my name? Then he asked, Don't tell me you're related to that woman. Black Dog shook his head. I have no relation to her at all. Sukun was even more puzzled. Then what exactly is it for? Black Dog finally revealed the truth. You kidnapped my younger brother and threatened me, forcing me to tell you hidden information. Sukun listened, but didn't understand a thing. I did that kind of thing. But I didn't. Black Dog knew what he was going to say and interrupted. Of course you don't remember. After all, that's a future event that hasn't happened yet. To me, it's already in the past. If I don't intervene now, you'll get the rune of inner thoughts. Sukun was terrified upon hearing that. The rune of inner thoughts. Black Dog continued. There's a rune hidden here. Do you know the condition for it to appear? It's hearing the true inner voice of another person. That voice must come from sincerity, without any pretense. If I hadn't appeared here, you would have raped and threatened that woman. Then, she would have used her truest voice to beg you to let her go. You would have obtained the rune of inner thoughts, and used it to commit countless other crimes. In my regressions, this has been proven many times. Even without mentioning those things, your 12 previous criminal records are enough to prove you're a bastard who deserves to die. Sukun heard this and said with a trembling voice, If I deserve to die, then please just kill me quickly. But Black Dog refused. No, I won't touch you. Shikun was startled. Then, Black Dog swung a piece of wood. He stuffed it horizontally between Sukun's jaws. He coldly continued, What do you think I've been doing? I'm waiting for you to stop breathing on your own. At this point, Sukun's mouth was blocked by the wood, and he couldn't make sound. He thought, I told him to kill me already. This is too painful. Don't you want the rune of inner thoughts? Don't you want to hear the true scream in my heart? Then why are you stopping me from speaking? At that moment, Black Dog's voice rang out again. Why am I not letting you speak? Because I want to test the rune of inner thoughts a bit. Shikun was terrified. What? Black Dog explained, Sorry. I already got the rune. Don't you remember? Just now, you sincerely and truthfully begged me to kill you. At that moment, the rune reacted to your honest voice. You have made the target use their true voice. Activation conditions complete. You have discovered the rune of inner thoughts hidden here. The rune will automatically be engraved onto the player's body. Effect: read the thoughts of the target in front of you. If you observe the target, you can also see through their inner purpose. Only effective within a 30-meter range around the target. Black Dog continued, I'm testing to see how effective it is. As you can see, it's very effective. Sukun's mouth was tightly blocked. He could only sob in his mind. You've already got what you wanted. Please just kill me. Black Dog still wanted to torment him. I can't. How could I let you die so easily? That would be too unfair to your victims. Sukun trembled in his soul. You damn devil. Then, the extreme physical and mental pain caused him to pass away. Black Dog saw this and thought, this guy is dead, and there are no witnesses. But I have to clean up this mess. I'll use the common skill I just learned. Black Dog called out, Erase traces. At that moment, the system appeared. Effect: erases all traces at the scene, including bodies, bloodstains, fingerprints, and footprints. Then, a blue light cleaned up all the chaos. It really works. It's best not to leave any trouble behind. Now that I've got what I wanted, tomorrow it's time to go meet Ma Gong-suk. In front of a deep blue skyscraper, Jin was standing before a mirror tying his tie. Guan asked, "Brother, are you going out on a date today?" Jin brushed his shirt and said, "How could it be a date?" Guan replied, "Normally you never dress up this formally." Jin was embarrassed but seriously explained, "This is an important occasion. I have to go meet a business partner." Guan looked at him and continued to press. "Are you planning to enter the business world?" Guan thought to himself. A few days ago he took all his money to invest in stocks, and now he wants to do business. What if he fails? He'll be so sad. Jin thought silently, looking at Guan with a smile. Is this kid worrying about me more than our financial situation? How cute. Jin smiled brightly and said confidently to Guan, "If this meeting goes smoothly, I'll tell you all the details. You don't need to worry. You believe in your brother, right?" Guan hurriedly interrupted. "Of course I believe in you. Who else would I believe in?" Jiwan waved to Guan and said, "You just stay here and wait for me. It's very dangerous outside now. There are many other players." Guan seriously crossed his arms and said, "Yes, I saw the news. They're using their abilities to commit crimes. I even heard that other countries are facing problems with criminals using their power to break out of prison." Jun said worriedly, "That's right. As long as the age is right, even criminals have a chance to become players." And thought to himself, players are becoming stronger and stronger, while the population decreases every month. It would be strange if nothing changed. Furthermore, later on, there will be a period when ordinary people are hunted like wild animals and treated like slaves. That's when the players reach the peak of their power, before the world turns into that lawless place. I need to become strong enough to overwhelm everyone, and incidentally, build a reputation for Black Dog. Jiwan turned to advise Guan, "Anyway, if you do go out, remember to be careful." Guan replied to his brother, "I know. So when are you going to tell me about your business?" Jiwan looked back teasingly. "It's a secret." Guan said coaxingly, "I'm so curious." Jiwan turned his back to Guan and said sternly, "I'll tell you soon, so stop nagging. Just stay home and order lunch. Buy something more expensive than black bean noodles." "Got it." Guan replied, "I got it." Arriving at the destination, Jiwan thought, just as I expected. He scheduled the meeting here. Just like in soccer, playing on the home field always has an advantage. The place Ma Gong-suk chose for lunch is nominally a hotel belonging to the Osen Group, but in reality, it's one of Ma Gong-suk's hotels. Of course, this is top secret information. I'm afraid only I know this truth. Jin thought as he walked. No, and most his relatives know too. I have to use this information to raise my value in his eyes. Before that, I have to play my role well. The more naive I look, the better. Juan went to the hotel reception and said shyly, "Hello, miss. I have an appointment. Someone told me to come to the reception." The receptionist asked him, "Do you mean the appointment with the CEO of Heavenly Demon Consulting?" Juan replied quickly, "That's right." She told him, "The CEO will be here shortly." She pointed toward the waiting room. "While waiting, you can sit over there." Gui nodded and thanked the staff. "Thank you." He turned his head to look around, thinking, "Great. Now I just need to sit here acting like a fool for a bit, pretending to be a country bumpkin in the city." He looked up at the ceiling. He exclaimed, "Wow, that chandelier is bright red. It looks truly grand. It's Mr. Jin, right? You finally arrived." Jin replied, "Yes, sir." On Sang-jun explained, "We've met before, haven't we? At the long-term stay hotel." Jin suddenly remembered and replied, "Oh, that's right. I think we met when I first moved in and was giving out rice cakes. You're the one who was with actress Eo Ah-jin, right?" On Sang-jun respectfully bowed and apologized to Jin. "Yes. I'm very sorry for being disrespectful back then." He muttered in his heart. He looks less than 20 years old. This kid is the shareholder who invested 280 billion. Jiwan looked at his expression and guessed, he's definitely suspicious of me. Having that much money at my age is indeed hard to believe. So his reaction is normal, right? Jiwan said embarrassedly, "It's okay. We didn't know each other. I didn't expect the CEO of Heavenly Demon Consulting to live right above me." On Sang-jun said awkwardly, "Oh, please don't call me that. I'm not the chairman. Sorry for the late introduction. The chairman will be a bit late, so I came here first. Let's go inside and wait." Juayan replied to On Sang-jun, "Yes." On Sang-jun said, "Please wait here for a moment." On Sang-jun turned around and immediately made a report by phone. "Chairman, I've personally met him. He couldn't have invested that amount of money on his own. There's definitely someone behind him using him as a front. You must be careful." Jun sat inside, smiling smugly. He thought, I guess correctly. He sent On Sang-jun to scout first. For an important meeting like this, a careful person like Ma Gong-suk absolutely wouldn't be late. Ma Gong-seok walked in elegantly. Hello. I am Ma Gong-suk, chairman of Heavenly Demon Consulting. Jun shook hands and introduced himself. I'm Jin. Ma Gong-suk politely invited you. Please have a seat. Jun replied, yes. Manager on, you sit next to me. Yes, sir. Jin thought to himself. He's going to let on Sang-jun join this conversation without even asking for my opinion? He wants to take the initiative, huh? Ma Gong-seok gestured. Before we discuss the main business, let's have lunch first. I prepared some dishes. I hope they suit your taste. In a luxury hotel like this, everything is great. Jin ate happily, his mouth never stopping with praise. The food is delicious. Ma Gong-suk smiled and said, I'm glad you like it. Ma Gong-suk looked at Jin and thought, Manager on was right. He's too young. He couldn't have invested 280 billion on his own. Even if he had that money, he doesn't seem to have the guts to do it. He's definitely working with someone. Who sent him? My brothers? Or my uncle's people? I just need to investigate and find out. Ma Gong-suk said, I was very surprised when I first met you, Mr. Moon. I didn't expect our major shareholder to be so young. May I ask how old you are this year? Jun replied, I'm 20 years old. Ma Gong-suk added, I'm 29. It's great to meet someone from the same generation. Jun also smiled back. Yes, I'm very happy to. At this age, how did you earn such a large sum of money? Are you the son of a tycoon? Jian thought. He's quite blunt. Jian pretended to be shy and said, haha, not at all. Until a few months ago, I was just an ordinary student. Ma Gong-suk was doubtful. Until a few months ago? That's right. Have you seen the news lately? What do you mean? Jin gave a wry smile and said, did you see the person who won the lottery 4 times in a row and suddenly became a millionaire? I remember that case. That was me. I'm the one who won the lottery 4 times in a row. What? Ma Gong-seok exclaimed. Really? You're the winner who appeared on the news last month. Yes. According to the news, the total prize money was only about 60 billion. How did you earn 280 billion? Jun smiled and replied, I invested a bit in Bitcoin. Bitcoin? Just like that. Ma Gong-suk said, you're truly hard to believe. What made you dump all 60 billion into Bitcoin? I don't think I could have done that. On Sang-jun said with an admiring look, it seems he has very good luck. Jin replied, it wasn't due to luck. On Sang-jun suddenly remembered something and spoke up, oh, that's right. I remember an article once wrote that you said the lottery numbers were from a dream. If that's not considered luck then, Jun looked at On Sang-jun and said, I never dreamed of those things. Then why was it? This is the only way for me to get Ma Gong-suk's recognition and make him side with me. This is the first time I've revealed this to anyone. Actually, I have a rune that sees into the future. This rune can help me see things years from now. In other words, Jun clasped his hands on the table and said seriously, I'm a prophet who can see through the future. What did I just hear? Is this kid being serious? What kind of nonsense is he talking? Ma Gong-suk pressed, are you being serious? Jun looked at him seriously. What reason do I have to lie to you? Ma Gong-suk asked suspiciously. So the lottery thing was also using the rune to see the future? Jian smiled back. That's right. That's also why I invested in Bitcoin to get rich. Since I could see the future, I could rest assured putting all my capital into it. Ma Gong-suk said skeptically, if you don't mind, could you prove it to me? If possible, predict what I'm going to do next. Jin thought silently in his head. Predicting what he would do next was actually very simple because he could read his thoughts. But to avoid bringing trouble upon himself, it was best to tell Ma Gong-suk that he couldn't use the ability at will. Jun pretended to be worried, placed his hand on his chest, and said, I'm truly sorry, but I can't freely control the use of the ability. It activates unexpectedly and is beyond my control. Ma Gong-suk held his glass. He thought, a rune that can see the future, but having a limit like that is reasonable. Is that so? He suddenly remembered something and spoke up. Mr. Jun, about your investment of 280 billion in our company. Jun replied quickly, that's right. I know Heavenly Demon Consulting will grow immensely in the future, so I invested. Ma Gong-suk asked doubtfully, how much growth are you talking about? Jian explained to him, within half a year, you can enter the Kospi list without any pressure. Ma Gong-suk thought proudly, if that's true, it would be great. Not only would I be recognized, but I could also take the chairman's position. It seems I'm a bit too excited, just with unverified information, and I'm already smiling happily. Jin continued, but if you want to succeed, then you must radically change the business model. On Sang-jun asked back in shock, what? The business model? That's an excessive request. At a time like this, you're telling us to change our business operations? You might as well tell us to change the company name while you're at it. Ma Gong-suk reminded him to calm down. Manager on. Jun looked at On Sang-jun and said calmly, once the type of business changes, naturally the name must change too. On Sang-jun leaned on the table. He stared at Ji-Wan and said, "Are you serious?" Ji-Wan looked straight at On Sang-jun and said, "At this point, do you still think I'm joking? Both of you are players, so you must understand clearly. Revealing your rune to others is extremely disadvantageous and dangerous for yourself. I've considered that issue, but I still decided to reveal my rune to you. As a major shareholder and future partner, I want to help the company grow. Otherwise, why would I invest 280 billion here? If you want the company to succeed, you must cooperate with me." On Sang-jun looked worriedly at Ma Gong-suk and asked, "Chairman, you're not going to believe his words, are you?" Ji-Wan sighed, looked at Ma Gong-suk, and said, "It seems you still don't believe in my ability." On Sang-jun said very firmly, "To be honest, I don't." Ji-Wan looked at him and said, "Manager On, have you ever wondered why I happen to move in right below the penthouse apartment? Don't tell me you think this is just a coincidence." Ma Gong-suk interrupted, "Vite, below the penthouse? Manager On, what does he mean? He lives below your place." On Sang-jun replied, "Chairman, about 2 months ago, this Mr. Jin moved into the floor below actress CEO Ah Jin's penthouse." "That's right. That was a few days after I received the prophecy rune." Ma Gong-suk angrily questioned On Sang-jun, "Manager On, why am I only hearing about this now?" On Sang-jun replied, "Until today, I still thought it wasn't important. If it was January, then that was before he invested in Bitcoin. But he moved in near people related to the company he would later invest in. Unless he could see the future, he couldn't have done that. It's also possible he knew I was backing CEO Ah Jin." Jun thought smugly to himself. Jin said helplessly, "It seems just based on these things, it's still not enough. You still don't believe me. Then how about this? The hotel we're in right now is your property, isn't it, Chairman Ma Gong-suk? As for your identity, you're the eldest son of the Osen Group. Heavenly Demon Consulting is a business you secretly established to gain your father's recognition. Am I right?" En Sang-yun shouted, "Who exactly are you? How do you know information that only family members know?" Ma Gong-suk said angrily, "Calm down. Manager On." On Sang-jun bowed and said, "I'm sorry." Ma Gong-suk clasped his hands and nodded, saying, "That's right. Everything you said is correct. But if you say you know these things through seeing the future, it's still not enough to convince me. As Manager On said, my family members all know this information. Actually, I suspect you were sent by a third party to trap me. In this situation, you're asking me to trust you and change the business operations? Even if I don't say it directly, you already know my answer. All of this sounds too absurd. I also want to believe your prophecy rune is real. Who wouldn't want their company to grow? But what you're saying is very hard for me to believe. Mr. Ji-Wan, thank you for investing in our company. But I need to convene a shareholders meeting to consider this proposal. Naturally, you have to convince them yourself. Sorry I couldn't be of more help. I'll take my leave." Jin seriously interrupted Ma Gong-suk. "Please wait a moment." "Chairman." Ma Gong-suk looked at Jin and asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" Jin thought to himself, "This really is the only way." Jin revealed, "Then how about this? I'll tell you information about the 4th round." "The 4th round?" Ma Gong-suk asked in shock. "You have information about the 4th round?" Jin replied to him, "That's right. My prophecy ability helped me see the entire process. I know what tragedy will occur. Is this information enough to prove my ability?" On Sang-jun bowed and said, "I'm sorry, Chairman. I was a bit too excited just now and raised my voice in front of you." Ma Gong-suk waved his hand to comfort On Sang-jun. "It's okay. You were just thinking of me." On Sang-jun continued, "I just remembered something. Can I tell you?" Ma Gong-suk looked at him. He smiled and said, "Say whatever is on your mind. To be honest, I'm very suspicious of Jun. If he has the ability to see the future, he could have just kept quiet and enjoyed a wealthy life on his own. Why would one help us?" Ma Gong-suk said nonchalantly, "Didn't he say he wanted to grow with the company? It seems he wants to make even more money." On Sang-jun tried to explain, "But why? If he has 280 billion, that's already a massive fortune. He could live comfortably for the rest of his life without ever working." Ma Gong-suk said, "Perhaps that's still not enough for him. Human greed is bottomless, after all." On Sang-jun interrupted, "Even so, it's very dangerous. Furthermore, whether that power actually exists is still a question mark." Ma Gong-suk leaned his chin on his hand, deep in thought. "I agree. But if he truly is a prophet who can see the future, we need to make him our ally. Think about it. If we always have information about the next round and can prepare in advance, how much would that help us? And if we can grow the company during that time, it would be an incredible bargain." On Sang-jun spoke worriedly to Ma Gong-suk. "But is he really a prophet?" Ma Gong-suk replied calmly, "As for that, we just have to wait for the results to find out." Ji-Wan thought to himself as he walked, "Once round 4 is over, he'll be convinced that I'm a prophet. But I didn't reveal some key information to him, like the side missions or how to rank up. The mission for round 4 isn't about killing monsters. It's a massacre among the players. I can't let my guard down for even a second." He continued to think as he walked. This should be enough to prove I'm a prophet. Their attitude toward me will change after this. They'll treat me very well and try to protect me because I'm a prophet. It's always better to have a prophet on your side than on someone else's. Now that I've established the prophet persona, should I keep the act going until the end? Well, first, I should contact. Julie was walking hurriedly down the street. Aza, at this rate, I'm going to be late. Hurry, hurry. Change to green already. Julie looked suspiciously at a car parked on the side of the road. What's with that red car? It's blocking the shop entrance. How inconsiderate. Julie saw Juin inside the car. She shouted, "Oh, Guin, is this your car?" Jen apologized awkwardly to Julie. "Sorry for parking in front of the shop. Get in. Let's talk while we take a drive." "Sure," Julie said excitedly. "This is my first time riding in a car like this." Juin said proudly. "Is that so?" He explained to Julie. "Me too. I just bought it." "I see." Julie looked at Juin and asked, "How much does a car like this cost?" Juin replied casually, "Not that much. About 900 million. Julie asked in shock, 900 million? And that's not much. Good grief. Do you know how many convenience stores you could open with 900 million? Juin said calmly as he drove. "Compared to the lottery money I won, it really isn't that much." Julie thought, that's true. Guin has become rich. He has a full 60 billion. It feels like we're living in two different worlds. But this feels like a date. It's a bit embarrassing. Juin said gently, "To be honest, there's something I want to confess to you." Julie's face turned bright red with embarrassment. "A confession?" Juin reassured her. "It's nothing weird. Don't misunderstand." Julie shouted in embarrassment. "Misunderstand? How could I? Aza, I just want to find a hole to crawl into." "So, what do you want to confess?" Juin immediately replied. "I told you before that the winning numbers appeared in a dream, right?" Julie nodded. "Yes. Actually, that's not true. The truth is, I received the information through a future sight rune. It wasn't from a dream. That rune helped me know future events, which is why my class is prophet." Julie looked at Jian and asked, "A prophet?" She turned her head excitedly and said, "Isn't that a special class?" Jian looked at her shyly and said, "I suppose so." Julie continued, "That's so cool. A future sight rune sounds amazing too. Thank you for telling me the truth. Even though we're friends, telling someone else about this must have been very difficult." Jian said gently, "It's nothing. You also told me your class was support. So this makes us even." "Even? How could it? I haven't even told you about my rune yet. By the way, should I tell you my rune later?" Jian immediately replied, "There's no need." Before he could finish, Julie blurted out, "In the first round, I received the rune of protection. For every person within a 10-meter radius of me, I get one thin layer of protective film. For example, if there are 5 people, I'll be covered by 5 layers of protection. I feel so much better now that I've said it." Jian laughed happily. "Haha, is that so?" Julie asked suspiciously. "But why did you suddenly tell me all this?" Jian explained with a hint of mystery. "Because keeping secrets made me feel a bit guilty, and I thought if I didn't confess the truth, you might not believe what I'm about to say next." Julie asked curiously, "What do you want to say?" She looked at Jian with a hint of fear. "It's about the mission for round 4. Jian cautioned her. "So you must be careful, Julie. You have to stay alert at all times because you don't know what the players around you might do." Julie replied obediently, "I'll remember that." She thought to herself, "Regardless, I'm very grateful he cares about me enough to tell me. He was even the first person to call me. Could it be that he has a little crush on me? I hope so." Jian thought to himself, "I can't believe Julie has liked me for this long. I had no idea. No wonder she was always so nice to me. Although it's a bit awkward, this is probably for the best. It'll be easier to make her an ally. She'll also trust my prophecies more. Now that that's settled, it's time to rest for a bit. I don't have anything to do this month anyway." Time passed. March 31st, 11:55 p.m. Before entering the other world, I bought a set of epic-grade equipment from today's item shop, Gloves of Darkness. Effects, Strength +5, Agility +4. Weapons and equipment of this grade become semi-transparent. Only effective at night. Requirement, normal level or higher. Description, these gloves are covered in darkness and can become invisible. The weapon being used will also become semi-transparent. The stats are very high, and using semi-transparency as a means of concealment is very useful. If combined with the Purple Knight skill, the effect will be even more powerful. Guan poked his head out and said, "Brother, it's time. Are you confident you can conquer this round?" Jin replied quickly to his brother, "I won't know until I try." Guan stared at Jin and asked seriously, "Brother, you're a prophet, right? Didn't you say you have information about round 4? Jian replied, "Having information is one thing, but how I act is another." "Why is that, brother?" Guan said very worriedly. "You must survive and come back, okay? Do you hear me? Honestly, you..." Jin said irritably, "Don't say such things. It's bad luck. Round 4 could be a death trap." But then, there was again the status window. Penalty enforced. All stats permanently reduced by 50. It was unbelievable. This was the consequence of betraying his own faction. I don't even have 10 command authority points left. How am I supposed to get through round 4? Youngmin thought. Those who want to steal the representative position might target me, or my old friends might come for revenge. Furthermore, where is this? Youngmin felt helpless and terrified by his surroundings. What kind of mission forces us to start in a hellhole like this? The white things around here make me feel like a lab rat. Just as he finished speaking, that devil, Black Dog, he definitely knew things would turn out like this. Jin turned his head and said smugly, using up all 10 command authority points, destroying the relic, and then killing the incarnation of the god of punishment without hesitation. It's too suspicious, he thought, then spoke up. If I were strong enough, I would have smashed that bastard's face in a long time ago. Youngmin said resentfully. It was annoying, but he had no other choice. If I want to at least stay alive, the only way is to team up with that devil. Hey, Black Dog, Jian asked back, what? Youngmin gave a forced smile and asked, is the deal from the last round still valid? Jian asked, deal? Didn't you say if I became your subordinate, you would protect me? Black Dog said smugly, I don't need a subordinate like you anymore. What? You don't have any command authority left to use. What's the point of keeping a representative who has no authority? Besides, most players have classes now. Whether you have command authority or not doesn't matter much anymore. Before Youngmin could speak, Black Dog added, you have no value left. You're just a walking target. Youngmin said angrily, a walking target? Black Dog crossed his arms and said, don't worry too much. You're just a figurehead target. Not many people will actually want to kill you. Youngmin questioned Black Dog. They won't target me? Black Dog casually explained to Youngmin. You know the fate of a player who carries the title of regional representative. Everyone knows in their hearts that being a representative isn't a lucrative job. Furthermore, the higher a player's level, the fewer people you can control with command authority. Compared to the risks, it's simply not worth it. After hearing this, Youngmin thought to himself, Black Dog is right. If I could, I want to give up this command authority too. Youngmin said in shock, why are those people here? Co Ajin looked at Black Dog and said, hello, Black Dog. Hello. Do you remember us? Black Dog immediately replied, of course I remember. Is something the matter? Well, you once saved us from that thug standing right here and then escaped. We wanted to thank you once again. Youngmin said in a panic. What? A thug? Black Dog said coldly, thanking me once is enough. You don't need to look for me anymore. We're still very grateful to you. Our company chairman also wants to express his gratitude for saving us. Oh, about our chairman. Black Dog interrupted on saying, June, stop right there. I'm not interested. Co Ajin said anxiously. Black Dog, this is a small token of our appreciation. Thank you for saving us. Please accept it. Looking at the stone in Co Ajin's hand, Black Dog thought, a basic purple mana stone. This is indeed an unexpected harvest. Co Ajin looked at Black Dog and said, I felt that just saying thank you wasn't enough. Black Dog took the stone and said, it's good that you think that way. Thank you. Black Dog was secretly delighted. Since you've given me such a wonderful item, I won't be modest. Once I get back, I'll have to craft some low-grade mana stones myself. On Sang-jun was worried about the gift. Will he like it? He won't get angry because we gave him a stone that looks useless, will he? Just as I predicted, she doesn't know the value of a mana stone. Well, if she did, she wouldn't have given it to me. Youngmin suddenly remembered something. He said, I also have something similar. Does he have a mana stone too? Youngmin said blankly, I think it's called a black gold gravity stone or something. Black Dog pressed him. What? A black gold gravity stone. A black gold gravity stone is an item that drops from monsters with an extremely low probability. It's even harder to find than a mana stone. At the current stage, try to actively obtain one is almost impossible. Black Dog smugly guessed Youngmin's thoughts. Now that I know he has such a precious item, is it good luck or bad luck? Black Dog, do you need a defensive shield? Black Dog asked back. A defensive shield? Co Ajin said excitedly. I've changed my class to a summoner. I can summon spirits to create a defensive shield for you if you need it. Black Dog interrupted. Thank you for the kind offer, but I'll decline. I don't think it's necessary. Co Ajin said gloomily. I understand. On Sang-jun bowed his head as they left. Well, we'll be going now. Good luck in this round. Black Dog said, good luck to you too. Take care. Black Dog called out, wait. Black Dog looked at Youngmin. He asked, if you keep going like this, you'll regret it. Youngmin turned around and asked suspiciously, what do you mean? Black Dog explained, I already told you. You're a walking target. Youngmin said miserably, but you also said no one would target me. Black Dog interrupted. I said not many people, not absolutely no one. The benefits of being a regional representative haven't completely disappeared yet. Even though most people have reached level 10 and have a class, there are still some who haven't. That means there are still targets to use command authority on. Black Dog said to Youngmin, think about it. Out of thousands and thousands of players, do you really think no one will target you? Yeongmin asked Black Dog. Then what should I do? Black Dog answered him. I'll help you, so that you don't become a dangerous target. Yeongmin was uncertain. He asked, really? Black Dog replied sharply. I didn't say I'd do it for free. As payment for helping you, you saw the stone Co Ajin gave me earlier, right? If you have something similar, give it to me. Yeongmin smugly replied to Black Dog. I do indeed have a stone like that. A black gold gravity stone. It's a black stone with a smooth surface and a glossy finish. Black Dog added, all right. Anything else? Yeongmin replied anxiously. I've given you everything I can. Please don't take my equipment. Black Dog interrupted him. Don't worry. Even if you wanted to give it to me, I wouldn't take it. Yeongmin pressed him. I've already given you several items. Can you help me now? Black Dog said as he walked away. I'll keep my word. Hee. Humans, you've all gathered here in large numbers again today. But the numbers have decreased. The numbers have decreased. Black Dog thought to himself, could it be that people have been fighting in the real world? It would be strange if no players got into trouble for an entire month. Since everyone has arrived, I will announce the mission for the 4th round. Main mission, slaughter each other within 3 hours. Total participants across all regions, 181 million. Current region, total participants, 1,042. Total completions, 0 out of 521. What on earth is this? Slaughter each other? You humans really are too slow to react. Just as I said, you just need to swing your blades and kill the players next to you. It's very simple, right? Let them slaughter each other. The angel said with a laugh. Let me explain a bit more. The goal of this round is to reduce the number of players by having them kill each other. Unlike previous rounds, there won't be any monsters this time. Everyone felt confused and terrified. No monsters? But I need to level up and become stronger. Someone shouted, Lord Angel, if half the people can survive, then each person only needs to kill one other person, right? The angel folded her hands and said, that's a secret. If I told you everything, where would the fun be? Black Dog looked up disdainfully and said, you find this fun? You're just carrying out orders from your superiors. You can't reveal any information. In this damn survival game, angels are just tools for relaying information. If she's being this specific, it means she received orders from the game manager. The angel above turned her head and said, it's not just about killing to complete the mission. Only the top 54 people on the leaderboard will survive. As for the ranking criteria, that's a secret. And one more thing, even if you're the first to kill someone, you might not necessarily be ranked first. All right. The explanation ends here. Now let the slaughter begin. There are 3 hours left until the final tally. The scene fell into chaos. Everyone was terrified and hesitant. What do we do now? Is it enough just to kill someone? Kill other people, even if I have no conflict with them? What kind of crazy round is this? Yeongmin asked back excitedly. Kill other players? I want to kill you too, you bastard. Black Dog watched Yeongmin from distance and thought, I guessed right. He's already developed a murderous intent toward his friends. Yeongmin put his hand to his mouth and thought smugly, wait, thinking about it now. If other players hesitate to act, won't that be better for me? Black Dog suddenly appeared behind him, startling Yeongmin. Black Dog, what is it? Black Dog turned and spoke to Yeongmin. I said I'd help you, so that you wouldn't become a target, right? Well, I'm fulfilling that promise now. Hidden mission activated. Eliminate the regional representative within a certain period of time. Mission complete. Reward, basic mana stone draw ticket. You have completed the mission. You received a basic mana stone draw ticket. Item type, consumable. Effect, randomly provides 1 to 5 basic mana stones. Usage limit, until the next round. Level requirement, apprentice or higher. Description, time-limited item. Randomly provides mana stones when you enter the next round. This item will automatically disappear. It is affected by the luck stat. Black Dog said smugly, very good. I received the reward I wanted. I killed Yeongmin for the mission reward. Although that wasn't the only reason. Seeing that Yeongmin was dead, everyone was panicked and afraid. Someone's dead. I saw it. Black Dog killed him. Not long ago, these people were eyeing the regional representative position and wanted to kill him. What a bunch of hypocrites. Now, they're pretending to be good people. The people around were whispering, Black Dog, you can't just kill people like that. Don't you have any humanity left? Murderer status confirmed. Black Dog thought to himself, they're not wrong. I did kill Yeongmin. Not only that, but until the 20th round, I'll continue to kill countless people. But I've never killed without a reason. Especially in this round, whether I like it or not, I have no choice but to kill. Everyone was talking about Black Dog. Even though I knew this would happen, they're still criticizing me. If things go well, can I use everyone to do something else? I must take this opportunity to ruin Black Dog's reputation. If we attack in a group, he won't be able to do anything. We can't let Black Dog become the regional representative. We have to pin some kind of crime on him. Black. They thought they had found a perfect opening. What joke. Everyone around turned to attack Black Dog. Is this a game to you? Are you out of your mind? How dare you show your face after what you did? The player Black Dog has become the new area representative. Everyone is thrown into a panic by the news. Has Black Dog really become the area representative now? Everyone is starting to fear for their own lives. This is like giving wings to a tiger. What are we supposed to do? Black Dog walked closer, smiled, and said, "What's wrong? Why did everyone stop screaming? Or are you all just terrified because I'm the area representative now?" Black Dog laughed loudly. If you're that afraid of my command authority, it must be because you haven't changed your classes yet, right? The crowd asked angrily. What did you just say? Every eye was fixed on. Look, his name changed color. He wasn't lying. It really changed. Why is he the only one whose name changed color? It probably went from yellow to red. In a round like this, once you kill someone, your nickname turns red. The more you kill, the darker the red becomes. The color change is to distinguish who has become a murderer, a killer. Go to hell. Instead of choosing to kill innocent players, people tend to target the killers instead. After all, doing that makes them feel much less guilty. However, those who kill a killer become killers themselves. As a result, they began instigating each other to kill those around them. Right now, they might still be hesitating to take a life, but this hesitation will eventually become the cause of many deaths. Jun looked at everyone with a look of contempt and said, "What do you think you're doing? I'm certain you don't have time to waste standing around." The crowd began shouting and criticizing Black Dog. "Stop right there, you murderer," Jun said angrily. "You're acting like I'm the only one who wanted to be the area representative. What about those who rushed at Cho Jong-sik in the last round? Were you planning to give him a kiss? Or were you going to finish him off? It's kill or be killed. Don't tell me you've lived this long without understanding such a simple principle. Stop being hypocrites. Face reality. If your own life is threatened, there isn't a single person who wouldn't point a blade at the one threatening them." Jin said seriously, "Now isn't the time to sit idle. If anyone is that worried, then go ahead and argue. Just like when we voted last time. Even if I didn't say these words, they would have started slaughtering each other anyway. By then, it would be too late." Jin thought triumphantly. If I didn't say this, they would keep wasting time. If that happened, the number of people passing this round might not even reach 521. Even if they have to kill each other, as long as the mission is completed, this is the way for more people to survive. People began discussing. "I don't think we should just stand here. It's just like Black Dog said. Shouldn't we be doing something?" He asked the girl. "So, do you have any suggestions on what we should do? We aren't just chatting, are we?" The girl said angrily. "Why are you being so sarcastic? I'm just trying to discuss what our next move should be." He looked like he wanted to pick a fight with her. "How about a one-on-one duel? That would be fair. Fighting to the death. How is that unfair? A duel? Do you think this is a game? We don't even have enough time as it is." He snapped back. "What did you just say?" Co. Ajin asked the bodyguard anxiously. "Mr. Bodyguard, what should we do? Do we really have to kill people like Black Dog said?" The bodyguard answered Co. Ajin, "Of course. Otherwise, we'll be the ones who get killed. Why should we care about the lives of strangers we don't even know?" I completely agree with Black Dog's words. "Ajin, I think you should make up your mind. Killing isn't exactly a pleasant experience." Co. Ajin said angrily to the bodyguard. "You're talking as if you've actually killed someone before." The bodyguard turned his head and said, "How could I? That was just a guess." Co. Ajin asked, "Then what do we do?" "It depends on the situation." The crowd began to fall into chaos. "Stop this. Let's decide who we should kill. Tell me, who do you want to kill? Those who have already killed are perfect targets. Aim for the ones whose nicknames have turned red." "Who gave you the right to decide that?" she screamed in panic. "Are you saying we should kill Black Dog? That's insane. How could you possibly kill someone who has reached level 30? You bet that even if we all attack together, we couldn't kill him." "Shut your mouth. What if he hears you?" Julian spoke up from behind them. "I heard everything," he shouted right in front of Black Dog. "What kind of nonsense are you all talking about? Life is precious. Even if someone is a killer, we shouldn't blame anyone. This brother is right. If you kill, you'll become a murderer just like him. Then what do you want me to do? Someone has to die for me to keep living. Stop arguing. Can we just agree to kill the criminals?" Everyone fell into a panic. How are we supposed to tell who's a criminal? Are you going to ask everyone with a criminal record to raise their hands? They couldn't suppress the urge to act superior and lecture others. He screamed angrily in her face. "Who the hell do you think you are? What gives you the right to look down on others? If you're so great, you do it. You bitch." She flew into a rage and said, "What gives you the right to curse at me? You dead dog. Do you want me to kill you?" "What? Kill me? Try it if you're so tough. You bitch." Others stepped in to pull them apart to avoid a conflict. "Hey, you two stop talking. Fight." Who's the one adding fuel to the fire over there? The one hiding in the back, instigating others, is the worst. "You lowly coward. What did you just say? Damn it. Curse these bastards. I'll kill every last one of you. If you're so confident, then come at me. You idiot." He screamed. The scene turned into a total mess. They were all talk and no action. But there was nothing to worry about. Before long, they would be slaughtering each other with their own hands. So everyone, stop screaming. Let's be realistic. Youngmin suddenly stood up, shocking everyone. Isn't that? No way. This is the rule of this round. 10 minutes after dying, a player will respawn. She thought suspiciously. Why is everyone staring at me? It's not just staring. It's like they're seeing a zombie. How strange. I was clearly talking to Black Dog just now. What's going on? He's back. It's like a god has descended. What kind of nonsense are you talking? The system respawned him. In other words, those who die in this round will come back to life. If that's the case, it's okay to kill them, right? If they can respawn, then I guess it's fine. Everyone calm down. We aren't certain if they really respawn yet, so don't rush. The battle was incredibly fierce. She was attacked from behind. He said cruelly, "Why don't you go to sleep for a bit? You dead dog." D. In his hand, he held a sharp dagger. Everyone was stunned. He continued to provoke her. "Come on, respawn. I want to fight you one more time." Everyone watched in horror as she collapsed to the ground, bleeding uncontrollably. But she didn't respawn. "We should wait a bit longer," another person said thoughtfully. "Maybe she won't respawn immediately." The red-haired man continued. "It takes 10 minutes for that person to respawn. Everyone, how about we wait for her to come back?" The crowd shouted in unison, "I agree." "Me too." 10 minutes later, she suddenly respawned. Light radiated in all directions. She stood up and continued. "Which one of you bastards did that just now? Who hit me?" He grabbed the sharp weapon from before, intending to strike her again. "It was me." "You bitch." Black Dragon in hand appeared and dealt him a heavy blow. It turned out that they really did respawn after 10 minutes. Guyan watched from a distance. Even though the respawn ability had been proven, they still felt uneasy about killing. However, humans are easily influenced by their environment, revealing their inner madness. People began to lose their inhibitions and started stabbing each other. "Whatever. Damn it. Say whatever you want. I don't care anymore. Go to hell. You've all gone mad. You'll just respawn anyway." He turned his head and cursed. "If you're so tough, why don't you go die?" About 1,000 players were savagely slaughtering each other. Essentially, this was a battlefield. Jivan decided, well, I should probably make my move too, shouldn't I? Black Dog. 3 people behind him plotted a sneak attack. This is our chance. When he dies. But the plan didn't go as expected. They were detected by Black Dog and killed instantly. "I have detection abilities. You can't sneak up on me." Black Dragon in hand was immersed in the killing. D. Jivan turned his head and said, "Right, that guy too." Black Dragon in hand said triumphantly, "It's no exaggeration to say this 4th round was prepared specifically for me." Holding the rune of devouring, this situation was a feast for him. Looking at how dark his name had become, he must have killed more than 10 people already. That guy needs to die a few more times. Black Dragon in hand laughed smugly. "I didn't expect my stats to increase every time I kill a player. This is a total jackpot. I knew killing monsters increased stats, but I didn't think killing players would have the same effect." Rune of devouring. Every time you defeat an enemy, the progress bar increases. Once the bar is full, you receive a random stat point. The higher the enemy's level, the more the progress bar fills. Black Dragon in hand continued to strike at the remaining people. D. Go to hell. Black Dragon in hand smiled. The progress bar increased so much. Is it because their levels are high? His level is close to mine, yet the bar filled this much. If I kill Black Dog, how much would the bar increase? It would probably fill up instantly, and then I'd get stat point. Forget it. If I mess with that ruthless character, who knows what disaster I'll face. Black Dragon in hand looked around and laughed. I should clean up a few more pieces of trash. I need to gain a few more levels. Black Dragon in hand struck ruthlessly once again. Sorry, I don't have a grudge against you. Guyan smiled and said hi. This is a real stress reliever. Because of that thug, he hadn't been able to hunt properly. He sneered. Feeling proud, he felt this round was indeed prepared for him. He kept whispering to himself. Other people killing players didn't get any benefits. But his stats were increasing. He could become much stronger. He was extremely interested. Most importantly, his prey would keep respawning, and they would suddenly become stronger. Is there any better opportunity than this? Black Dragon in hand began to wonder about his kill count. How many have I killed? I need to kill as many as possible. That way, I can climb to the top of the rankings. Jin unleashed Purple Knight, leaving everyone in awe. As expected of Black Dog, I should have avoided crossing paths with him. People were stabbing each other. The scene was horrific. D, you bastard. Go to hell. Yeongmin looked at the girl suspiciously and said, Did she respawn? Is it true that everyone comes back after 10 minutes? This is great. They set up this trap for us to slaughter each other. This is my chance to get revenge on the bastards who stabbed me in the back. I'll kill you all. Kim Sung-han, where are you? Where is he? Yeongmin had spotted his next prey. Over there. He's over there. He sneered, ha, that idiot. Look at him. So scared he's wetting his pants. Is it because of the stat reduction penalty? He waved at Kim Sung-han. Kim Sung-han. Kim Sung-han said in a panic, "Is that Youngmin?" Youngmin walked closer and said, "Good to see you. You dead dog." He repeatedly struck and killed Kim Sung-han. After finishing, he said triumphantly, "Kim Sung-han, you damn bastard. Didn't you just say you'd kill me if we met again?" He laughed at Kim Sung-han. "Why don't you try and kill me now?" Having successfully eliminated Kim Sung-han, Youngmin said with insane joy, "It's finally over." That felt so refreshing. He turned around to find the others. Where did the rest of those bastards run off to? A gloomy atmosphere of death hung everywhere. If hell truly existed, it would probably look like this. Everywhere, people were slaughtering each other. You bastard. This was a place filled with violence. People only knew how to hate one another. The bodyguard turned and asked, "Miss Seo Ajin, are you all right?" Seo Ajin reassured him, "I'm fine. I'm not tired, just a bit mentally shaken." The bodyguard was worried about Seo Ajin. He thought to himself, "I can hold out a bit longer, but Seo Ajin will definitely struggle. If this affects her mental state and hinders her work, I won't have the face to see the chairman." Suddenly, someone appeared behind Seo Ajin, preparing a sneak attack. But the bodyguard appeared just in time and saved her. "Stop dreaming," he told her. "Miss Ajin." The bodyguard saw she was injured and felt deeply pained. He felt she was about to collapse. He thought to himself, "If I tell her what to do, she'll probably listen." On Sang-jun asked tiredly, "Mr. Bodyguard, how much longer do we have to fight like this?" He replied, "At least another hour before it ends." Seo Ajin said, exhausted, "I can't stand watching them die anymore. I don't understand how people can slaughter each other like this." The bodyguard looked at her weary face. He thought, "Too weak. She's far too weak. It seems she's been too sheltered." The bodyguard said gently, "If you're tired, then rest. Haven't you already killed about 50 people?" She replied tiredly, "I think so." He looked into the distance. He said to Seo Ajin, "That number should be enough to make the rankings. Leave the rest to me." She thanked him profusely. "Thank you so much." The bodyguard said triumphantly, "I'm the one who should be saying thank you. I don't have to lure them in front of you for you to kill anymore. I can focus on my own score." There were only 10 minutes left until the announced end time. GYN was lost in thought, because time was running out. Only 10 minutes left? Round 4 is always exhausting, but I can't miss out on the reward for being the top-ranked player in the entire region. He rushed forward to continue fighting. I have to find every way to become stronger. I need to push straight to round 20. He began to feel anxious about the final round. I have no way of predicting how strong the final boss will be, so I have to become as strong as possible. He spotted a target and rushed in, ignoring the other person's horrific screams. Black Dog, a person who had been killed and respawned after 10 minutes, shouted, "I'm alive again." Jin looked triumphantly at those who had just respawned. He said, "There's no need to kill those I've already killed again." The ranking for round 4 doesn't just depend on the number of kills, but also on killing as many different people as possible. Even if you kill the same person twice, it only counts as one kill. In other words, you can't kill that guy over there. Before, that guy was repeatedly killing his own friends. Those people will find it very hard to survive this stage. The guy said smugly to his victims, "Hello. Respawn a bit faster, will you? If you die as soon as you come back, you won't have a chance to earn points for yourself." There was only 1 minute left until the announced end time. Only 1 minute. Not much time left. I have to get the highest score possible. Everyone began rushing to grab points in this round. I've killed that one. That one too. I don't remember this one. This is the first time. No more time. I have to settle this in one blow. The angel appeared. She asked everyone, was slaughtering each other fun? Having to kill others? How could that possibly be fun? The angel looked down at the battlefield. Look at all those filthy bloodstains. This clean space has been completely messed up. Regardless, you all did a great job at the slaughter mission. Before we look at the results, let's respawn those who died in front of you. Juan mocked the angel. She's talking as if she's the one who respawned them. In reality, it's just a system function. Someone shouted in rage, "Youngmin, you bastard. I'm definitely going to kill you. This piece of trash only knows how to act tough in this game. What kind of nonsense are you talking? You bunch of bastards." Silence. The angel above grew angry. "From now on, if any mortal dares to say another word, I'll blow their head off." Now it's finally quieter. Since everyone has come back to life, let's look at the results. She floated up gently. "Before that, we have to see what the hidden mission for this round was, right?" The crowd was confused and asked in surprise, "A hidden mission? There was one this time too?" The angel heard them and replied, "Of course there was. Did you think there wouldn't be a hidden mission? Are you stupid? Round 4 hidden mission. Eliminate the area representative within the allotted time. Reward for completing the hidden mission. 1 basic mana stone draw ticket." Looking at the notification screen, everyone was very confused. Eliminating the area representative was the hidden mission? The angel's mocking voice rang out, Exactly, you stupid humans. Only one person in this area completed the hidden mission. The angel emphasized, and that person is Black Dog. Whispers broke out everywhere. Now that I think about it, didn't he kill Young Min right at the start? Black Dragon in hand thought furiously, damn it. In other words, becoming the area representative in this round was actually a good thing. If I had known, I would have killed Young Min myself. Young Min was furious when he heard this. I died at the hands of Black Dog. My skills are temporarily gone. My temporary command authority is also gone. Black Dog had told him, I'll help you so you don't become an easy target. He said he'd help me not be a target, but instead, he stole the representative position from me. Now then, let's look at the final results. The angel continued. Oh, right. You're all very curious about how the results are calculated, aren't you? She said with a smile. The rankings are based on the number of different people you killed. Even if you kill the same person many times, it only counts as one kill. The number of unique individuals. So it's not just about killing as many as possible. She mocked them triumphantly, huh? So simple-minded. How could it be that easy? She snapped her fingers. The results are as follows. Round 4 regional results. First place, Black Dog, level 30 Death God, 722 kills. Second place, a bunch of idiots, level 13 Mage, 521 kills. Third place, Heavenly Demon, level 13 Dark Knight, 433 kills. Current area rankings. Black Dog is first. Little Birdie, level 11 Warrior, is second. Level 11 Knight on Sang Jun is third. The crowd buzzed about the results. The angel acted surprised. Oh, Black Dog is first again this time. Everyone was shocked by the results. They couldn't believe he had killed over 700 people. Whispers erupted wave after wave. Is this something a human can even do? Aren't there only about 1,000 of us in total? In other words, he killed 70% of the people here by himself. That's insane. The angel looked at Black Dog. She pouted and said, You killed 722 people all by yourself? You're quite impressive. I'll have to give you a little reward then. The system chimed. Congratulations on winning first place in this area's mission. Congratulations on winning first place in the regional mission. Your reward for first place in your area is 1 intermediate ultra-rare armor selection ticket. The reward for first place in the entire region is 1 intermediate special reward chest. An intermediate armor selection ticket? Great. It's about time I changed my armor. You may choose one of the following ultra-rare items. Glistening bronze armor, bloodstained assassin garb, or cloak of shadows. I'll take the second one. Bloodstained assassin garb. Grade rare. Defense 60. Effects: agility +4, attack speed +5, movement speed +5. Durability 600 out of 600. Requirement: normal class or higher. Description: a blood-colored outfit once worn by a certain assassin. It occasionally emits a faint scent of blood. Next is the special reward. You may choose one of the following special rewards. Option 1. Increase all stats by 50 in round 5. Option 2. 5,000 gold coins. Option 3. Information about round 5. Jiuan was full of ambition for round 5. The reward for the hidden mission in round 5 was extremely generous, but the difficulty was also quite high. Considering the difficulty, increasing his stats would be more helpful. After he made his choice, the angel floated up again and said, Have you all seen your rankings? Let me tell you, in this area, we have 30 people tied for 54th place. Everyone ranked lower than that will be erased. Now, let the execution process begin. The crowd screamed in terror. No, they shouted loudly. Wait, Lady Angel, are we really going to die this time? They pleaded piteously with the angel. I don't want to die. Angel, please save us. Everyone was screaming for help. Please give me a chance. Help me. Yeongmin smiled triumphantly and said, I passed. That was a close one. Screams and cries continued to ring out. Please save me. I don't want to die. Jin stood at the center of the purge and closed his eyes until the system notification rang out. Round 4 has ended. Total survivors across all regions, 90 million. Your area survivors, 521. In a moment, your soul will be transferred back to your body in the real dimension. Round 5 will begin at midnight on February 3rd, 2024. See you in the next round. Congratulations on surviving. The next day, On Sang-jun rushed into the room and said, Chairman. Ma Gong-suk was resting on the bed. Seeing On Sang-jun enter, he asked, Manager On, what are you doing here? I don't recall calling for you. On Sang-jun quickly replied, I couldn't reach you, so I took the liberty of barging in. I thought something had happened to you. Ma Gong-suk replied calmly, How could that be? Did you think I'd die in round 4? Didn't you see the results? On Sang-jun breathed a sigh of relief and replied, I saw your ranking, but I was still worried. After all, that last round was truly insane, wasn't it? Ma Gong-suk rubbed his head tiredly and replied, That's why being able to lie in bed as soon as I got back is the best. My mind is exhausted. It really was something. 433 people died, Ma Gong-suk said. If you count the number of times people died and respawned, it's probably even more. I've become this strong, but what kind of monster is Black Dog? Is he even human? On Sang-jun replied seriously. Do you think he could be a soldier serving in the special forces? There shouldn't be anyone in South Korea with that kind of skill and courage, right? Ma Gong-suk fell into thought. The more I think about it, the more I admire him. Regardless of his true identity, if I could cooperate with him, I would feel extremely secure. I'll have to ask that prophet about Black Dog later. On Sang-jun continued. Chairman, however, the situation in round 4 happened exactly as that prophet said it would. It's incredible. To be honest, before seeing it with my own eyes, I was still very suspicious of him. Ma Gong-suk nodded in agreement. Me too. The mission for round 4 wasn't hunting monsters, but a massacre targeting players. A massacre? Yes, it was a disaster. Players had to slaughter each other. You must always stay alert. On Sang-jun said seriously. Chairman, what should we do now? Ma Gong-suk didn't understand what he meant and asked back. What are you talking about? On Sang-jun replied. About that prophet, Young Min. Do you really want to make him a partner? Ma Gong-suk replied without hesitation. Of course. He's a major shareholder with 31% of the shares. What right do I have to object? In fact, the company is practically in Gu-in's hands already. On Sang-jun said sadly. So you're going to do what he says? Shift to a different industry? Ma Gong-suk put on his coat and continued. There's no use talking about it. Doing this will lead to better growth for the company. Besides, we need to bring him over to our side. Don't look down on him or feel superior just because he's young. Even if you don't like his attitude, you must follow what he says step by step. Only then can we get all the benefits from this secret called the prophet. Understand? On Sang-jun nodded and replied, yes. Understood, Chairman. I'll be more careful when dealing with Juin from now on. Ma Gong-suk ordered him. Very good. Call him immediately. What should I say to him? Ma Gong-suk said triumphantly. Just say that to celebrate our survival, we're hosting a big party tonight. Tell him to bring his family along, if he has any. Should I invite Miss Ajin to the party? Seo Ajin. Mo Gong-seok smiled smokily and Sang-yun. At times like this, of course we need a big star to join the fun, right? Jin waved and called out. Over here. Julie walked up and said, You look like you're in good spirits. Jun replied happily. You too. Julie asked curiously. Are you okay? Why did you suddenly ask me out for lunch? Jin replied casually. I just thought we should have a meal to celebrate passing the round. Don't worry, it's on me. Julie joked. Then I won't be shy. I have to take advantage of this rich friend of mine. Unless you mind, of course. Julie sat in the car. She turned to look at Jin, smiled, and said, Thank you, Prophet. Thanks to you, I was able to prepare well for round 4. Jiuan smiled and said, You didn't think I was lying? Julie said with full trust, But you would never do that. What would you gain from lying to me? Thank you for trusting me. Why are you thanking me? I'm the one who should be saying thank you. If you hadn't told me that at least 30 people were needed to pass, I would have lost my life by now. Thank you. Jun thought to himself while driving. Actually, she has no reason to thank me. Even if I hadn't revealed it, with her skills, she definitely would have survived thanks to the rune of protection. She's already excellent. Moreover, compared to those protected like flowers in a greenhouse, she's more like a wild weed growing outdoors. To ease the awkward atmosphere between them, Jin spoke up. Let's eat. Thank you. Enjoy your meal. Jun smiled and thought. How many times has she thanked me now? Julie thought to herself. Can a killer like me really enjoy things like this? Even though I was invited, eating in such a peaceful atmosphere. Really, Jun saw that Julie wasn't eating much and asked, Julie, why aren't you eating? It seems you still feel guilty. Julie said tiredly. I feel a bit uneasy. Jun comforted her. Is it because you killed someone? Don't think too much about it, and don't blame yourself. You have to keep living. Julie replied weakly. That's easy to say, but Jun continued to advise Julie. Besides, it's not just you. My friends and other players couldn't avoid it either. We all have families waiting for us. Julie thought of her family and said softly, My family. If I didn't wake up, my dad would be so sad. Julie's face brightened up significantly. You're right. I almost forgot about my family. I didn't realize they were the reason I've persevered until now. Thank you for helping me. Jiwan waved it off and said, It's nothing. Eat some good food to cheer yourself up. Julie nodded in agreement. Julie picked up some food and said to Jean, This is delicious. It feels like all my fatigue is just vanishing. Jiwan heard this and smiled. I'm glad to hear that. As they were leaving, Julie thanked Jean once more. Thank you for the meal. Min. Jean took a sip of tea and said, This is the first time you've called me by my name without the surname. Julie replied, Is that so? If you don't mind, can I keep calling you that from now on? Of course you can. After comforting Julie, Jin felt much more at ease. It seems her mood has improved. Now it's time to talk business. Jin spoke up. The reason I asked you here today is to share information about Round 5. Julie asked in surprise. You've predicted the future again. Round 5 will be the hardest round yet. Moreover, the areas will be merged. Julie was puzzled. Merged areas? Basically, the areas that were previously separated will be combined into one. Julie said in shock. Then you and I can meet. Jin calmly drank his tea and said, yes, but not in Round 5. After saying that, Jin thought to himself, actually, we will meet in Round 5. But if I tell her we're in the same area, she'll definitely want to meet up. I have to meet her while keeping my identity hidden. To do that, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Jin continued. As I revealed, Round 5 will be harder. You might not be able to handle it on your own, but there is a way. Julie asked curiously, what is it? Jin said seriously, Black Dog. Go meet him. Ask him for help. Julie's eyes widened. Huh? Black Dog? The Black Dog you mentioned. Is he the one who ranked first in the entire region? Jin replied. That's him. So you want me to ask Black Dog for help in Round 5? Jin continued. Instead of saying ask for help, it's more accurate to say cooperate with him. After all, he is the top-ranked player in the region. Julie said worriedly, but Black Dog is level 30. Would he even want to cooperate with me? You have your buffs. Black Dog definitely needs you too. It will be a symbiotic relationship. If you can get his help to pass this round safely, that would be great. Julie said thoughtfully to Jin. To be honest, I'm still very worried. I don't know if Black Dog would be willing to take me along just for these small buffs of mine. Jin thought to himself. Those aren't just small buffs. Your skills are exceptional. Jin comforted Julie. Don't worry. Black Dog will try to cooperate with you. Not just this round, but the next one too. I've seen that scene in the future. So you don't need to worry. Julie asked excitedly. Really? Thank you for telling me such important information. Jin replied frankly. We're friends. It's the least I could do. Oh, could you give me your hand for a moment? I want to give you something. Jin excitedly accepted the gift. Thank you. Julie, Jin thought to himself. I guess she would give me a blessing. I know her personality. She doesn't like owing favors to others. Now I can go home and use that thing. Jin sat cross-legged on the sofa. Thanks to Julie's blessing effect and the bonus stats from the Rune of Slaughter after killing 100 bugs, his stats must have increased to a fairly high level. Opening the status window, it seems my luck is this high. I can expect to draw some good items. Jin stared at the gift and thought for a long time. If I were an ordinary person, I'd probably be praying to the gods for a good item. He laughed triumphantly. But to hell with praying to those damn gods. The angel made another announcement. I don't know who it is, but this was definitely made by some god. Besides a god, who else could pull everyone into a death game? The one pulling the strings is definitely a god. A god playing with humanity. If I pass the final round and can make a wish, my wish will be to make the bastard god who created this disgusting game die a miserable death. Jin was a bit unhappy. Only 5 stones? 5 is the maximum amount. It seems I got the best result because I cursed instead of praying to the gods. I guess I'm quite lucky. Jin ordered the combination to proceed. Alright, let's start the combination. First, place 2 basic red mana stones into the combination slot. Jin held the stone in his hand and began the operation. Combining mana stones of the same color and level will result in a higher level mana stone. In addition, there's the purple mana stone received from the draw ticket. Jin proceeded to the next step. Next, combine the mana stone with the equipment. So, I've used up all the mana stones. Trading information for a blessing was indeed worth it, Jin said triumphantly. Now, time to go meet Ma Gong-suk. The chairman of the companies he invested in was the heir to the Osen Group. He was invited to the party as a business partner. In the future, they would cooperate with each other. Guan asked, brother, can I go too? Jin grabbed Guan's tie, making him tremble with fear. I said I could bring family, so you don't need to worry. Your tie is crooked, Jin said. They're here. Let's go. Hello. I'm here to pick you up. En Sangyun belt this pigs for the Guan. How rude of me. I haven't introduced myself yet. Imendia and Sangyun. We've met before, haven't we? This is my business card. Guan replied in surprise. Yes. Although I've already apologized to your brother, I would like to offer my deepest apologies to you once again for my previous rude behavior. On Sangjun gestured for Guan to get into the car. Please consider this party as our way of making amends. I hope you don't hold a grudge. Well then, let's go. The car is waiting for you both. Inside Ma Gong-suk's hotel, the sound of celebration was everywhere. Shareholder Jin, welcome. This must be your family member. Yes, this is my younger brother, Guan. Ma Gong-suk laughed happily and said, nice to meet you. I am a chairman of the Heavenly Demon Consulting Company. Guan said respectfully, hello. Ma Gong-suk asked, is your brother a player too? Guan said shyly, no sir, I'm not a player. Jin replied, he's only 14 years old right now. Ma Gong-suk laughed triumphantly and said, then you're very lucky. If you were just 1 year older, you wouldn't have escaped that death game. I'm truly envious of you. Ma Gong-suk led the way and said, please this way. Although the preparations were a bit rushed, we did our best to arrange this party. You must be hungry. It's not much, but it's definitely enough to fill you up. Is he joking with me? He calls this not much. Well then, please enjoy the meal first. Juan was surprised to see CEO Ajin walk in. Was CEO Ajin invited too? Ma Gong-suk saw her enter and said, "You're finally here, Miss Ajin." CEO Ajin apologized in confusion. "I'm sorry. I just came from fellow actor's funeral, so I'm late." Ma Gong-suk reassured her. "Don't worry, we understand. More importantly, this is the person I mentioned to you, our company's major shareholder." CEO Ajin looked at Juan and Guan and said, "Hello, I am actress So Afyin." She suddenly said, "Aren't you the ones who made rice cakes when you first moved in?" "That's right." She smiled brightly and said, "It turns out I'm neighbors with the major shareholder. That's amazing. He looks even younger than me, yet he's already a major shareholder. Is the chairman joking with me?" Guan grabbed his brother's shoulder and said, "Brother, that's CEO Ajin, right?" Jun thought to himself, "I forgot. He still doesn't know the full relationship between Ma Gong-suk and CEO Ajin." Seeing her suddenly appear, my brother must be very surprised. But more importantly, it's only natural for anyone to react this way upon seeing her appearance, isn't it? Guan was trembling. Then I should probably act a bit interested too. Ma Gong-suk looked at Jing triumphantly. He thought, he really is still young. It turns out the prophet is no different from an ordinary person. Calling her here was a good decision. Ma Gong-suk said happily, "Everyone must be hungry. Please, feel free to enjoy dinner. Don't worry about a thing. Brother, the meat is so tender it feels like it's melting in my mouth." "Really? Then eat as much as you want." Ma Gong-suk asked in about the food. "Mr. Shareholder, is the food to your liking?" "I specifically told the chef to be extremely careful when preparing these dishes." Jin replied very formally, "It's delicious." "And you, Mr. Guan? Is the food to your liking?" Guan replied shyly, "Yes, sir. This is the first time I've eaten food like this." "I'm glad to hear that." He remembered how, during the tasting, he had ordered all the dishes to be taken away and remade. It was a good thing he had warned the chef. Ma Gong-suk asked curiously, "I see you didn't bring any other family members. Why is it only your brother?" Jin looked down at the table and replied, "My brother is my only family. My parents have passed away." Ma Gong-suk said in embarrassment. "I see. I'm very sorry." Damn it, he thought. Why did I ask that? The harmonious atmosphere we had is completely ruined. How annoying. I have to find a way to fix this until the mood improves. Ma Gong-suk plotted. Someone needs to come and lighten the mood. Ma Gong-suk looked at CEO Ajin and gave a silent signal. "Miss Ajin, look over here for a moment." He stood up and said, "Miss Ajin, can we talk for a moment?" She replied gently, "Yes, sir." He ordered her, "Listen, Miss Ajin." "Yes, Chairman." He asked, "Is the food good?" Ajin replied, "It's very delicious." "Did you think I called you here just to let you eat your fill?" He scolded her sternly. "I called you here to help me liven up the atmosphere. Why are you so incompetent? Don't you know how to read the room?" "I'm sorry. I thought you just invited me to attend the party today. Why else would I invite you to a dinner like this? Didn't Manager On tell you who that person is? Isn't he the major shareholder?" He explained to her, "He's not just the major shareholder. He's also a prophet." "A prophet?" "That's right. He's a prophet. Just as the name suggests, his status is very special. He can see the future. Do you understand? We have to make him happy. If we can get information about the next round in advance, imagine how much we'll gain. So, use that beautiful face of yours to play along with everything he says. Smile at him. Use any means necessary to capture the prophet's heart." She looked straight at him and said, "Forgive me for being blunt, but I don't think doing that will. As the chairman, I created the opportunity for your acting career to succeed. Shouldn't you repay this favor?" He coaxed her. "You don't need to hesitate. Any method is fine. Just make shareholder Juan happy. Why aren't you answering me?" "I understand," he said unhappily. "I'll be watching to see if you're actually trying. Now, let's go." She replied, "Yes." Then the two of them returned to the party. "We were just discussing some business matters, so we're back a bit late. Since we finished our meal, let's move to another location." He then led everyone to a room. Jian found an excuse to send Ajin and his brother out. Then he directly confronted Ma Gong-suk. "Chairman, it's best if you don't hide anything from me." Ma Gong-suk looked at him and thought, does he know about the conversation between me and CEO Ajin? How is that possible? Can he really see the future like this? "You told Miss CEO Ajin to come and charm me." Ma Gong-suk replied, "If that made you unhappy, I'm deeply sorry. I only wanted her to become your friend. But you even wanted to use my brother. That's crossing the line. He knows about that too." "I am truly sorry. I made an incredibly stupid decision. Mr. Prophet, I will fix everything that made you unhappy." Ma Gong-suk bowed his head low. "Since you've apologized sincerely, I won't hold it against you this time. I'll act as if I never heard what you said to actress CEO Ajin. Thank you for giving me another chance." Someone walked in. Chairman, I'm back. Yeah, you go out first. What? Ma Gong-suk said. I have matters to discuss with this honored guest. Manager on. Take those two to the next room for a bit. I understand. He quietly closed the door. Damn it. I intended to use Co. Ajin to soften the mood, but it ended up making things worse. Ma Gong-suk thought. You want to know about the next round, don't you? Of course I do. You know about that too. I accepted your invitation to provide you with information about round 5. But if you continue to treat me like this, providing information or cooperating with you will be very difficult. I sincerely apologize to you. Please forgive my mistake this time. Chairman, don't hide anything from me. In the future, you must trust me unconditionally. I hope you won't question the company's operations anymore. Also, please convince the other shareholders at the meeting. All right, I'll do my best to control the other shareholders. Good. I'll do my best to help you grow the company. Now, I'll give you the information about round 5 that you want. The difficulty of round 5 is the highest of all the rounds so far. Ma Gong-suk was stunned. Don't worry. If it's you, there shouldn't be any major problems. What is the mission for round 5? The mission is to eliminate 500 monsters, but it won't be that easy. Furthermore, the areas will be merged. Areas? Since the number of players has decreased significantly, the divided areas will begin to merge into one. Ma Gong-suk asked. In other words, we might encounter players from other areas? Like Black Dog, for example. You won't be in the same area as that player named Black Dog. I see. Do you know Black Dog's identity? I don't know who he is either, but you'll meet that person soon enough. Aren't we meeting right now? He thought. One more thing. You're hunting someone, aren't you? The one named Youngmin. You know about that too? I told you. It's useless to try and hide anything from me. As I predicted, the rune that sees the future is truly beyond imagination. Mr. Prophet, if you know who that person is, stop investigating. Is there a reason? If you touch that person, you'll suffer an enormous loss. Ma Gong-suk asked, Can I know the specific reason? I can only tell you that much. Ma Gong-suk fell into deep thought. Chen thought to himself, Actually, I'm doing this to save his life because he's still useful. I understand. We will stop investigating Youngmin. Then let's restart the party. Let's not drink anymore this time. Let's maintain a harmonious atmosphere. I'll go call the others back. I need to relax my mind a bit tonight. Ma Gong-suk thought. Outside, it was raining heavily. An injured man was running for his life into an alleyway. He was screaming in terror. He suddenly stopped. He looked around. The sound of rapid footsteps approached. He screamed as his thigh was slashed once more. His leg was broken. He collapsed. Shut your mouth, unless you want your tongue cut out. The old man asked in fear. Why are you doing this to me? What did I do wrong? A child rapist like you still dares to make excuses? Do you really not know? Wait a minute. That happened a long time ago. Why attack me now? My prison time is over. I'm free now. I'm just an old man. He continued to raise his sword and attack him. If you don't want to die slowly and painfully, don't say another word. Shut your mouth. If there are more witnesses because of you, the body count will only increase. The old man wailed piteously. That's more like it. You're this old, and your ears aren't deaf yet? Scum like you has no benefit living in this world. Isn't that right? The long sword was raised high and plunged into the old man's body. A surge of power was spreading. What is this? The old man groaned. The power felt like it was swallowing him. His hands trembled. Ma Gong-suk stubitao. If it weren't for my dark mana needing replenishment, I would have killed trash like you instantly. There's no other way. To use the dark aura, I need dark mana. And to replenish dark mana, I need to take the lives of others. Now you can die. When I kill humans, the amount of dark mana I get is even more than from killing monsters. From the start, for someone who loves hunting criminals like me, isn't Dark Knight the perfect profession? Cleaning up this trash has certainly helped me relieve a lot of stress. Devour. He stood there. He remained silent. As I expected, it can't devour corpses. Dark aura can only devour the life force of living targets. There was a light behind the trash can. He suddenly whipped his head around to look. It was just a cat. Oomph. There can't be any witnesses. I drag him into a dead-end alley, away from prying eyes. Besides, it's early morning. No, maybe there's one person. The prophet, Jin. He could use his future-seeing rune to witness this scene. If so, that means he already knows I'm a serial killer, yet he still intentionally approached me. A cold smile played on his lips. Interesting. Manager on. Come here and help me dispose of this trash. 2 weeks after the party with Ma Gong-suk, Juin had nothing specific to do, so he mostly stayed at home. Since he always had to think about the future, he needed rest like this. But as of today, the rest period was over. It was time for Jin to act. Now, he was going to get one of the 5 runes that could be found in the real world, the rune of duplication. A series of news reports. 1.8 billion people were pulled into the other world. In just 3 months, that number has dropped to 90 million. The disappearance of the younger generation has put the economy in danger. Schools nationwide have closed. Endless suffering. Parents and siblings around the world are drowned in grief. A person reading the news said, "Only round 4, and this many people are already dead. What a bunch of useless people. It's a total mess. If they were players, they'd be doing the same thing. What's wrong with doing whatever I want before I die? Damn conservative old fogies." He picked up his axe and stood up. That's exactly why they shouldn't always force us into these frameworks. You can't do this, you can't do that. It's all because of these restrictions and rules. He swung the axe powerfully, but the country is suffocating. That's why we're all exploding now. Forget it. None of that matters anymore. No one can stop me now. I'm a player anyway. I'm superior to all of them. He laughed sinisterly. Now, who should I kill next? He looked at his hand. He thought, I just killed someone in real life, yet I feel nothing. Is it because I went through hell in round 4? He looked at all the people he had eliminated. But each person only gives 1 point? How stingy. Is it because they're civilians? Round 4 was truly great. It was even better than killing monsters. I want to kill players, not civilians, because I can get more points from them. Oh, isn't there an online player community forum? He looked at his phone. In Lawless City, 55 minutes ago, anti-government protesters formed an online community 2 hours ago. Can I join the forum, meet other players, and then kill them? That way I can get more points. When joining the forum, a series of multiple-choice questions and information fields appeared. He pouted. What? They want all my personal information? And an interview too? Too much trouble. But to meet other players, I have to get in. He thought. The other players would never suspect that there's a player out here who specializes in hunting other players. He followed the directions on his phone to a house. Is it here? The interviewer sent a message. Please come to the cafe in Namjiang province before noon. You can wear whatever you want. This is the place. But, damn it, they actually called me to this middle-of-nowhere place. Not even a bus comes through here. He was very angry. If that damn interviewer pisses me off, I'll kill him. What's this? The interior decoration is more modern than I thought. Are those two the only other guests? You're the one we're interviewing next, right? That's right, he replied. What's your username? Black Dragon in hand. Nice to meet you. I'm the interviewer. My username is age 30. Are you a player? Hi, yes. I know I don't look like much, but I'm 30 years old this year. This way, please. This is little Coco. He's also here for an interview. Knock, knock. This is Black Dragon in hand. You might be teammates in the future. Greet each other. He thought, is this guy who's as thin as an anchovy also a player? He looks weak. Outwardly, he said, hello. Oh, hello. I guess business isn't good here. No customers and no staff working overtime. Being this far from the city center, it's understandable. That's why we rented this place for the interviews. So it's a rental. But shouldn't the owner still be here? I don't see anyone. The owner is in the kitchen preparing food. Even though it's a cafe, they also serve food. He looked around. I see. There aren't even any cameras here? If I kill these two and run, no one will ever know. No, I can't miss this opportunity just to kill 2 people. He asked, aren't we starting the interview soon? Age 30 replied, we're still waiting for 1 more person. Once they arrive, we'll begin. 1 more person? 3 people in total? That's right. The appointment time passed a minute ago. Let's wait a bit longer. Oh, he's here. The person pushed the door open and entered. Are you here for the interview? Yes. What's your username? Black Dog. Age 30 was surprised. A few days ago. Welcome, Jamie. Nice to meet you. Welcome, Bobulin. Except for 1 person. Everyone was present. Now, let's begin the 3rd weekly meeting of April. Lojit, you go first. Yes, Chairman. How many people joined the forum this week? About 2,000. More than last week. Yes. The number of players is decreasing every month, but the number of forum members is increasing every week. I believe the article written about us attracted them. Who hired the reporter? I did. Chairman, I understand. I didn't know you had connections in this industry. It's a newly established connection. Excellent. As expected of a long-time member. So, Lojit, out of these 2,000 people, how many actually have strength? Lojit replied, if we exclude players without classes and those below level 10, we have about 1,200 people. Then how many are actually useful? I was just about to get to that. One notable player is Black Dragon in hand. He's an ordinary level 10 warrior, but he ranked 3rd in his area. 3rd place? He must possess a powerful rune that suits his level. Either that, or he's lying. But I think he's excellent enough to be selected as a management candidate. Right. Anyone else? There's one more, Little Coco. His rank always stays between 4th and 10th. Besides these 2, there are 50 players ranked in the top 100 of their areas. That's quite a lot. It seems I'll be busy interviewing everyone, won't I, age 30? He gave a long yawn. Sorry, were you dozing off? What were you doing last night that you're so sleepy now? That. I don't want to hear excuses. Finish these 50 interviews before the next meeting. If you can't make it, another high-level candidate will take your place. Age 30 bowed his head. I understand. Please leave it to me. In short, Lojit, has Black Dog contacted you yet? If he had, I would have reported it immediately, he replied. Perhaps. If he joins, I'll immediately give him a management position. It's such a shame. Jamie, can you have that reporter write a few more articles? We might need more media strategies to attract Black Dog. Of course. As long as there's money, the person in charge said. Don't worry about money. I'll reward you for your contribution. Jamie blew him a kiss. Yes. Thank you, Chairman. Now, let's move on to the next topic. Wait a moment, Chairman. Someone just requested to join the forum. He asked, who is it? Black Dog. Everyone was shocked. The scene returned to the cafe. Age 30 reached out his hand. Nice to meet you. It wasn't hard to get here, was it? No. It was quite difficult. Age 30 laughed awkwardly. This is the best place for us to maintain privacy. Anyway, you're really handsome. You must be very popular with the girls. This way, please. Please have a seat. These two also came for an interview just like you. That fat guy looks absolutely furious. Little Coco bowed his head. Oh, hello. I'm Black Dog. And I'm Little Coco. He thought to himself, that bastard is quite interesting. The fat guy was thinking, asterisk is that Black Dog? The one who killed me 5 times? Asterisk, he wanted to ask if they had met in real life. If not, why did he love killing him so much? Black Dragon, what's wrong? Aren't you going to introduce yourself? Ashido. I'm Black Dragon in hand. Black Dog remained silent. Black Dragon in hand thought, asterisk what? He won't even say a word back? I thought he'd recognize me if I said my in-game name. Or has he killed me so many times that he doesn't even remember who I am? Asterisk. Was I being that arrogant? I'm impersonating someone else, too. But this guy's a real fraud. His in-game name is Groot Bing Bong. He's a professional scammer who will do anything for money. Right now, he doesn't seem like a big problem. But later, he'll become famous for obtaining the rune of duplication. Or rather, infamous because he uses it to commit all sorts of crimes. This is the harsh reality. Even criminals can gain power from another world. But just as planned, it's good that I met him. I'll use him to take the rune of duplication. Little Coco was deep in thought. Everyone has finished their introductions, right? Then I'll start verifying your personal information. Let's start with Little Coco. Age 30 said, yes, my name is Kim Gung-hyun. I'm 20 years old and a graduate student, currently unemployed. It says here you're a level 13 assassin. Is that correct? Yes. You're also ranked 4th in the regional rankings? That's right. Asterisk right my ass. It's all lies. Except for the in-game name, of course. Asterisk. Little Coco is indeed a name that exists. In other words, I'm also impersonating someone else. But I have to do this to satisfy the conditions for receiving the rune of duplication. The rune of duplication requires the recipient to impersonate someone else and kill a person at the location where the rune is hidden. In the past, that bastard disguised himself as me to kill someone, which is how he got the rune. He said, all right, next is you, Black Dragon in hand. My name is Sim Young-taek. I'm 16 years old and currently in high school. Oh, you're the youngest one here. He thought to himself, asterisk, this fat pig is a high school student? That's disgusting. Asterisk. Can he continue to look down on him like that? As far as I know, Sim Young-taek killed his own classmate. That's not something a normal high school student would do. You were a level 10 warrior, ranked 3rd in the region. Is this true? Yes. What, do you think I'm lying? This is just part of the process. If I offended you, I apologize. Your turn, Black Dog. My name is Kim In-hong. I'm 28 years old and a fund manager. I've never dropped from the top rank in the region. I'm currently level 30. You probably already know my class is Reaper. Is there anything else you want me to confirm? Nothing else. Thank you. Asterisk fund manager, my ass. More like a scam manager. Later, he'll use the name Black Dog to borrow money from other players. Asterisk N thought to himself, that's all the identity information I need you to confirm. Now, let's begin the interview. Just tell me why you want to join the forum. Little Coco, you go first. Me? Well, the world is very dangerous right now. Going out alone is terrifying, and there are many other things. I feel like it's better to be with other players. I see. Next, Black Dragon in hand. He thought. I can't say I came here to kill other players. I'm the same as Little Coco. I can't go to school anymore. Plus, I'm very worried about the next round of the game. Age 30 turned and asked, is that so? What about you, Black Dog? I just saw the forum and signed up. It piqued my interest. I see. No matter what he says, he'll pass. Because he's Black Dog, Little Coco thought. All right, all of your answers are satisfactory. Now for the final part of the interview, murder. You must kill someone to pass this final round. Little Coco stammered. And murder? But why? You might not understand. All right, let me help clear your mind. I'm sure you've read the news. The government has started cracking down on us players and turning against us. They're afraid of us because we're stronger than them. Even so, we players will soon rule the world. If we all work together, that world will become a reality much faster. Therefore, we don't need to be bound by the law. We need to show the world that players are the law now. By defying the government's rules, we prove it. Is this why we have to kill? Little Coco looked terrified. Age 30 replied, exactly. This is how we show our will to the government. The other two were also stunned, to show them that we are completely beyond the control of the law. Do you understand now, little Coco? I understand. If any of you don't want to perform the final part of the interview, you can leave now. But leaving also means you won't be able to seek help from us in the future. Little Coco was thinking again. Asterisk, does he mean those who leave will be blacklisted? He's doing this to pressure us into killing. That way, it'll be hard for us to escape this organization later. Asterisk. The other two didn't say a word either. Age 30 laughed. It seems you're all prepared. Very good. I'll take that as a yes from everyone. Now, let's begin the final part. Black Dragon in hand asked, what? Start killing now? But there's no one here to kill. You don't need to worry about that. I've already prepared everything. It's raining hard outside. Age 30 stood up. Shall we go? Are you leaving? If you want, you can stay here. After all, you've rented out the whole place. The proprietor stepped out and said, we're in a hurry. By the way, is there a bathroom here? The owner replied, right there in the corner. Thanks. By the way, can I ask you a favor? What is it? Could you help me pull my car out of the parking lot? I'm in a bit of a hurry, so... Of course. I'll go right now. The girl walked toward the car. She opened the car door. A hand reached out from behind and tightened around her neck. Don't worry, she screamed in vain. She could no longer resist. Age 30 gave a sinister smile. Easy as pie. Everyone was shocked. W, what did you just do? Why her? What are you standing there for? Get in the car. The girl's body was stuffed into the vehicle. Does it mean to kill the owner? The car was driving down the road. It suddenly stopped. We're here. This is where we'll conduct the final part of the interview. A few of them stepped inside. Let's begin. Who will kill her? How about you do it, Black Dog? Fine. As expected. Wait, what's wrong, little Coco? Can I do it? You want to do it? Interesting. You seem quite shy, so I didn't have much hope. All right, I have no objection. Black Dog, is it okay if he does it? He stepped forward. Do a good job. I just helped you out. Black Dog said to little Coco, thank you. I'll definitely make good use of a rune of duplication. Rune? What are you talking about? Little Coco grabbed his head. Black Dog's head was instantly twisted off his body. Little Coco stood there silently. Age 30 jumped in horror. What? What is this? What the hell did you just do? You dared to kill Black Dog? He panicked. Are you crazy? Hey, old man, you're being too noisy. Age 30 thought, damn. Asterisk, what the hell? That look in his eyes. It's like he's looking at prey. I feel like something has changed. What on earth happened? Asterisk, not bad. I finally got the reward for killing while impersonating someone. Asterisk. Why did you kill Black Dog? Age 30 asked. What? Because he's a scumbag who wanted to impersonate me. Impersonate? How could you? You were supposed to kill that woman. Why kill Black Dog? Answer me. Because he's trash. And you're trash, too. Little Coco leaned over and picked up a bag. He pulled a plastic bag over the shop owner's head. Say that again if you're so brave. Age 30 said as he released his power. Little Coco didn't hold back either. Power flashed. I said you're trash. What, am I wrong? W, what is that scythe? Is that the Reaper's main weapon? Asterisk, I've never seen a player with a scythe that large. No, wait. Asterisk, age 30 thought. A player using a giant scythe? Because he's a scumbag who wanted to impersonate me. Impersonate? Does the manager understand who Black Dog is now? You're Black Dog. Sorry for lying. So it's true. He's the real Black Dog. He began to tremble. Then he collapsed to his knees. Lord Black Dog, I'm so sorry for mistaking your identity. Your acting was just too good. Please spare me. He swung his scythe and decapitated the man. The head of the 30-year-old flew toward the fat man's feet, stopping right at the tip of his shoe. He was paralyzed with terror. This is the real Black Dog. He's on an entirely different level. I couldn't even see him swing that scythe, Black Dragon in hand thought. Now it's just you and me. What do you think I'll do next? If you have any last words, say them now. I won't waste my breath on useless words. But please, spare my life. If I could just meet you. I've always wanted to ask one thing. You're curious why I killed you 5 times in the 4th round, aren't you? Yes, that's right. The reason is simple. I wanted to keep you within a certain range of control. Within range? Why me? You seemed the most capable among those I met back then. I had to eliminate the competition. Anything else? You can close your eyes now. Can I ask one last thing? What? Why kill me? Because you're trash. Me? What did I do? Didn't you come all this way just to kill this girl? But I haven't done anything yet. Haven't done anything? You stood there watching the whole show from start to finish. Black Dragon in hand was speechless. Fine. Unlike those other 2 bastards, your only sin was standing by and watching. I'll give you a chance to live. Black Dragon in hand was overjoyed. Really? But now, you must give up everything you have. This guy had a lot of useful items. Black Dragon in hand handed over all his gear. If I sell everything he bought from the shop, I could probably make 2,000 gold, little Coco thought. She even handed over her axe and equipment to him. Black Dragon in hand said, this is truly everything I own. I have nothing left. I didn't say anything. Aren't you going to take anything else? I don't need it. You can keep it. Yes, yes. Anyway, those things can't be sold back to the shop. So you'll spare my life as promised? Of course. I'll let you live. A man of his word. Thank you. Thank you so much. He bowed repeatedly. All right, that's enough. Try to be a decent person from now on. If you want, you can clean up the mess here. I'm taking this girl with me, little Coco said. Let me help. No need. How can I trust you? Now get lost. Little Coco led the shopkeeper girl away. Phew. I survived. He breathed a sigh of relief. I thought I was a goner, but he spared me. I lost some valuable items, but nothing is more important than my life. The problem is, what's this empty feeling in my heart? What did I actually do wrong? He took my items just because I was watching? That's so unfair. Wait, isn't he completely off guard right now? Black Dog was stabbed and didn't die. What should I do? If I kill someone as high level as Black Dog, my stats will skyrocket. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It'll never happen again. If I don't seize this chance, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. He activated his power. Don't notice me. Please, don't notice me, he whispered to himself. Just a little closer. Black Dragon in hand, slowly crept forward. He raised his axe. Die, you bastard. A massive surge of power erupted. Two figures fell. Black Dragon in hand smirked. Ah, I killed Black Dog. It was that easy. Ha ha ha. Really? Black Dog was killed by someone 10 times weaker than him. You bastard. You shouldn't have turned your back on me. Who cares how high your level is? That was incredibly stupid. Thank for the stats, idiot. He was lost in his own arrogance. Then he suddenly froze. Huh. Why hasn't the stat increase notification appeared? Shouldn't the voice announcement happen immediately? What on earth is going on? Black Dog appeared behind him. What do you think? Black Dragon in hand spun around. Why so scared? Seen a ghost? Black Dog asked. He thought, how is this possible? I clearly just killed him. Does he have a resurrection skill? Black Dog stepped forward. Black Dragon in hand glanced down. There was no blood on the ground. The one you killed was my clone. A clone? The power of the rune of duplication allows me to create an exact copy of myself. It just can't fight, but you were completely fooled. I guess even if it can't fight, it's still quite useful. A great experiment. You tricked me. Black Dragon in hand was furious. Why are you acting like the victim now? I'm the real victim here. You almost killed me just now. You're the victim? You're the one who threatened me first. Phoenix, no matter what you say. Black Dog slashed at him. Black Dragon in hand thought, so my body can't move anymore. Listening to you talk is a waste of time. Erase Trace's life extinguished. No one will be able to tell this was a crime scene. Except for one person, of course. Black Dog called out to the shopkeeper girl. You can get up now. How long are you going to pretend to be unconscious? You know, you can't fool a player. I can hear your inner thoughts. She sat up. I'm so sorry. Can I take this off? She pointed to the plastic bag on her head. No, keep it on until I leave. Yes. I'm going to ask a few questions. Will you cooperate? I will. How many customers were there? Do you remember their faces? There were 4. One was about 40 years old. I remember his face because I spoke to him. And the others? She's telling the truth, Black Dog thought. All right, that's enough. Yes. So am I safe now? Is it all over? Yes. You can go home now. Don't tell the police about what happened. It might backfire. I understand. You can take the bag off in 1 minute. Yes, 2, 3, 59, 60. She tore off the plastic bag. She looked around. What's going on? There's nothing here. It couldn't have been a dream, right? Sunset fell. Black Dog walked in. I'm home. Welcome back. Hey, that's my jacket. Where did you go? Well, he stepped forward. Yeah, I am exhausted. I'm beat. Where did you go? Have you had dinner? Not yet. Should we order takeout? Guan asked. Sure, order whatever you want. The jacket was washed clean, but he couldn't give it back to him anymore. Black Dog looked at the jacket. Guan watched in shock as he threw the jacket into the trash. And what are you doing? Why are you throwing it away? It's old. I'll buy you a new one. You've worn that for too long. I'll get you something better. Okay. No need. School is closed, and I have no way to go out anyway. Black Dog looked at him. Staying inside all the time without school must be so boring. It's all because of that survival test. Do you want to go out with me tomorrow? He turned his head. He looked a bit shy. Really? Do you mean it? Finish your dinner and go to bed early. The next day, at the amusement park, it had been a long time since they'd been here. Life had been tough lately, so he hadn't been able to bring the boy. Juan thought, is this place still open? Lately, more shops have closed and stayed open. In times like these, hope is an important belief. Guan saw a family and cheered. Juan looked over as well. Guan grabbed his hand. Brother in? Let's go over there first. Hurry. It's full of pandas inside. What do you think? He put on a headband. You look so handsome. It's so cute. Pick that one. Oh, there's so many cute things. Yeah, take whatever you like. What do you want to do now? Let's go on every single ride. They rode the roller coaster together and played all sorts of games. They watched 2 pandas stacked on top of each other. Twin pandas. So cute. Julian looked around and thought, he was so gloomy yesterday. It's good that I brought him out. Just like Min Julie, tomorrow is May 1st. Is it okay for you to be out with me like this? Of course I'm happy. But don't worry, I'll be fine. This time it will take over 10 hours. So even if I sleep for a long time, don't be scared. 10 hours? Won't it be dangerous? You have to come back safely, okay? Promise. You're worrying too much. I promised I wouldn't leave you alone. He thought, that's enough worrying. What now? Let's go visit the zoo. Okay. Night fell. 11:50 p.m., April 30th. Min Julie. It's almost midnight. Sniff. I believe it'll be okay this time, too. Do your best. Good luck. See you later. She was clearly very nervous. Don't worry. I'll protect you from now on. It was time to go. The clock struck 12. They entered the space together. Is everyone here? No way. I don't think they've arrived yet. No. In the last round, there were about 500 survivors. That sounds right. It feels a bit empty. It really does. There were nearly 10,000 people in the first round. But that empty feeling would soon pass. A winged god appeared. Your reactions are so dull. A total of 442 survivors have been summoned. You were supposed to have 521, but we lost nearly 80. It seems there were conflicts in the real world. Our numbers are dwindling again. It's always like this. Whatever, it doesn't matter. What you do in the real world is none of my business. However, with only this many people, we can't play the game properly. Therefore, I have prepared everything for all of you. Merjinzon, a man asked, excuse me, could you explain that in more detail? I've said this much, and you still don't understand? You're increasing my workload. Literally, it means merging zones. I don't know if you've realized, but your country has hundreds, thousands of zones. To be precise, 875 zones. What? 875? Our country has that many. No need to be surprised. Compared to other countries, that number is considered small. Makes sense. If each zone had 10,000 people, then other countries must have many more zones. Exactly. If every zone has an angel, doesn't that mean there are at least 10,000 angels? You're right. Are there really that many? That's just your speculation. Every zone has an angel. Are you only realizing that now? How foolish. So then, is there someone behind you manipulating all of this? Someone who created this survival game. She remained silent. What makes you think that? I don't think 10,000 angels would team up to create a survival game without a purpose. And what if we did team up? Are you going to praise us or something? Stop asking useless questions, or you'll lose your life. I'm very sorry. Uman's thought. It seems he touched a sore spot. I'm certain there's a rule forbidding angels from talking about the game's creator. Besides, an angel who can be defeated so easily by a player couldn't possibly create a survival game on this scale. I won't answer any more of your stupid questions, she said. You'd better focus on surviving. We can't waste any more time. In short, I will begin the zone merger. Remember, we're doing this because there are too few of you left. Stop making up those wild stories. What? An earthquake? Suddenly, the ground cracked open and flames erupted. They stood aside and watched, everyone filled with fear. The power was immense. Massive boulders seemed to be lifted into the air. Everything turned bright red, like a volcano erupting from underground. It seemed ready to swallow everything. Is it over? Who are those people? Now, the zone merger is complete, the winged angel announced. What's wrong? Why don't you introduce yourselves? How long are you going to stare at each other? Another angel? The scent, an angel. The angels gathered together. Oh, months. I think you already know, but we've merged the zones with few people left. We're merging 10 zones into one. The total number of people here is 4,844. 10 zones. Now we have nearly 5,000 people. Good grief, that's a lot. It's the same for other zones. This means the zone names must change. From now on, this zone will only consist of players from South Korea. Is everyone here Korean? At least we can communicate. Yeah, but we'll probably have to merge with other countries later. That's obvious. But zone merging will continue as long as the number of people in each zone is less than 5,000. Later, when the total number of people in all of South Korea is less than 5,000, we'll have to compete with players from other countries. I wonder if this will happen in the 11th round or something. Forget it. It's best to focus on the present. The angel is about to start subgame. Before announcing the main quest, we'll create a simple subgame to celebrate the zone merger, the angel said. Each zone had a representative, right? But now that they're merged, what should we do? Obviously, we need a new representative, don't we? A new representative. The rules are simple. The former representatives will step forward and fight until only one survivor remains. That person will be chosen as the new representative. We have to slaughter each other to become the representative. Oh my God, that's brutal. Sounds good to me. Getting to see who becomes the representative with my own eyes. How exciting. I really wish I had some popcorn. They laughed because they didn't have to fight. We have to kill each other to choose a representative, a girl thought. Sigh. If I'd known, I wouldn't have taken this representative position. Maybe if we're killed, we'll be resurrected? Can I give up my right to be a representative? Everyone had many thoughts. Until now, being a representative hasn't brought any benefits. But starting from this round, things will be different. I must win this life and death duel. No matter what, I have to become the representative. Everyone, there's no need to panic like that. You won't die in the real world. After the game ends, you will be resurrected. This time, we won't die, the angel said. You probably feel that being a representative has no practical benefit. The new representative will receive the title ruler, replacing the governor position. It will grant you the power to dominate lower-level players. It's an upgraded version of governor, allowing you to control players, provided their level is lower than yours. Of course, you can still only use it 10 times. And this position will be given to whoever kills the current representative. Quite attractive, isn't it? Possessing the ability to dominate everyone else if their level is lower. I can control them no matter what. Even their classes, the angel replied. It seems you're motivated now, so get ready. Since the zones have been merged, we must choose a representative. Does anyone volunteer for this position? The hall was silent. Of course, I shouldn't have asked. An angel volunteering to work is truly an anomaly. We know very well that no one will volunteer. What should we do? Does anyone have any ideas? How about rolling dice? Relying on luck? Not bad, but a bit boring. How about by order? That wouldn't be fair. Those at the back would never get to be the representative. True. Anyway, the zone merger will have to continue sooner or later. Is there a way that's both fun and fair? How about this? The representatives were ready for war. Whichever angel's representative dies first, that angel will wait. This is a good day. Yeah, that's good. I like this proposal. Agreed. I agree. Me too. Same here. Wait. How about this? Instead of choosing the first to die, why not choose the angel whose human is the last survivor to become the queen among us? The angel in charge of the human who stands until the end will become the king. King? A fitting title. Other angels must completely obey the king's orders. For example, if they appoint an angel as a guide, that angel must perform the task because it's the king's will. So, if the human we protect wins, we win too. If we win, can we also play the role of king, just like our human? Sounds interesting. King, this interests me too. A wonderful idea. Daring to suggest the winner becomes king. You seem very confident. Of course I am. Who knows? My zone representative won't be defeated so easily. My human has never lost the #1 spot in the zone. Really? What a fool. Only #1 in a zone? You dare to be arrogant based on just that? If you knew who my zone representative was, she'd definitely be so shocked she'd collapse. So are you in or not? I have no reason to refuse. I agree too. I think it'll be more fun that way. Me too. I'm also certain my zone representative won't fall easily. So then, since it's decided, shall we begin? Ollie, go announce it to them. No problem. We will begin the special match to decide the zone representative. The life and death duel begins now. You will slaughter each other until only one person remains in this arena. Everyone, pay close attention. Everyone looked up. The angel smiled slightly. The world seemed to tremble. An arena slowly rose. Everything was ready. On a vast piece of land, a professional arena appeared. Everyone looked around. The life and death duel begins now. You will slaughter each other until only one person remains in this arena. If you fall out of the arena, you won't be resurrected. So, even if it costs you your life, do not leave this place. Now begin. Everyone started unleashing their powers. Everyone took their positions, ready to face the enemy. One person thought, so if I just kill the other 9 people, I'll become the king. Seeing that no one was making the first move, it seemed everyone was being cautious. It made sense. As zone representatives, they had to have at least some strength. Even so, there's absolutely no bastard here stronger than me. One guy thought, full of confidence. Since this started, I've never lost the #1 spot in my zone. Besides, my rune of disassembly is practically a cheat. Like a sentient sword, it knows exactly where to strike. Thanks to that, I killed 312 people in the 4th round. What are they doing? Why are they just staring at each other? Hurry up and fight, the angel said. These humans, what is that? Are they betting? Why are they so impatient? I was planning to make a move anyway. After all, no one here is stronger than me. I'll take this chance to leave a deep impression on them, to make them fear me. To do that, one person drew a sword. I need a sacrificial lamb, someone to die and elevate my performance. Anyone will do. Come here. I'll send you straight to hell. Another person stepped forward. Black Dog, so you finally arrived? My first sacrificial lamb. But honestly, that blade is ridiculously large. That's not a common type of weapon. I've seen many people with dog in their nicknames, but someone who actually uses that thing. Black Dog remained silent, not saying a word. Black Dog? Is his nickname really Black Dog? It must just be a coincidence, right? No, that's impossible. I'm certain no one can have the same name as another player. Then that person is Black Dog, the #1 in the entire region. The one who reached level 30, the angel asked. What's wrong with that human? He looked quite confident. So why is he stunned now? Isn't he the representative of your zone? What is he doing, that stupid human? Why are you still standing there? Hey, is something funny? Oli, Azar. Sorry, but this is just too funny. What can I do? Look at that human. He's staring blankly at my zone representative, trembling like a weed in the wind. Your zone representative. That giant blade is indeed impressive, but I don't feel any aura that could scare him that much at first sight. Are you saying my zone representative is frozen in fear just because of your representative? Doesn't it look like it? Stop talking nonsense. Ollie, do you think getting the #1 spot in a zone is as easy as a hen laying an egg? My zone representative hasn't lost the #1 spot since the first round. In your zone, can anyone become #1? From a start, my representative has never lost the #1 spot in the entire region. What? #1 in the entire region? You dare lie to me. Haven't you realized yet? I think any angel who's seen the rankings would know that name. Black Dog. I remember that name now. He's the human who always appears when the results are announced. Is Black Dog Ollie's zone representative? If that human is really Black Dog, then my zone representative is fundamentally no match for him. A single slash tore through, and his head went rolling. It seems you've been eliminated. Black Dog, why is he here? Even if everyone teamed up, they couldn't beat him. I might die before I can even react, just like that guy. How can I defeat someone at level 30? I'm only level 13. Another person felt terrified. Black Dog continued forward. Black Dog, it's an honor to meet you. Ha! Being in the same zone as the famous Black Dog, I'm truly happy. So happy I could cry. Wait a minute. Let's talk. Look, I've even put down my weapon. I have no intention of fighting you. Hey, angels, I surrender. I quit. Me too. I surrender. Everyone raised their hands. Me too. I admit defeat. Ha! What a disgraceful sight. Quit. You just said you quit? You humans. They've ruined the fun. I'm warning you. Anyone else who mentions surrendering will have their head explode instantly. If that happens, don't even dream of being resurrected. Do you hear me? The crowd was terrified. The girl bowed her head. Everyone took their battle stances. There are 8 of us. Maybe we can still win. So these angels are even scarier than me? It looks like they're planning to attack me all at once, Black Dog thought. But no matter how hard they try, ants are still just ants. That bastard. Is he laughing at us? Just because he's a high level, he's that confident? We're still prominent figures in our own zones. Kill him. They charged all at once. Black Dog teleported. His gaze was as sharp as a bullet. Everyone was hit by the attack. They were all stunned. With just one strike, he defeated so many people. All of their heads were severed from their necks. The angels were also amazed. I didn't expect it to end so easily. Is that it? Black Dog won. So as the angel in charge of Black Dog, will Ollie be treated like a king during this merger? Ollie, you knew this would happen all along. Of course I did. I anticipated this. Look at you all. This despicable wench tricked us. She made that proposal because she was certain she'd win. Why are you stating the obvious? What? My sudden suggestion to play a game was obviously because I had the advantage. Why do you think I made the offer in the first place? Besides, I didn't force you to accept the bet. Didn't you all find it interesting and agree to join? And now you're going back on your word? You. What do you mean? You want to hit me? Go ahead, hit me. An angel fighting in front of humans? Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? If the Archangel finds out about this, you'll be locked in a bug bag. Boo bay. Whatever. Aside from that. So what now? You don't want to fight me anymore? Anyway, since I won, I'm a king now. For now, you take on the role of leading this merged zone. For how long? Until I'm in a better mood. She held him back. What are you doing? Go to your job. I can't believe I had to bet on that. Humans, as you have seen, the representative of the merged zone has been decided. The player Black Dog has become the new representative of this zone. He has received the temporary skill, Authority of Dominance. The effect allows him to issue orders to players and forcibly control them. Affected players cannot resist the command under any circumstances. Limit of 10 uses in total, and only one player can be commanded at a time. This skill does not work on players with a higher level than yours. I knew Black Dog would become the representative since he's already level 30. If he wanted to, he could order anyone around. I have to go get on his good side. Now, since the decision has been made, the other players will be resurrected. The angel's wings spread wide. In the arena where only Black Dog had survived, everyone else was now brought back to life. What happened? I clearly remember my body being cut in half. You all lost. The new representative of the merged zone is Black Dog. I see. Since a new zone representative has been chosen, the authority you possessed upon resurrection as representatives will be revoked. But don't be too disappointed. You always have a chance to reclaim the representative position. So, the reward game ends here. Now, I will lead you into the official mission. Everyone looked at the notice board. Round 5. Main quest. Eliminate 300 beastmen within 10 hours. Subquest. Collect 4 balance stones. Rewards will be issued upon success. What? Kill 300 beastmen? Why is the completion rate so low? Only 1 in 4. What do you get off complaining so much? Is the final number too low for you? Do I need to adjust it even lower? Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Until now, what you've experienced were just simple stages. So this time, we've prepared a mission with higher difficulty and a lower completion rate. Don't be too discouraged. Is killing 300 beastmen really that hard? Aren't beastmen just low-level monsters? When you face them directly, you'll understand how difficult it is. I won't explain any further. Angel, what is the subquest? Why is the reward shown as a question mark? Unlike previous rounds, this time the subquest is transparent. But as you can see, the reward remains an unknown. A great mystery. The reward for the 5th round subquest is the balance gem. It's one of the 18 gems that must be collected. Furthermore, only one person in each zone can receive this subquest reward. Jioan thought, of course, since it's divided by zone, players in other zones also have a chance to get it. However, its difficulty is even higher than the main quest. Even if they can complete the subquest, how many people out there can meet the conditions to receive the balance gem? This round subquest is to collect balance stones. Once you collect all 4, you'll immediately receive a mysterious reward. However, only one person can have it because there are only 4 balance stones in this zone. So what if one person can't collect all 4? Won't the subquest be cancelled? That's a possibility. But don't worry, you can kill other players to steal their balance stones. We can steal them by killing people, just like stealing the zone representative position. The angel replied, that's right, but you cannot steal their other items, only the balance stones. Furthermore, unlike the previous round, if you die, you will not be resurrected. Death is final. I've told you everything you need to know. Now go out and struggle to your heart's content. The countdown begins. I'm afraid this mission will be troublesome until the very end, Dan thought. I must quickly kill 300 beastmen and set a record. Then I can go help Minjuli. He strode away. Everyone watched his back intently. Phew, he's finally gone. What a relief. When he came near me, I jumped out of my skin. I thought I was dead for sure. But where is he going? Should we follow him? Are you crazy? Follow Black Dog? Do you want to be controlled by him? You might spend the rest of your life as his slave, but it's still better than just standing here. Black Dog is always the first to act among us. That's why he's always number 1. Everyone felt reluctant. What if we follow him and he finds out? We just need to keep as much distance as possible while observing him. If you don't want to go, then stay here. I'm going alone. That person left. The others hesitated for a moment. Forget it. Let's go too. Yeah. Black Dog definitely knew the way. A small beastman village. Black Dog entered. Look, there's another village here. Black Dog has already gone inside. The monsters were roaring. Black Dog charged forward without a hint of fear. With one strike, he decapitated it. The monster collapsed to the ground, dead at his feet. Black Dog walked in boldly. He looked at the beastmen in front of him. They were roasting meat. They also charged at Black Dog. He decapitated them one by one. They basically didn't know the meaning of fear. His power was immense. Everything was over. Black Dog entered the tent. The air became silent. He walked out casually. The people outside watched in a daze. It seems these beastmen aren't that strong. They're probably just on par with the goblins we killed before. Isn't it only because the one dealing with them is Black Dog that it looks easy? Don't be too arrogant. Yeah, don't be careless. It's late. Let's go find a village to clear out too. Right? One guy thought, do I have to go with this crowd now? Just wait. When I get the chance, I'll kill every single one of them. Having a few more meat shields is good too. Everyone had their own hidden agendas. Oh, there's a village here. This one is much bigger than the last one. It must be 3 times larger than the previous one, right? A beastman was blowing a horn. The atmosphere became unusually busy. What is that beastman doing with that horn? Is it calling its comrades? Wait, all the beastmen are appearing. They rushed out, surrounding them in layers. The atmosphere became extremely tense. This village seems a bit large. There are so many beastmen. There must be over 50 of them. Now, what do we do now? What else? Fight for your life to survive. They just have more numbers than us. Kill them. Sledgehammers were raised. They began attacking the beastmen. What is this? These guys are actually really weak. Their movements are so slow. They became incredibly overconfident. Not as bad as I thought. My sword is stuck. Then the beastmen counterattacked. Die, you damn beastmen. The battle fell into chaos. Am I really going to be killed by a beastman? One person said in disbelief. Help! Help me. Meanwhile, Black Dog was moving and observing. I don't see those followers anymore. Behind him, 20 people were trying to move in silence. What am I worried about? There are 20 of them, unless they charge into a large-scale beastman village. In those villages, there are very strong beastmen. It's best to stay away. Just like that sentry blowing the horn, over 50 beastmen will quickly gather there. If they go deeper, there will be over 200. Besides, a beastman's muscular strength is much greater than a human's. If you stab them and the sword gets stuck, it'll be hard to pull out. Not to mention their skin is thick and rough. So the best way is to go for the neck. One strike, one kill. Black Dog memorized each technique. That's for ordinary people. He cut down another beastman. It collapsed in front of him. A progress window appeared. Time remaining, 8 hours, 59 minutes, and 22 seconds. It only took me 1 hour to complete the main quest. I still have plenty of time. Should I go Helman Julie? Tracking. Chairman, are you okay? I thought I was a goner. A member of the new Challenger Association spoke. Zhao Donghao spoke. Why are these beastmen so strong? Yeah, even though their movements are slow, we really shouldn't underestimate them. The members of the new Challenger Association were talking. Manji, how many have we killed? About 50. 5 people took an hour to kill 50. At this rate, we'll be eliminated. Using the word eliminated isn't right. If we don't kill enough, we'll die. Maybe we have to attack larger villages. Isn't that too dangerous? He's right. Dealing with 3 at once is already hard enough. How can we take on a larger village? I think it's best to focus our strength on the small villages. You're all right, I admit it. But if we keep this up, we won't kill 300. In the end, we'll still die. We have to take a gamble. Remember, a sinking ship can't bring you back to shore. In the pitch-black forest, everything was stained red. Wait, there seems to be a guard post over there. Let's go around it. Look, there's a gap we can slip through. He looked around cautiously. There seemed to be no one. They immediately crawled through the gap. Are they all in the tents? I guess one tent has about 5 of them. This village is bigger than I thought. Idiot. Should we raid each tent? Good idea. We're already here anyway. Fine. If we launch a surprise attack, dealing with 5 will be simple. There was a beastman on guard. Let's start with this tent. When I give the signal, we charge in together. Everyone was ready. They began to move inside. Standing at the entrance, they all rushed in at once. Everyone was startled. It was the beastmen. They had already stood up. 10 of them is too many. What do we do? Deal with them one by one. Everyone, attack the one on the left first. Roger. Everyone replied in unison. They all launched an attack together. They focused on specific targets, teaming up to surround and attack. A sword glinted. One beastman was knocked down, but another immediately charged. They fought side by side. The beastmen launched an attack. The captain shouted for Manji. Mangi Huavat D. You hideous thing. He lunged forward. The beastman in front of him collapsed instantly. In that scene, facing the fierce pack of beastmen, they stood close together. They were ready to fight every single monster. Now there are only 8 left, but can we handle them? No way. We should retreat. I think so too. Let's go. They all fled at once. The beastmen chased after them. They looked ahead. Another pack of beastmen had completely blocked the path. Ow, how many are there? At least 10. It's over. We're dead. Is this it? Pick up your weapons. Captain, it's over. It was an honor serving with you. Everyone, think about it. Why haven't those beastmen killed us yet? Look at their faces. They observed. They're mocking us. Seeing us tremble like scared mice. They find it amusing. Doesn't this make you angry? Being mocked by beastmen, treated like monkeys in a zoo. Don't give up until the very end. At least kill one beastman. Let's not die such a humiliating death. Fine. Sorry for showing you such a pathetic side of me. I'll fight with you until the end. The beastmen stared at them. When I give the signal, let's all attack one of them together. Got it? Yes. Captain, let's start the fight. The beastmen looked at each other in confusion. Suddenly, they turned around and ran away. Everyone watched intently. What happened? Why did they suddenly leave? They looked at each other. Looking at the beastmen in front of them, they had no idea what was going on. Now, there are only 8 left. Charge. Yes, Captain. After a while of fighting, they were victorious. We defeated these 8 beastmen. One person breathed a sigh of relief. We did it. No, you did it, Captain. Exactly. If it weren't for you, we'd all be dead. They cheered joyfully. Don't say that. It's because everyone was united and gave it their all. Without you, I would have died here too. Right. How's your wound, Manji? He replied, It hurts. It hurts a lot, but I can bear it. I am okay. You need to rest. Don't move around. Everyone, hide here. I'll go find a way out. Isn't that too dangerous? Don't worry about me. He left. His teammates watched him go. Please be careful, Captain. The captain thought as he walked. Strange. Why is it so quiet? I haven't seen a single beastman for a while now. He stepped forward. What is that? His eyes suddenly widened. He looked at the beastmen that had already been wiped out. Because of this, what's going on? Who did this? Are you Black Dog? Someone got here before me? Black Dog thought. Your name is Cho Jong-ho. One of the branches of the melee weapon class is the mercenary. Mercenaries use various weapons like warriors and possess a similar set of skills. But there is one key difference. Only mercenaries can become stronger by signing contracts with others. Therefore, most mercenaries form groups with acquaintances or sign contracts with the king of mercenaries. The king of mercenaries is the only class that can issue orders to mercenaries through contracts. When the king of mercenaries accepts a contract, the mercenaries receive additional buff effects. So, as a mercenary, signing a contract is mandatory. The person in front of him, Cho Jong-ho, was the one who possessed that unique class, the king of mercenaries. I didn't expect to meet the king of mercenaries in a place like this. Cho Jong-ho spoke up. Hello, Mr. Black Dog. Black Dog asked, you know who I am? Of course. Who doesn't know Black Dog, the #1 player? Wow, I didn't expect to run into a top player here. If I suddenly reach out to shake his hand, would he hate it? Black Dog looked at Cho Jong-ho and thought, he doesn't look like the type to stab someone in the back. Well, this is probably why he got the king of mercenaries class. So talking for a bit should be fine. Both had their own thoughts. All the beastmen here. Did you kill them all, Mr. Black Dog? Yes. Wow, so strong. Truly worthy of the #1 spot. Thank you. Thanks to you drawing the beastmen's attention, I survived. I didn't even know you were here. I know. It was all just a coincidence. But help is still help, right? Yong-go replied. Black Dog sighed. I see. If your business here is done, then take your teammates and leave. I've cleared out all the beastmen inside, so don't worry. Is that so? But how did you know I had teammates? Both of them looked in one direction at the same time. Guys, what are you doing out here? I told you to wait for me. We were afraid you'd leave us behind, boss. Are you kidding? You act like I'd just abandon you and go somewhere. Black Dog thought. It seems those four are mercenaries. They've signed a contract with Jong-ho. They must have followed him because they were worried about Cho Jong-ho. He already has loyal followers. Truly worthy of being the king of mercenaries. Huh. Is that Black Dog? What wind blew you here, Mr. Black Dog? What else? I'm just here hunting monsters as usual. All right. Of course. You usually handle all the monsters. Huh. There must have been 100 of them there, right? If you're done, then go back. In thought, since all the beastmen are dead, the mid-boss will appear soon. It'll be dangerous if they get caught up in it. Understand. See you later, Mr. Black Dog. It was an honor meeting you. After saying goodbye, they left, chatting as they went. Do you hear that? Hear what? Listen closely. What does that sound? It's a mid-boss. Get out of here now. Huh. You said the mid-boss. A giant beastman appeared. What is that thing? A beastman? It charged forward, looking incredibly fierce. Black Dog thought, finally you've arrived. Beastman warrior. Even after wiping out all the initial beastmen in the village, the reason I didn't leave was for this guy. To get the subquest item, the balance stone, I need to kill it. Once I take it down and defeat the bosses in the other 3 villages, I'll be able to complete the subquest. He stood before it. Boss, that guy's gone crazy, hasn't he? Probably. Oui. Yongo trembled. It launched an attack. He stood frozen, seemingly paralyzed with fear. A thunderous punch landed, and Jong-ho fell. He was terrified. Black Dog grabbed Jong-ho and pulled him back. Why are you standing there like an idiot? Black Dog asked. Thank you, Mr. Black Dog. Get back, he said. Unless you want to die. The beastman continued toward them. Black Dog said, I'll tear you to pieces. Black Dog charged. This monster wasn't easy to deal with either. Both plunged into a fierce battle. A massive explosion occurred. Such violent power, Black Dog said. No matter how hard it hits, I just need to block it. It continued to attack. He landed on the ground, panting heavily. He shouted at it, stop roaring. Black Dog counterattacked with immense power. Both retreated to opposite sides. He charged again to attack it. Successive slashes rained down upon it. It refused to back down and continuously counterattacked. In thought, its neck is too thick. 2 slashes aren't enough to cut through. He leaped into the air once more. Attacks rained down as he used its body as a stepping stone to jump higher. Black Dog observed. It had been slashed open, and fresh blood sprayed everywhere. Its head fell. He had eliminated it. Black Dog stood tall. You have defeated the Beastman Warrior. Experience points increased by 37.73. Gold increased by 4,000. Bonus reward increased by 2,000. Jong-ho's team looked at Black Dog, who had just killed the monster. He actually took it down? That giant monster. Black Dog stepped down from its body. You have defeated the Beastman Warrior. Experience points increased by 37.73. Gold increased by 4,000. Additional gold increased by 2,000. You have received a complete sword. Received a Beastman's Heart. You have received a basic Indigo Mana Stone. You have received a Balance Stone. Subquest progress. Balance Stone 1 out of 4. Black Dog mused. Just as I expected, the rewards from a boss fight are much richer than from regular monsters. Plus, I got a bunch of good items. The complete sword. In terms of physical damage, this sword is even stronger than my scythe. I'll have to raise its selling price later. And the Beastman's Heart. Some might find it disgusting and throw it away, but they'll regret it. This is a material for crafting unique equipment. Mr. Black Dog, thank you for taking care of that monster. Thanks to you, my brother's lives were saved. By the way, did you know beforehand that the monster would appear? In thought, it's best to just give a vague answer. He replied, in other villages, once all the beastmen are killed, a mid-boss usually appears. So that's why you told us to leave quickly? You're such a good person. I mean, my work here is done, so I'm leaving. Everyone bowed. Yes, thank you again for saving us. Take care, Mr. Black Dog. Let's go too. We should start hunting earlier. Everyone cheered. Jong-ho turned around. Manji, are you okay? Brother, I'm not okay. I can't hold on any longer. What are you saying? You just said you were fine. I only said that so you wouldn't worry. I've reached my limit. He was trembling. But try a little harder. If you don't make it through here, you'll lose your life in the real world too. I know. If I don't kill 300 beastmen, everything will be for nothing. Just leave me behind. I can't be a burden to you and the others. That's not going to happen. There must be another way, right? We'll fight the beastmen, and then you use your ultimate move to finish them off. How about that? Jong-ho suggested. Manji bowed his head and said, but then you and the others won't get any kills. Even if I kill 300 beastmen, I won't survive the remaining time. Everyone shouted. Manji. Black Dog looked at them, a thought occurring to him. I never expected the future king of mercenaries, who leads hundreds of soldiers, to be so weak in front of a teammate. However, if they're sworn brothers, then I guess it's normal. Black Dog stood watching. He recalled images from the past of himself and his younger brother. Black Dog turned on his heel and walked toward them. I have a younger brother too. Maybe I should give him a hand. Black Dog spoke up. Hey, looks like you need some help. Do you mind if I take a look at the wound? Jong-ho asked hurriedly. Is there really a way to save him? Yeah, it's a pretty serious injury. Manji remained silent. Black Dog channeled power into his wound. It's not beyond healing. His power flowed into the arm. The wound suddenly healed. Oh, the wound, is it gone? Everyone was astonished. Mr. Black Dog, how did you do that? Black Dog replied, this is a skill called emergency first aid. Anyone can buy it in the shop. I think I've seen that skill before. Yeah, me too. It cost 20,000 gold, right? I didn't know it was this powerful. Two members of Jong-ho's team talked to each other. Black Dog thought, you've got it wrong. Emergency first aid isn't that strong. It can usually only stop bleeding and heal small cuts. It's not powerful enough to heal a broken shoulder. However, emergency first aid is a holy type skill. So the higher the user's intelligence stat, the stronger its recovery power. Currently, my bonus intelligence stat is 123. Thanks to the enhancement effect of the Rune of Glory, I was able to heal his broken shoulder. Black Dog said to Manji, try moving your shoulder. The wound might leave a scar, but you should be able to move it normally now. I really can move it normally, he replied joyfully. Black Dog reminded him, this doesn't mean you're fully recovered. After all, it's only emergency first aid. If you use too much force, the wound might open up again. However, hunting shouldn't be a problem. Manji looked at him. Thank you so much. He bowed repeatedly. Mr. Black Dog, you saved my life. Thank you, Mr. Black Dog. Thank you for treating Manji. Their whole team bowed. Thank you for saving our teammate. Thank you, Mr. Black Dog. I don't know if this will be useful, but please take it. This is a token of our gratitude. Jong-ho handed him an item. Everyone who saw was startled. Mr. Black Dog, please take mine too. You can sell this in the shop for some gold. Please accept it, Mr. Black Dog. Everyone scrambled to give items to Black Dog. He thought, I should politely refuse. He said, there's no need to go this far. Manji replied, no, please take it. This is our gratitude. Please accept it. Black Dog held a pile of items in his hands. Although they were all junk, the combined items from 5 people were quite significant. Besides, there was profit to be made. Jong-ho looked at Manji. Thanks to you, Mr. Black Dog, this guy now has hope to live on. Manji also smiled and said, aside from what I just gave you, I will definitely repay this debt of gratitude one day. Black Dog watched them gather happily. He thought, the mercenaries owe me a favor now, and they're looking out for me. For a skill I would have had to learn sooner or later anyway, this isn't a bad way to profit. He turned back and said to everyone, so it's decided. Goodbye. Take care, they said to him. Deep in the forest, Min Julie thought, is this really okay? An hour has already passed. The remaining time is 8 hours, 55 minutes, and 15 seconds. My main quest progress is still 0. She cried, I haven't killed enough beastmen. Am I going to be erased? She said regretfully, this is all my fault. Because I was scared, I missed the chance to go with Mr. Black Dog. She thought, I figured once the 5th round started, it wouldn't be hard to find Mr. Black Dog. After all, he's one of the 10 zone representatives gathered for the reward game. But then why? Why did I end up like this? A long sword swung down, decapitating a player. Blood sprayed everywhere, and the head rolled on the ground. With just a few slashes, all the players were wiped out. Black Dog felt it was just a trivial matter. She was terrified, looking at Black Dog. The reward game was over. Although she could finally talk to him now, she felt like she couldn't even take a single step. Don't be afraid. He won't hurt me, she reassured herself. He's not the kind of madman who'd just draw his sword and slash someone for no reason the first time they meet. She peeked through her eyes, but when she looked around, he was nowhere to be seen. Where did he go? I lost track of him after all. What do I do now? She had once sat and had tea with Juan. The quest to hunt 300 beastmen was no joke. Beastmen had thick skin and tough meat, and they usually moved in packs. Even if I give it my all, I absolutely can't hunt them alone. Once the zone representatives gather, I must find Black Dog first. No matter what, I shouldn't try to fight the beastmen. Even if I don't find him, I should wait at least an hour before acting, she thought. I've told myself over and over to stay put. So she waited. But there's no guarantee he'll come back to the starting point, right? I might not even see him again before this round ends. She stood up with determination. I have to go find him. She looked around. Based on the tracks, it seemed he had gone this way. She pushed aside the bushes and was stunned. Over there, is that a village? Could that be where the beastmen live? If so, maybe Black Dog is in there too. She shook her head repeatedly. No, it's best to stay away from there right now. It could be very dangerous. Suddenly, a giant beastman appeared behind her. She turned around in a panic and screamed. The beastman charged. She thought, damn it, I really don't want to fight a beastman. Blessing. The blessing skill would reduce all basic stats by 50. However, I still have two favorable conditions. First, there's only one enemy, she thought. Second, I know its weakness. Everywhere else is just tough muscle. I have to aim for the neck. The problem is how to hit it. If I miss and hit somewhere else, it'll counterattack. Besides, I heard that because the muscle density is so high, it's hard to pull a longsword out. My movements have to be fast, accurate, and lethal. The beastman growled, but after she stabbed it, it went silent instantly. Damn it, it dodged. She pulled out her longsword. Thank goodness. Because I missed, the blade didn't get stuck in the muscle. She rejoiced inwardly. The beastman continued to attack, and she improvised to defend herself. There's an opening. She swung her sword and stabbed toward it. The beastman was wounded. Great. My attack worked. Just a little more. Several bloody holes appeared on its neck. Then it collapsed in front of her. She breathed a sigh of relief. I did it. I defeated a beastman all by myself. She spun around. Sure enough, Black Dog had appeared. She rubbed her eyes, unable to believe it. What? Am I seeing things? The person appearing before me, is it really Black Dog? The one I've spent so much effort looking for. He just came here on his own? Black Dog walked past her. She thought, no, is he just passing by? Damn it, now's not the time to hesitate. She immediately turned around. Excuse me. Sorry to bother you. Black Dog looked at her. So, Mr. Black Dog, please, cooperate with me, she proposed. He asked what? I mean a party. Let's form a party, she stammered. Black Dog asked bluntly. Why should I party with you? She faltered, well I'll prove it to you. She showed her power. Black Dog said this. She smiled and said, my blessing enhancement skill lasts for up to 3 hours. It can increase all your stats by about 50. He checked his status board. Black Dog replied, I've confirmed it. It's just as you said. She asked him back, does that answer your question? My enhancement skill can really help you while hunting. Black Dog asked, if I want that enhancement skill, do I have to be in a party with you? The girl nodded. Yes. To be precise, I want you to help me hunt. Black Dog said, I don't know. I have command authority. Right now, I can completely use you as a support. Huh? Can you guarantee you won't betray me? Black Dog asked. The girl was overjoyed. Of course I can. All right. I'll trust you. Black Dog reached out his hand. Black Dog, level 32. Melee class. He introduced himself. She replied, I know. I'm level 13. Class, support. Black Dog asked, you said you needed help, but you did quite well against that beastman just now. She replied, actually, that was the first one I've ever killed. Black Dog was stunned. That was your first kill in 90 minutes? She laughed shyly. Yes, it really was. Then you don't have much time left. I'll help you deal with them as quickly as possible, Black Dog said. She was dazed. Ow! Black Dog walked straight ahead. He said, get close to me. Follow right behind. If you're not in my sight, I won't be able to protect you. She was startled. Yes. She walked beside him, thinking, he's not as cold as he looks. I'm so glad I listened to Jean. She looked up. 3 beastmen were walking toward them. She felt afraid. Beastmen, and there are 3 of them. Jiwen prepared his weapon. Wait here for a moment. He strode forward. He gained momentum and charged toward them. Black Dog's gaze was steady as he faced the 3 giant beastmen alone. They roared, then suddenly their eyes widened. Black Dog lunged into the middle of the enemy's circle. He slashed off their arms. The monsters screamed in pain. She stood to the side, speechless. He had taken down all 3 by himself. He said, now,